So by creating that little circular movement right at the center, all the water started to move instead of having a giant propeller blade forcefully trying to push on that water.
Are you talking about the guy that did that at a water tower? He moved like hundreds of thousands of gallons of water with something like the size of your hand.
He called it an impeller device, not a propeller.
I saw it. It was really cool. This was like a really cool engineering, like naturally engineered in nature.
So then what they did is they cast what that vortex shape looks like. So where it creates that cavity down the center of your liquid, they cast that shape and then they use that just to send water through. And it looks like the inner ear or something. It's like this really weird looking shape. But when the water comes out the other side, just by simply moving through it, it's also structured as though it was in a vortex. So it's fascinating what you can do with water and magnetic exposure and circular movements. You know, it makes sense now, some of these wise tales or the old folklore that talked about that world naval. The Nordic people said at the center there was this giant whirlpool, and they called it the world's navel, the belly button of the earth where all the oceans flowed into. And it could have been through those 4 rivers towards that Mount Meru type structure, and everything that is created like has a belly button or a point of origin. So it kind of makes sense that, like, even plants, you can see where the central or the starting bud happened, or where the first node split, or you can see where that origin point, you know, and then the roots grow equidistantly to what's above ground. There's always like some central point. So there must be a central point at this disc and if it is sucking the water in like that, it would be structurizing the water that then flows out of our river systems, or who knows where the outlets are. But it's an interesting thought when you start to see how prevalent that shape is, not only in hurricanes or tornadoes, in your bath, or anytime water flows somewhere, it wants to make that vortex. If it's flowing very quickly, you know, out.
You know, it's crazy too. You know, who's bought all the water? Every single banker, anybody with the, you know, philanthropist idea, they've all bought the water. All your water plants, they're all are like it's not the water plant or like the well. They buy the well that the water's coming from, and they also buy the treatment plant that treats the water. They kind of do both. And they pretty much control all the chemicals in it, and that's how they also source some of their bottled water too. They got interested in water that was like 9-10 years ago, and then now in California you're starting to see them limit the water that you get, so they will shut you off if you're over a certain amount of water.
They can't. This is again the thing.
Wow.
How can
they say that? That's what I mean.
Yeah, this is where people need to start taking a stand. So you're getting charged for a product that nobody produced, and that's like just like denigrated chemicals, poo, pee, fucking medicines, and they're selling it to you. So when you said before it was kind of like a Freudian slip, they bought the water. Actually, in matter of fact, they've bought something that they can't buy, and they're selling it.
Yeah, it's like buying oil. Like, you can't actually buy oil, but you buy the machines to extract oil. or gases.
Yeah. Well, these them adding chemicals and compounds and mixing it and doing all these alchemy, whatever. These guys are actually just taking something that's there, that falls from the sky, and that's already there, and they're selling it to us while putting in all this crap into there.
But this is something that always confused me was, why is it that for us, we always have to create the thing that we want to sell? But yet for certain people, they can simply throw a net into an ocean and pull up $500,000, or bottle some water and sell it for $500,000. They didn't create it. They didn't do anything for it, but yet can just on-sell it. But yet all of us, if we want to sell a product, we have to go and make it or buy it, or there has to be some kind of a cost incurred. Like you say, the only cost is the pump to extract it. And then you just happen to have the piece of land where you can put that pump.
Yep.
But there's no input cost from the actual thing, and it's like the earth is the provider. So it's like trees, cutting down the rainforests and shit. It's like you can just go into a forest and just deforest the shit, and then turn around and sell the wood for billions and billions. How does that make any sense? Like, you didn't plant those trees. You didn't go and nurture them and grow them from seed. So how could you claim any right on that resource? Yeah.
We were speaking about this before. This comes back to the question, as in treating the earth like it's just whatever. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's doing anything. And they keep on doing it because, just say if somebody did something to me and I didn't do anything about it, then that person will go on to Better Solar, do it to him, and then he doesn't do anything about it, and then go wrong sale, and then da-da-da. And this guy keeps on doing the same thing. Nobody's doing nothing about it. And it's gone to the point where, well, you can say what stage we're in now, but this is the thing. Or if somebody is not, I don't know, smart enough, that's why I said, should be a level of education that is free. If somebody's not smart enough, somebody has the intelligence to help out the person that's not, smart enough or intelligent enough, whatever, they won't do it. These guys help each other out all the time. You give each other the contracts, make bullshit up, whatever. But everybody else, they'll tell you, punch on with your neighbor, with this guy and that guy, and if I can to get an extra 10 cents, next year for your so-called wage to go up. And argue over stupid stuff.
Yeah, this is interesting. Former President George H.W. Bush's family bought 300,000 acres on South America's and the world's largest aquifer. I'm not even going to try and read the name of it. It's like Guarani or something like that.
Is the other thing. Why hasn't even one person, or even 10, put in criminal charges against Bush?
Yeah, which one? There's so many with so many charges on
Yeah.
each of them.
Just pick one, any of them, and then you can, take all this money for proceeds of crime and, do as you please. But this is the thing. Nobody's doing it. The ones that know how to do it, they won't do it because they're a part of all that shit.
I'll get whacked too.
And other people don't want to learn. So
I
then
think
how
you'll get whacked if you do that.
Nah.
Yeah,
what-
there's no
that's
way
what-
you wouldn't.
That's what they want you to think.
I don't know. Every time someone tries to go after the Clintons, they surely get whacked.
I'll tell you from personal experience, it's like, most of this BS.
Or they make it seem that way. I don't know.
Yeah, how else will fear regulates the people? That's their saying up the top. Fear regulates people.
Well, then the people start regulating their own people.
Yep.
After that, then it's self-sustaining.
Yep.
It's like I've been playing with this idea. It's when we're in a state of comfort that bad things happen. And when you're in a state of, when life is a little bit uncomfortable, you have to grow to meet that challenge. So growth and progress comes when you're uncomfortable. And when you're comfortable, you're normally idle and pretty useless. And it's as though this entire thing that government has done has been to try and make our lives comfortable. And the more comfortable that we become, the more that slight discomfort becomes entirely avoided, or that it's desired to be avoided. And it's like all things in life, when you're still living at home with your parents or something, it's comfortable. And then suddenly when it becomes uncomfortable, you leave. And then you move on, and suddenly you grow and you learn how to look after yourself. And that would never have come if you were still comfortable. And the more that I see that people are just comfortable with what they know and their present situation, they never need to change it because they're comfortable. And it's like the same thing with the seeds and the farmers. Why did they do that? Is because that was the comfortable option. They could go and ensure their crops. All right, now they're in a state of comfort. Even if things went wrong, they're comfortable. But it's when you're in a state of discomfort that you might have planted extra crops just in case, or you might have done something more because you weren't comfortable, leading to a better outcome. So this thing about like how we kept docile and comfortable psychologically is so powerful. And then we should ask each one of ourselves, where are we comfortable in our lives that needs some kind of growth by being uncomfortable?
I don't know if it's comfortable. Well, maybe that is a word.
If you're comfy, you're not really doing anything new.
Yeah, sometimes, not that it's an excuse, but there's some people that need to be at work from morning to literal night, sleep and get up and do the whole thing again. That's why I said before, this is where people help each other. So if you don't know something, I'll help you out. If I don't know something, you help me out.
I was starting to feel a little uncomfortable with how many times you guys were saying comfortable.
That's what it comes down to, I think.
When you don't know the answer, it's uncomfortable. So you can either just ignore that discomfort, or you can go and find the answer and then be more comfortable for a moment, but it leads often to more questions, leading to more discomfort.
As I said, it's just not making an excuse.
I think there's something to be said for what you're saying, but what about, just the busy work that they keep us doing just to pay the bills?
Yep.
that's not really, I mean, the people that have comfort, if they're enlightened or have some aspirations, that they could actually do something creative then. It's like we don't even have time to do that if we're so busy all
Yep.
the time.
That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
that
that's
one
weird.
saying called? Do you remember? It's like hard times create strong men create weak times create
Yeah.
weak men. Over and over.
Yeah, good times and bad times.
But now
Yeah,
we
but
got a
good
bunch
and
of weak
bad
men.
is what's
It's
good
kind
and
of
what's bad.
also maybe their way of justifying what they're putting us through with not having enough time to really think about what the truth about things are. I guess that's one of the good things about what they've been putting us through. A lot of people have had a lot more time to look into things and ponder where the fuck are we and everything else.
But you know that
I don't.
being so busy that you aren't in a state of comfort, it's something that built up over time that you were comfortable with each step. And then now at the final hurdle, it seems uncomfortable. And it's often like, you know, with the human body, if you get a knock or something happened to your ankle, you learn to walk slightly differently and you carry on walking. And then if your knee starts to get sore, you might compensate with another muscle group, but like, so now your ankle's sore and your knee's sore, but you keep walking. And you find a way to make it comfortable. And by the 10th, 15th, 16th damage, you're walking like a bit of a cripple.
You're
But you
broken.
can still walk because you're adaptable. So you just keep walking forward. And it's such a fascinating thing. Then eventually you look at someone, you're like, why are you bent over walking like that? And they say, well, this happened to my ankle and my knee and my hip and my... And you say, okay, well, it happened over time. It also needs to unhappen over time. So it's not going to be a snap your fingers problem solved. But it's through this idea of comfort, like you had an option, you chose the most comfortable one. I'm speaking very hypothetically, so please don't take any offense to this. But, you know, generally we take the more comfortable option, and often the more comfortable, as we know, good things are hard, or the hard things are worth working for. So if we've taken comfortable choices, we've probably ended up with not the best outcomes in certain things. And it requires that unthinking of the behavior that led you into that point, because you can't use the same thinking that got you into the problem to get you out of the problem. You've got to change the thinking first.
I'm comfortable with that.
Never been comfortable.
Top drawer.
Confident. I'll need to look up the definition for that word.
Now, if only I could put this
Higgs
into practice.
Higgs is a perfect example of challenging yourself to be uncomfortable for long periods of time. That's for sure. You've heard his story about the sensory deprivation. What was it? How long was it? A couple of weeks or something? Something crazy like that.
Oh, I was all up.
30 days, 30 days of fasting and all that.
Yeah, it was.
Are you talking about when you're like there's nothing, like pure silence? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I
You know
went
how many
like-
people don't do that? Have you
blacked
ever
out
asked
his room,
somebody?
like, no light.
Yeah, like nothing.
No light,
If you've
nothing.
ever asked someone, hey, when's the last time you spent 15 minutes doing absolutely nothing? They
Right.
they don't even remember. They've never like done it.
Maybe like before they fell asleep.
Oh no, even then, because everyone my age, they're always on their phone, you know. So they're
Yeah, right. Or music or something. Yeah.
yeah, or they fall asleep to the TV. Almost everybody I know
Yeah.
falls asleep to something.
Yep. Yeah, that must have an effect on dreams that a lot of those people aren't. Well, I do it too sometimes. Usually with YouTube or something. Sometimes with you guys
And-
talking.
And as you practice that time with yourself, where your thoughts take you, you know, it's really I do a lot of traveling for work, not massive distances, but it's quite frequent travel. And often I won't even turn a radio on. Okay, I'll sometimes log into Discord, but generally if I can go that entire 45 minutes to an hour in silence, by the time I arrive at the other end, I've already solved so many things. Whereas if I just sat listening to music or listening to a talk show, you arrive there completely distracted still, probably on a new topic. So it's that little bit of quiet time, like you said, it's repulsive to other people though, because they're scared of where their thoughts take them. They don't want to confront some of the things that will come if they spend 20 minutes in silence. And I think that part of this atheistic worldview as well, turning young 14-year-olds into assholes, it's almost like they're starting off with so much to be guilty of already. Whereas when you spend time with yourself, you want to kind of clarify yourself or purge yourself of some of the old bad habits, or you want to improve certain aspects of your life. Where are you wanting to go? Or, you're creating this new future in your mind. Whereas if you're always in the here and the now and the instant gratification, it's just say what you want, laugh at whoever, call whoever bad names, tell them to do bad things.
It's an addiction.
Instant gratification.
Empty the cup first so you can fill it up. That will be my advice.
Sorry,
44 days. Cup must be. You must empty the cup first, and then fill it up.
That brings me perfectly to something I've also been thinking about. That whole comfort thing. It's the same thing with growing plants. Plants need the dry time just as much as they need the wet time. In the dry time, the roots stretch out to try and find water. When they find water, they have no need to grow anymore and they become comfortable.
That's interesting.
As anyone knows, when you put a plant in a pot and you keep that thing always wet, it dies after 6 months. And you think, but I gave it all the water. Why is this thing dead?
Fucking drowned it.
So we need this. It's almost like I see it in my mind like a sine wave. That everything is the sine wave pattern of an up or a down, a wet spell or a dry spell, a time of harvest or a time of famine, a time of we're bouncing between these extremes, and yet all of us just want a flat line. Can someone just flatten my line and make it all good? So just push it up towards the top of the trough. Make it right at the top so it's the best of the best and flat perfectly, never with a bump or any kind of deviation. Even with batteries, I work in solar technology. With batteries, if you're not cycling a battery down to drained and then back to full, you're also not going to get the maximum out of that cell or that module. If you keep it always at exactly the same, so you just keep it constantly full, it shortens its life. And if you keep it constantly drained, it shortens its life. So once again, trying to find that comfortable flat line where nothing ever changes is actually the illusion. And that when we realize that we need both and see it as the sine wave. So when you're on your way down to the darkest depths, once you hit that point, like you said, once the cup is emptied, you can now fill it back up, and you are going to be going back up because it's a sine wave. So it's this pattern of up and down. And often people, when they're heading towards the bottom, they think, oh, this is an infinite drop, like when you look at the stock markets that just plummet. But just at that point, it starts to turn and moves back up again. And then when it reaches the up again, everyone forgets the trough. And, as soon as when it's cresting, everyone's like, yeah, check how great I am. And then it starts to head back down again. And that's where pride comes before the fall, and then fall usually generates growth and learning to allow you to rise back up. So it's such a beautiful thing that we've got to, and it makes perfect sense then to start depriving your body to get it to the point of kind of like the plant being in a dry spell, because it'll allow the organism to be able to, so like with the plant, it's getting a much stronger foundation by having more roots in the soil.
Right.
So that hard, dry spell will now make it withstand harder winds, colder seasons. The list is endless of what that 5-day dry spell for that plant meant for its overall long-term benefit. And it's all I see is human beings wanting to be comfortable. Just make me comfortable. Just tell me how I'm going to be comfortable. And what we pay for comfort. And the actual cost, the risks that we lose for comfort. So embrace hard times. Look forward to the hard time.
Overfilled bellies sit like rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to look forward to some good times.
Yeah,
Hello,
good times
family.
and bad times.
It's a sine wave.
Okay,
It's just a matter of time. It's based on your frequency. So if your frequency was maybe a 2-month period, then that's how long it takes you to go from a crest to a trough. Maybe it's a 2-year period. Maybe it's a 6-year period. Depends on you and so look back through your life where you've been up, where you've been down, where you've been back up again, where you're now down. Try and see if there's some kind of there's more going on to this world than we ever realize. Day and night, yin and yang, hot and cold, in and out. It's like everything is cyclical, but yet we always try and break the cycle.
The other.
Most people don't get it.
Ride the wave.
That's the problem. So again, once you've emptied the cup, what are you filling it up with? Is the other question after that.
Yeah, I don't.
I heard you about talking about magnets, using them on water pipes.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to suggest you to try this magnetic beam configuration. You have to glue together 5 magnets, like on 5 sides of a cube. And on the other side where there is no magnets, that's the side where it will be a beam of that magnetic pole. If you point those magnets with their south side, you will have a magnetic beam south. It is it's acting that beam like at a longer distance and much intense than a normal magnet would.
Where do you get the magnetic beam from? What kind of magnet? Was there something we could look up that you're referencing?
You posted that picture, right? The pattern
diagram. Yeah.
So once again, what I've heard this be explained, that you're creating compression in the Gaussian flux, and the overlapping flux is almost being cancelled, and then that one spot that there isn't, it's like an exaggeration, like putting multiple frequencies on top of one another, and their peaks start to stack. So it amplifies. Once again, it's the south side of the magnet. And, to me, a magnet was something that's stuck on a fridge, or you put it against metal and it sticks. I'd never wanted to identify what a north or south was on a magnet. And then you learn, wow, there actually is a side that's important.
Yeah.
We as human beings are like electromagnetic generators, so we're affected by all of this, and we never got taught it. It's now, I used to watch people who put magnets on their skin to try and heal themselves, and I thought, yeah, what a nutcase.
Forehead.
You want to go sleep with a
That's
magnet,
not how
okay?
it works, yeah.
But
Not sleep
it's
one on the forehead,
amazing.
bro.
You got iron in your blood. You are a carbon being, which is technically one of the metals. So it makes so much sense for conductivity and with solar when you
Actually,
want to earth your entire system, you create something called equipotential bonding, where you take the resonant magnetic field out of the equation by earthing from the very top panel all the way back down with an earth spike. You've avoided any interference from other magnetic fields onto your panel, and suddenly your production jumps by 40%. So there's something really incredible about this magnetic field that we're not being.
a lot of it we are not being told. I mean, and to learn about magnetism, the library is very rich. Like, there is a lot of scientific and academic research literature about, like, what we learn in school. That's like 0.01% about. And yeah, you said like it affects us because we have iron in the blood, but actually it's both ways. If we have iron or if gold, gold is diamagnetic, so it still has magnetic property. And magnetism does directly affect us, and also electrostatics. If you try to use, for example, buy these polyester bed sheets and bed cover blankets, synthetic polyester. And when you sleep in such a bed, uh, every move will create a electrostatic imbalance, like charge, like literally charge you either positive or negative, and it will not be healthy for you. Even when you wear clothes with these kind of materials, and these are actually in the market cheapest kind of clothes, yeah, and they are not healthy to be worn. And when you mix the clothing, like silk with cotton or linen, it's also not good.
Not good.
Yeah.
So I've got a question though, because my understanding of electrostatics is that you cannot actually discern the charge or the voltage difference. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know when I'm about to touch the door handle that it's going to shock me. So I don't know how much electrostatics actually penetrates in an organ level versus just being carried on your surface.
They used to be like that, and then we got so used to electricity that it stopped being like that. We're just bathing in it all the time. We can't really tell.
It's beautiful.
Jump in. It's warm.
There's like stories of how people used to know when a storm was coming because they could feel the electrostatics on them from the air.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's why the Indians do a rain dance, because they know it's going to rain, not because they're trying to make it rain.
Oh, true.
I think being positively charged is not healthy. You always have to discharge into the negative ground. The bed floor of your house must have a direct connection with the earth. And when we have this, concrete, very good electrostatic conductor, so it isolates us. People living in these concrete buildings with tiles, we can
Correct.
get very charged. And yeah, you see it when like arrange, the blanket on your bed, stuff like that. When you lift it and let it down, you can hear it if it's sparking or not. If it's sparking, yeah, that's not a good blanket. I don't recommend it to use it for sleeping. It will affect your health. Like 5 years, it will affect 100%. Even your like psychological state can get you in depressions.
Have you seen the link where they showed the ancient beds and how beds always had many springs, and springs once
Yeah.
again are copper coilings or brass, later on. And then there was those 4 outer rods that were sometimes like pinned to the ground, or sometimes they were movable. But that someone started like deconstructing the bed and looking at it as an electromagnetic machine. Like, should we be grounded? Should we actually be sleeping on like copper? And should that copper be grounded to earth while we sleep? Would we have
Yeah.
different dreams? Or I don't know. It'd be quite fascinating. Maybe the sheet would also have to be copper lined, or the duvet, so that you're completely encased, almost like in a Faraday cage. Or maybe that's why there were bedposts. Who knows? It's
Give it a go. Something to think about.
Yeah, there are some bedposts that look like those steeples, those orbs. I wonder if there was ever a etheric energy collection even going on there. I always
say
thought
with
certain headdresses might have been using magnets or some kind of energy collection, brain enhancing type thing.
Do you remember if they said it's an incline or a decline you're supposed to do to your bed by 5 degrees? It's an incline, right? Because your gut is not supposed to sit level with all the fluids in your gut.
Yeah, I think it's 5 degrees elevated, your head.
Yeah, you put them on
But
like a cinder block on one end.
but at the same time, you're already sleeping with your head on a pillow. So how high is your pillow? To me,
Your
it
gut.
seems also strange that you'd want blood to pool by your feet. I always thought that if you slept slightly declined, then the blood would flow back towards your head.
Yeah.
But then you'd wake up with headaches. So apparently Jeranism, he also did this, and he said it was under the head, like just putting bricks underneath the top of the head, so that you'd think you'd be sliding off down towards your feet, but it's actually so minuscule that it's less significant.
I want to try it. I've heard about it a lot, but I want to try it. I don't know what to. I don't know, because if you think about it, right? If you do something too flimsy, it's just gonna break and it's gonna fall in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
I met a
But
girl
set it up
once who
like a
said her-
control. Set it up like a controlled study, because I grow plants and I like to do little tests, but so many times I'm wanting to run 5 or 6 tests at the same time, and then my results at the end are skewed. So don't go adding 3 hours of extra sleep to this thing, or changing your tea, or changing 10 different variables before you start your experiment. Try and keep that as an
Use the
isolation.
scientific method.
Well, science doesn't prove anything.
44 days.
Oh,
I met a girl
what?
once who
44
said that
days.
her father made a living just making these pyramidal structures for over famous people's beds.
Hmm.
Like basically like a bar system that made like a pyramid that they would sleep under. Somehow
Who
they
said
were
that?
convinced. I met a girl once whose father made a living doing that, just making it for the rich and famous, making these pyramidal structures that are suspended over movie stars' beds.
So that's no joke. Hey, it's one of the experiments that I did where you can do this at home. Take dowel sticks or any stick. You can even use PVC. It seems to work as well. But if you create a pyramid and you place a fruit under that pyramid, so it's just it's completely open on all sides. Place a fruit under that pyramid and place another fruit that you bought in the same bag next to the pyramid. And the one that's outside the pyramid will start wilting and becoming like old and loss of moisture. And the one that stays under the pyramid can often last for a week or 2 weeks longer. So then they've taken this experiment up to plant growth, and you create a little pyramid structure around your seedlings. And the seedlings that are under the pyramid generally have 2 to 3 times larger growth than the ones that are exposed outside of the pyramid. And it can be plastic or wood. So they tried it with organic or inorganic material. And that also, like, they termed it pyramidal power or per power. But it's still, it doesn't tie in with magnetism, because if you can use plastic and wood and it still gets the same result.
Yeah.
There's something really peculiar. But do you still have that chick on? Like, can you still chat with her? I'd love to know what angles she was using.
No,
Because
that
when you
was
start to look into the pyramids,
so long ago.
they used pi and
I would
phi
say,
as ratios. So
yeah.
there's a certain proportion, and if you get the
Yes.
proportion right, you can get different effects.
Are you talking about scaled down versions of, like, sacred geometry to form power, like in some kind of engine or something? Yeah.
No, well, so
geometry is
just before that whole,
Mhm.
power generation side of it,
yeah.
just in terms of triangles, you get like equilateral and isosceles, and one has a different shape
pyramid kind of
based
shit,
on
yeah.
different angles. So it can either be steeper and sharper, or it can be flatter and
Yeah,
more.
yeah.
And
I'm just
each
thinking
one
Egypt.
of those has different
Properties.
properties. So the ones in Egypt are according to a very strict phi ratio. The
Yeah, but some of them are
width
slightly
of the
different, yeah.
base, the width of the base times by phi is the
Yes.
exact height. So whatever that proportion, I think it comes to 60
Yeah.
something degrees, 69 or whatever.
Mhm.
There's a specific angle, and when you
Yes.
create a pyramid with that angle, it has a power.
There's so
resonance.
much going on with those. Like, they've got like so much things encoded into them. Like the speed of light is encoded into it. Pi, fucking like, oh, it's nuts. Like when we have like discussions, like they have discussions.
Speed of light is debatable. Yeah.
Sorry,
Just,
So the speed of light is
almost as much
debatable.
I can pull up the equation if you like.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's okay. Never mind. That's
Yeah.
not the discussion we're
the
having.
weirdest thing I heard about this thing with the pyramids is that, I mean, when I was a child and I wasn't shaving at that time, but when I heard about these peculiar powers of the pyramids, they told me, my cousin told me that when you make a pyramid out of sticks or metal wire, something like 1 foot tall, not very big, and you put underneath it a used razor blade. After a couple of days, that razor blade will be like new, sharp.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What is it? Like the exact coordinates of the Pyramid of Giza is 29.9792458 degrees north, which
Yeah,
by
that's
itself
what
means
they
very
say.
little, but the enthusiasts have noticed it's almost exactly the same as the speed of light. 299,700 or 299,792 and 458. Yeah,
There's
you
no
know,
such thing as fatal.
okay, whatever. But yeah, there's lots of cool stuff in there.
The monk.
Yeah. It's also perfectly aligned with the stars for thousands of years.
There's so much juju in that. Like if you look at the Great Pyramid of Giza, like it's got 8 sides. It's gonna have 4 sides. It's got 8. It's a marker for the equinox. Basically, when the light shines on it, basically from these fucking stars, it comes out and you can see it. The shadows, it's almost like the Mayan like snake shadows that they put on it, like the specific time and date. Like it's like this weird activity that you can see these shadows fucking move up the side of the pyramid. You can notice it has 8 sides, not 4.
Yeah.
And people just say like
Alien.
traditional Egyptologists are like, oh, that's an accident. It broke. You know, it settled down.
Really? No
Yeah.
respected
would
Egyptologist
say-
would say that.
Yeah, actually, they do.
I
Like,
would.
oh, thank you for your trolling. That's cool.
Well, they
Sorry,
also say it's a tomb, right? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no. Like, I was looking at like a fucking actual
you-
like.
I was just going to ask you, do you know that they haven't actually decoded none of the things that they say that they've decoded?
What do you mean? Like a hieroglyphics?
Yeah.
They have a new guy basically that blew it out of the water. He was a computer programmer named Laird Scranton, and basically as a computer like programmer, he had his master's degree. When you're given a problem by your superior, you're expected to do less, or you're expected to do more and get more results with less information. He approached it from a programming point of view. He busted fucking hieroglyphics wide open, like better than Champollion did. Like Champollion didn't want to release like anything to do with him like decoding fucking hieroglyphics because he said it was like basically it's barely functional. Like they could barely get anything out of it. He related it to basically what is it called? Abbreviations like CIA, like NFL and stuff like that. We know what those things mean, right? Like those placeholders. But if you don't know what those mean, he kind of approached it from that angle. Like if you kind of do the digging and understand what these abbreviations do, like what is it? He said like this thing for a pond of water. It was like, a pond of water, but it's like, no, it's like pond of water, place of diving duck is what it was saying. So there was like, he got more information out of it to make more sense. And he's just no Egyptology, nothing, just a computer programmer.
Well, this is the thing. The whole point of those
I
things
have
there,
this book about
and
the Dogon tribe.
Yeah, that guy.
So,
Dogons are
was
serious
gonna
now,
say-
dude.
the whole point of having those things put on there in these so-called secret societies or whatever you want to call them is because the meaning is conveyed and passed on.
Yeah, like through the images themselves. Like what is like the fucking like, rule of the Bible? Like like the third commandment or whatever is like before murder is like there shall be no graven images. Like because they hit you psychologically in your subconscious, and they kind of just like have a lot more, I don't know, oomph to them.
Yeah, so it gets conveyed orally, usually to somebody that's interested to it, and then they might convey partial
very partial
of that meaning. Yeah,
like,
to see
Egypt,
if
Egypt, like,
man is worthy of having that knowledge.
Yeah, Egypt like existed in a duality. Like they had like a here and now kind of like physical existence, but it's like the Aborigines in Australia, right? They had this dreamtime like secondary fucking existence that they couldn't really convey very well because it was like completely fucking like cerebral, and like their whole religion was like dreamtime, walkabout. You're existing simultaneously in like the spiritual realm. Like they're doing the same thing, and it's very hard to fucking convey.
Yeah, you're in both spaces at the same time.
Yeah,
you need to be able to.
Yeah.
Move about in that space.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is the thing. When I hear somebody that's cracked something, apparently that's I don't know 4,000 years old.
Yep.
That it's not even a language.
You can't even translate. You can't even translate. Like humans are existing on such a different fucking wavelength back then. Like that was before like the fucking primacy of the corpus callosum and the separation of the bicameral mind, and like basically they thought holarchically. Like you know how you have electricity. I've said this before to somebody earlier. You know how you have the study of electricity, right? Study of like magnetism, and we found that they operated on the same principles. Like you have electromagnetism because they operated, the same fundamental laws. Their society and like their infrastructure, like their sciences, art, mathematics, music, medicine, they're all fucking acting like they're all intertwined by these same like uniting principles. And like I'm almost thinking like the Earth doesn't even fucking act on those fucking things anymore. Like it like the Earth lost its oomph, like the magical fucking whatever juju to things. Like something fucking nasty happened, and like it's no longer really a thing. Like if you talk to fucking, it's still a thing, but not as fucking powerful or prevalent because it's kind of been like shooshed out of fucking human existence, and we only just deal with five senses and what we can see.
Because free energy is not, and you can't charge people for the free energy.
Yeah, no shit. Implosion energy, like. You talk to the Sufi natives that live there, like Aki El M Awiyan, fucking is his name. He used to do tour guides, and he was like an accredited Egyptologist, and he grew up on the Giza Plateau, and he still spoke the language, like basically like this Coptic fucking like Suf fucking language. And they talk about like these like pharaohs and pyramids. It's like no, that's what was it? Khufu or not Khufu? Fucking what's the other one? Fuck. He's like. No, fucking what was his name? Like the Red Pyramid, what's it called? What was that pharaoh?
Ramses.
Hotep. He's like Hotep. No, he's like no, Hotep. Yeah, he's like Hotep is not this. He's not this person. Hotep means peace and food put together. Like it's a harmonic fucking joining of these things to fucking like broadcast this fucking like intent, kind of like this magical spell on the ground. And like he'd say all kinds of crazy things because he could still speak the language, and like he's like talk with these crystal bowls that like the museums put there, and they didn't know what to do with them. He's like, this is the remains of a hospital. Basically, they would determine your. He's this charming old like Sufi guy, and he's like they would determine what's wrong with the person by the resonance coming off of these crystal bowls. Like they would find their own level, and you would like they like diagnose people with these crazy things. Like, and he just pretty much knew everything. Like it's crazy.
What was his name again?
Aki, if you look up the series, the documentary series is called Revelation of the Pyramids. It's like a five-parter that deals with that. The duality thing I was talking about deals with there's one called Magical Egypt. It's like by John Anthony West. That guy's a fucking hero, dude.
Yeah, I remember getting into that about 20 years ago.
Man, I remember the fucking Charlton Heston one that he first did, like when I was like 9 years old, the fucking Mystery of the Sphinx. That one fucking set off, like, I remember seeing that on TBS, like fucking when I was 9. And like they followed that up with Magical Egypt like a decade later. Holy
and then they cut him off from researching, he went to
he wasn't allowed to speak. Like,
went down.
Yeah, John Anthony West
down, and he found like
geologists
underneath there was this panel that they wanted to go beyond, and it had two holes
they sealed it up after.
And then he tried to commission to get further research, and
he wasn't an Egyptologist, so they blackballed him. And he's like, fuck it, I'll be back with a fucking geologist. And that's all he needed was he gets an accredited geologist, and he's like, he's like, what? I need to ask you some questions. And he's like, okay. He's like, can you tell the difference between weathering with the wind and sand and weathering with water? And he's like, yeah, I'm a fucking geologist. Like, come on. Like, there's only two types anyway. And he's like, what's this? And it's like, wind. What's this one? Fucking water. What's this one? Wind. And he's got this other picture where it's like half of it's covered up, and he's like, what's this? Water. He's like, are you sure? He's like, yeah. He takes the other fucking half of the fucking paper off the picture, and it's the Sphinx enclosure. And he just single-handedly pushed human history back like another 25,000 years. And you can't argue with
whatever that is, yeah. Are you, I haven't seen you on here before. Are you, are you a flat earther, or are you?
I've been around for a while, but I just like came back for after maybe 3 or 4 months. But yeah, Claw's been around for a while. I had to get a new account due to, I don't know what the hell happened, but I had to get a new account.
So you're a flat earther?
I have a different viewpoint than the general, one or the other thing. This is what a lot of you guys hate this, but this is what I left the server for in the first place a little while ago, because it caused a lot of ruckus. Basically, the whole reason, we get thrown these psychological litmus tests, everyone as a whole, and it almost doesn't even matter. I'll just say I'm on the fence permanently, because I think we have a lot of fundamental fucking issues and things to deal with first before, it doesn't matter what the fucking shape of the planet is, because we need to deal with some things right away, some very pressing problems. But I do agree with the fact that the shit that NASA's been giving people is sus as fuck, and it's full of holes. However, maybe jumping to the conclusion or going to the conclusion that the Earth is flat because of it may be hasty. Like I'm not really too sure, but there is something going on. I don't know what it is, but I'm open to both interpretations.
It's just interesting because you seem like you dig deep on a lot of subjects, and obviously you have
Yeah.
the idea that the Earth is stationary.
Yeah, I don't know. I
You're
haven't
not a
been in
glober.
orbit. I've never been in orbit, so I don't even fucking know, right?
Yeah.
Or the Egyptians
Well, yeah,
knew.
but it's not like you would say that about the pyramids. You're like, oh, I don't know. You know,
I'm just more interested
there's a
in
lot of
fucking-
theories about the pyramids.
Yeah,
They say
yeah.
this and they say that, but I'm on the fence. I guess how am I supposed to know?
Well, I'm just being polite. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it could be one or the other, but I just think we have fundamentally more pressing matters to deal with. And I think that people are susceptible to, if like the status quo or the powers that be want people to maybe take a bunch of people out of the running to getting anything done or like doing like any lasting social change, they're going to throw them big fucking like conundrums like this and watch them fucking chase their own tails around for the rest of their fucking lives. You know what I mean? Like we're excellent
Yeah, I
fucking
can
at
understand
starting
that
off from a
part.
good point and veering off into the fucking
Can I
ditch.
ask you a question? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
you,
No, you're good. You're
but
good.
Yeah. What do you think about the black swan? Is it a
What's that?
apparent horizon or a geometrical?
Well, what do you mean?
You don't know the black swan argument?
No, I don't know that.
You know what? Before you guys go Black
Oh.
Swan with this guy, it was nice to
Yeah.
meet you. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, it's cool.
But, yeah, I looked
Alright,
up.
yeah.
I'm gonna check out that audiobook.
Oh, hold on a
Oh,
second.
sure.
You've been
Be
here 4
great.
months and you didn't hear about the black swan?
Who?
Yeah.
You
I've been gone.
You were
I've been
here?
gone. I've been gone. No, I've been gone for at least 4 months from the server.
Oh, how
At
long
least
were you here
Swans
before
are-
that?
I was here for fucking years, dude. I was just under like one other account, and then yeah, I'm surprised nobody remembers me. Reckonor remembers me. I remember like God Rockin'. I remember Smurf
Your
guy.
voice sounds familiar.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you should have heard the black swan if you've been
No,
here for
I
even
don't think
like
I-
a week.
No,
There's no
That's
way.
like every day.
I miss
Yeah.
Reckonor so much, though, man.
Yeah.
Like fuck,
It's
I love
good to
that
see you
guy.
again, Mr. Clark.
Yeah, this is it. Fuck yeah.
But yeah, we should present you the black swan argument.
We found the
It's
black swan.
about a picture taken on the California shore beach, and they have these two oil rigs
Uh-huh.
out on the sea. And this guy took a picture of these oil rigs. He zoomed in. He made a video, actually, and this picture is a still shot from that video. And in this picture, you can see that these two oil rigs are very far away in the
Yes.
distance. And one of them, the guy had his phone with his Google GPS map position, and it can tell you the distance from you to the oil rig. So that the first oil rig is like 6.4 miles away, and the second oil rig is like 9.2 miles away or something like that. So almost 10 miles. And because this picture is a zoom in from a video, when you are at full zoom, the things which are very, very far away, the most distant in the picture, you have a resolution loss and it looks blurry and stuff like that. But you can still make a good you can still distinguish and find that the horizon is actually behind both of these two oil rigs.
Was it a cell phone picture?
No, I think it's a camera, quite high zoom.
But it had GPS
camera.
data and stuff. Like, it sounds like it was a Google thing, and there's Google, so it was a fucking cell phone.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know the
from that
parameters.
From that beach location, I mean, the guy documented the location he took the picture from, and yeah, we're not talking about distance precision measurement like at 1 foot precision, or that is negligible. Because It's a distance of 10 miles.
I don't know.
So, yeah.
I have to see the photo. I don't really know anything about.
Sure. Let me post it in the live stream, voice tech. Give me one moment, and I get back to you.
It's from a video. It's from a good camera. It's just a still shot. Then that is taken. It's taken his
Mhm.
phone to get the coordinates of where the oil rigs are, and he zooms in and out and shows you everything in real time. What's happening? You can. I think I don't have the actual whole
What is
video.
it? What does it prove? Does it prove
Yeah.
something? I'm not sure.
Okay, I
Well-
posted the picture. Do you see it?
Sorry, where is this?
In the live
Live
stream
stream
voice
voice
text.
text.
It's the channel right above this one. Did you find
Okay, yeah, I
it?
see. I see it. So, I'm not sure.
So in this picture, can you see? Can you tell me where the horizon is? Like,
Are you- is like-
is it in front of the oil rigs or it is behind them?
I don't understand. Like the one that looks farther away is farther away. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be gathering from this.
The horizon
I'm
line.
simple.
Where does the horizon line?
There's a
Where do you
lot
see
of
the
dynamics.
horizon
Like there's a lot of fucking shit in motion here. You know what I mean? I'm not really know what I'm supposed to be looking for, but
The
I
horizon
see.
line.
I see a line. Yes, I see a line. But it's just there's a lot going on
Yeah.
with this photo.
It is a high zoom. I mean,
Yeah, you can see
I
like the
know.
mirage kind of effect and stuff
Like-
too as well.
The furthest distance that this camera can see, like
You're supposed to
That's
think
very,
about the
very far.
radius. Yeah, you're supposed
you
to think
can't
about
see
the.
that far with naked eye.
That makes sense to me,
So,
doesn't it? It should
yeah.
make sense to me.
Or you're supposed to think about the radius, right? It's supposed to be a certain size.
Hold on.
That's what you're supposed to.
Are you saying that they're like the same like height or something? Like you're not. Like, I don't understand. I'm
No,
stupid.
you have to
Also,
think about the radius.
Just answer me. Just
Hold on, bro.
first,
Wait, hold
just answer this question. Like, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the
Well,
oil rigs or
To be honest,
behind
though,
them?
like I wouldn't
Yeah.
be able to trust this because there's just so much going on with this photo. Like
I know, but
can
look
I-
at it.
I can't get set into
Honestly,
any
and
set answer.
I know
I just think
it's
it's an
blurry.
interesting photo.
Yeah.
Because you don't know
But
what you're
do
looking
you
at.
see, for example, do you see the second oil rig?
Yeah, like which
further.
one's the second one? The
Yeah.
first one or the second one?
The one at 9 miles
Yes.
far away. Yeah, that's the furthest oil rig. Do you see it completely from the bottom of the sea to the
No.
top?
No. Like it's missing.
No?
Like there's
So
some.
what's missing
Uh-huh.
from that platform, oil rig?
I don't know. There's nothing really missing from it. It's just like fucking. I don't know if like I don't know what the proper term is supposed to be used. Like
Is
Parallax or some
the
shit.
oil rig legs missing?
no, like they're not missing. It's just that's due to the fucking like
Ah.
due to the fucking whatever
I know you
distortion.
can't
from far away.
see them clearly, like perfect
Yeah.
clearly. It's not high definition.
I don't know.
It
Whatever you want
doesn't
me to
look
say,
like
I'll
a
just
high
say it.
definition picture, you know, because it's a high zoom.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
picture at the
He's not. He
very
doesn't
far
know what
away
you're saying.
distance.
Get beget.
Yeah.
He doesn't
Yeah.
understand what he's looking at, so you can't.
I can't
You
make
gotta
any
explain
definite-
to him. Well, listen, man. What you have to pay attention to is the actual size
Yeah.
of the globe Earth,
Mhm.
which is the radius. That's what we're looking for, right?
Okay.
So,
I gotta.
according
Sorry,
to
I got a
that-
customer here. I gotta be right back.
Size. Yeah. Anyways, you should probably go fight the vaccines. Yeah. Well, we got this, bro.
Oh,
We
you're
got this.
funny. Can you just
Yeah. You go fight the vaccines, fight the economy, right? But remember, you're fighting it on a ball Earth, and have fun. What I'm trying to say is, this is all happening. Like he's saying, right, that there are more important things that we should be fighting. But if you don't know the battlefield, then what the hell are you going to be fighting?
Bro,
You know what I mean?
this shouldn't be come into question, bro. This is not even level step 1. This should not come into question. This
I remember this
what
guy. I
everybody's
remember
so
his
proud
name.
of, bro.
I remember
But you
his
know,
name.
we need to contextualize it as. Can you see this photo of the horizon? Because
he
when
didn't want
the
to look
ball
customer.
aside, they
I
always
think
say,
he-
can you see the photo of the 2 oil rigs? And that's
He didn't want to
You're
admit
not-
to it.
well, it was peculiar that he comes on here saying that he is skeptical, but yet he starts to parrot exactly what the Ball Earth skeptics or the Ball Earth proponents always say. Once again, it's a photo of a horizon. Can you see the horizon? Is the actual question. Whereas they want to always focus on the oil rig. But also, I think, maybe he didn't even understand that. Nathan normally takes people through this step. That do you understand that the horizon is supposed to be your ball earth edge? Firstly, do they understand that part?
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
then we agree that the horizon is where your earth curve starts, and that should be happening at 1 mile. But it's obviously
Yeah.
so. Like, you really take them through it as simply, especially when like this guy, he's quite new to this.
Yeah, he didn't know what he was, and I think a lot of Globers are doing that. When we show them the black swan, they don't know that they're supposed to be looking for this curve, right? So, I see this, but they're not thinking about the math and the geometry that's supposed to be there. That's frustrating, Then you got to take them back.
They are, bro. They'll just say
But
it's
deliberate.
further and, I can't see, it's too big for me,
Is he
and
still
fucking all this stuff.
I think he's with a customer. I think he's at work and he has a customer. I don't know if
I see.
if he dipped out because for a customer.
I thought he ran away like I would be saying some blasphemy stuff, Yeah.
I remember him. Yeah, I remember him. And I remember people that used to come here and say, "Hey, man, there are problems out there." And
Yeah.
this is why I always bring it up. It's like if flat Earth wasn't important enough, right? If there were bigger problems out there I could do something about, I'd go out there and do something about it. But flat Earth is the solution. I mean, prove me wrong.
It
Right?
confused me saying that he's been here for years and he never heard the Black Swan argument. I mean, that's
suspicious.
impossible.
Right.
It's the Black Swan argument is discussed every day here. Like,
Yeah.
Bro, Pong, you shouldn't be able to question even this. It's not the solution. This is like when a baby learns how to crawl.
Yeah, I mean, when I say
Okay,
solution,
I give you-
what I mean is like it's
To get
what
them to
will
think
help
probably.
you understanding that the Earth is not a ball, right? Because what I say to people all the time, these problems only exist on a ball. A lot of these problems that people are talking about only exist because they think the Earth is a ball and they believe what they've been told. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
They existed before, bro, when people thought it was all level and stuff. Same sort of controllers were in charge.
right.
It's just people keep on getting abused, bro. That's the thing, yeah. People get this cycle of whatever greed or people not fucking helping other people, whatever, and the same usual people lose out, and the ones that have been involved, for the majority of time, they're the ones that win out. So this is the thing: if you can't alleviate somebody, so they can have a bit of a, I suppose, bit of downtime, make it maybe easier for them, so they're not physically, mentally tight. I'm not making an excuse. I'm the last one to make an excuse for anybody else. I've been fucking around the block fucking 100 million times, but they're not used to it. If you make it maybe easier for them, then they can focus their energy in on something. Majority of people, bro, you would know here how it is here in Australia, in the States. Most of the people, they're working their butts off. to be so-called middle class, you have to be putting in quite a bit of work, right? My old man used to do 7 days and used to do 14 hours every day.
Yeah, who's the middle class? The zero?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're called, somebody that's,
Yeah.
they can pay their bills and, maybe you got a little bit in the bank of savings, middle class, but you're doing 7 days a week, 14 hours while the boss is riding you. And then you have to come home, wife, kids, this, that. And again, this is not me making an excuse because it's been around too many times. But if there's no give from somewhere for somebody to, I don't know, not have pressure, whatever you want to call it, around them, then you can't, you know what I mean? They can't even get their thoughts together to function properly at work and at home. This is what they do all the time. They ramp it up, turn it down, ramp it up, turn it down. Not that somebody's getting complacent or whatever, lazy, whatever.
Eggs.
Yeah, brother.
Not knowing and not understanding what life is a suffering, unconscious suffering.
Yeah, I know, brother.
Yeah.
As I said, I'm not making excuses.
Yeah,
Me, bro. We've spoken.
They come here in this state, and all their questions, those trolling questions and everything, they are actually questions of like how do I say this?
Self-reflection.
They are asking the meaning of life. That's what they are actually asking. They are asking you to explain to them the meaning of life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they don't know. Yeah. They don't know what life is itself. You don't know where you live. You don't know your home, your house, your garden, your yard. You don't know it.
Yep.
Yeah,
your people,
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
brother,
your senses
exactly correct.
tell you one thing, but in their mind they have been raped and thrown dust in the eyes, sand in the eyes, or even broken glass, So they can't even open their eyes because it's painful, to open their eyes, to being honest. Yeah.
I get that. Listen, 100%, brother. I agree with you. For the people that come here, you need to shut up and just listen, ask proper questions.
Yeah.
Even if you're a bit slow, say, listen, seriously, I really don't get it. Spend some more time. And if they ask nicely, then 90% of the people here won't abuse and won't abuse the person. Those are the ones that need to do it.
For me, it took like a snap of the fingers to turn from a glober to a flat earther. That's how long it took me. And it happened when, on this discussion, when you start walking from the North Pole towards the equator, and once you reach the equator, you take a left turn, and that's a 90-degree angle on a globe sphere. In the world, if I will do this, if the world was a globe and I will do this, it means I'm taking a right angle turn. And but then you make another 90-degree turn, right angle, and you get back to the north, to where you started from. And if you do like, yeah, when you cut in 4 this sphere, yeah, you can have like a triangle with 390 degrees angles, you know. And yeah, it looked very funny in my mind, like it's impossible to have such a triangle, you know, with 390 degrees angle, you know. And I was like trying to explain to these guys, flat earthers, dude, this is geometrically impossible. You have no idea what you're talking about, you know. And
Yeah.
yeah, then um, they tried to explain me, and I was in cognitive dissonance. Like I was convinced that these people have no understanding of geometry, you know. But then I went alone myself, and I took the problem down on paper. I seen it, and then I started trying to visualize it in the real world, you know. And then I realized that, hey, in the real world, this thing should be happening, and it's impossible. It never, you know. If you take,
Mm.
if you turn, if you take 290 degrees turns, you will never get to the point you started from, you know. Because you
Well,
will
that's
be going like in a square shape, you
yeah.
know. So yeah, that thing can only work on a globe, sphere, you know,
Hmm.
with that kind of curvature so big that you can't see it, and you know, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well, mm,
and that's
mm,
how long it took me, like a snap of the finger, you know, when I saw this problem, and I said, "Damn, these guys are onto something very real. Like they know what they are talking, and I perceive them as these guys are interested about reality, which they are not confusing mathematics with reality. You know, there is a fine distinction between the two. Reality
yep.
is not mathematics, and neither vice versa. You know,
It's a
so
description.
yeah. And I then started to accept, hey, yeah, I am interested in reality. If I can't understand the reality, my nature, my home, where I live, then where the hell am I living? I mean, someone can tell me I'm living in a $100 multi-million mansion, but actually it's a swine shed, the place where I'm
He,
living, you know.
he,
And yeah,
you beautifully put. That's use that analogy too. Okay, people think they're
yeah,
eating steak, but they're eating bologna sandwiches. This is a problem.
yeah.
It's
Mm. So it
it's
does matter. The quality of your life, yeah, is very important. Even your value system changes. Your system of values, it changes drastically.
yes, yes. I would say most people are more on the talk than on the changing.
Yeah,
I know you are different. There's a few people that are different, but there's a lot of people that like to, you
yeah.
know,
You know, I
do
don't
the talking.
deny it. Being a clown is like financially, materialistically good in this society system, you know. they pay you good to be a clown, to be an acting clown, you know,
Mm-hmm.
because this is what all these people do. The policemen, the medical system people, you know, these are all clowns. They don't work real jobs. Those are not real jobs, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's far off what it's meant to be, what it was. It's just this is just a normal what we call animals, what animals know to be true.
Yeah.
Apparently we're smarter and more intelligent. Can't even what's it called accept our own senses. So then how can you actually presume to reason or to put in some form of logical thinking? So that's the thing. Whoever comes on here, there should be more, I think, switched on.
Yeah.
But
Why is the pharmacy industry separated from the medical?
to make it seem like they're separate, but they're not really separate. It's just that the illusion
No,
of
you see, the pharmacist, they say he's doing drugs, yeah? These medicines.
Mhm.
They call it medicine, you know? The pharmacist is doing it, but the medical field to establish what is your illness or affection, you know, your problem, health problem issue, you have to go to a doctor because he's the one who studied the medical field, and he's supposed to know which one is the treatment for you, and he is the one supposed to know to give you the treatment, to make the treatment. But they separated this, so you pay this guy just for telling you something, but he will not be healing you. He will not even take that responsibility of healing you. He's not responsible. His job is only to tell you what your problem is. And then you go to the pharmacist, which has no medical background, knowledge. He does not know what you're suffering of. He
your history,
cannot
yeah.
identify your problem, yeah. But he's the guy who knows to make the healing medicine.
Yeah, I get you. That's how it
He's
is.
the
Yeah,
one
in
who
Europe.
gives it to you.
Yeah, they fucked us
And
up with that, bro.
yeah,
They fucked us in
you
that
cannot
bit of
accept it.
Europe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's
But
so
here,
wicked. It's a wicked system.
over here in
Anti-health.
Australia, it's there's this, the doctor gives you the thingy, but it's they've got a list there and that's it. They don't go outside
Yeah.
the list.
Yeah.
And the guy over there is just like I don't know, somebody working in a supermarket, but they get paid a lot more and he has to go to 4 or 5 years of university for doing the same thing as a dude at a supermarket does. He just handles boxes that are as big as a lighter for a cigarette. But what they did where you were from and where I'm from, they used to be together, but as you said, they made you have your doctor, and then you go to the apotheca, the drugstore, whatever,
Pharmacy.
and you rock up and that guy's going to tell you what's good for you, what's not, and all the rest of it. Yeah, that's why I understood you.
Yeah.
What you were talking about. They're doing all these. This is what I try to tell people. These people know what the proper thing is and what the right thing is, and there's only one certain whatever law or whatever you want to call it. But they're doing these little experiments everywhere. In so-called,
Yeah.
different little nations do this, do that, do this. Everywhere is a little experiment.
And believe me, even the policemen, even the judges are suffering because their lives are directly affected by this wickedness of this system.
Yeah, they have to get more perverted.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what the
They are
perversion
being
escalates.
slaughtered too. Yeah, they are also in the slaughter machine, and they are in the position where they can start make a change. They can start pull some strings,
Mhm.
but they don't.
Yeah, brother.
They don't. They
Yeah,
just
I
go
know, bro.
blind. Yeah, and that's why they ask these questions when they come in here. Okay, but if the earth is this and that, then why this and that? Like crazy stupid question.
Yeah, yeah. Now, if the floor is if it's flat, what about all these lights in the sky? And what about this? And what about that? Like I've been up there.
Yeah.
You know,
And
like
yeah,
apparently
you know,
I'm NASA or JAXA or MAXA or whatever. Like I have
when
a
I look
story.
when I look at the sky, I can see it is very high. I cannot tell how high, but very high, like thousands of kilometers, But how big it is, like all around me, all the way down to the horizon, comes in a dome shape, this thing
Mm-hmm.
which I see my world, the world I live in, I see it in a dome shape, the sky above and coming due to perspective, apparent it appears to unite with the ground in the distance. Yeah, like dome shape right in front of your eyes. But you see this because we are limited from seeing the whole world. That's a God power, a godlike power, all seeing. To see the whole world would mean to be all seeing. And
Yep.
that's what they are doing with the globe. They make you believe that you are the God. They they give you the power of being a God. Yeah,
The bird's eye view.
by stitching pictures in Photoshop. And that's why people even fall so easy believing all this bullshit. Because, yeah, if many of these fools, uneducated, when the man is uneducated, he does not know what it means, a God wannabe. So, by default, he will want to be a god. He does not know the problems of God wannabe, God complex. He does not know it's a syndrome.
Yeah, you're correct.
Is yeah,
Somebody hasn't been
being
trained properly.
being uneducated is actually being mentally ill, not like a disease, but uh, you're not right in the mind.
Yeah, and that's the
You lack knowledge.
that's the lowest form of knowledge or whatever you want to call it, you
Yeah.
can have education, which means
Yeah.
it actually means literally means training for animals.
Yeah.
That's what education means.
Yeah.
Erudition.
And
If you want to get somewhere
this is
further
what
up.
today's school system is. They are like planning you a trip, holiday, a very long one, like 3 months holiday, but they ask you to make no luggage, pack nothing from home. No underwear, no clothes, no nothing. You go there after 1 month, your clothes are all broken, worn, and you're gonna be looking like naked. you know, in your
But pretend
holiday
you have
time.
clothes and underwear.
Yeah, yeah.
Just pretend you've got some in that broken suitcase where it's empty. You've got some, and just imagine you putting new ones on, and you'll be alright.
Yeah, and this is what being an atheist means. This is how I perceive them. Anybody who claims he's an atheist is the lowest clown for me. Like it's the man who has not read anything, not a book.
Yeah, hasn't even sit down to think. You don't need to. You just need to just sit down and think. Look inside. I was explaining it to before. Like heaps of people in the village don't know how to read, but they've got a sense that there's something more. How can these people know this and so-called educated people don't?
Yeah.
These guys are kind of just giving free will up, and this is the parable in the Bible where it says wiping you out of the book of the living. It's you are doing it to yourself. You've been given a chance. You didn't wake up.
Yeah. They are very
That's
well
it.
known. For example, Columbus, when he went to America, he gave them beads, to the Indians in exchange for, I don't know, food or gold.
Mhm.
And then he gave them uh, blankets with diseases, smallpox or whatever. But these things, they don't teach them in the history books at school. Oh, Columbus was such a great guy. He discovered the bullshit. Yeah.
I don't know if it even exists. It's just Christopher Columbus CC 33. And I don't know, that thing with the smallpox, like somebody going there getting smallpox and then
I don't think
all this, everybody dying.
Yeah.
Like, I don't,
But
like, what?
yeah.
Nobody had smallpox over there.
Yeah, these European royal families, the Dutch, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the British, the French, the Germans, all these royal families, they spent a lot of money and they sent ships to America, and they are the ones who killed those people, the American native,
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's more, but they probably would have done something much more worse than smallpox. I think they've had these poisons and concoctions and stuff for a lot more longer than people think. I don't think it's a case of smallpox because they did the same to the people in Europe. They saw that it worked.
They did those practices even here, just to keep the society, people in a low state, poverty and they can't fight back,
Yep.
You are a king, you have a giant castle, with soldiers, with everything, an army to defend you. You pay them very well, but you make sure that those soldiers don't allow any man in the village prosper. If he harvested 10 tons of wheat this year, take away 9.5 and leave him with 100. The other 400 he must also give to church or whatever tax.
Yeah. And then the
leave him
policeman will
with
take his
barely something to survive. Yeah.
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 Yeah. And they do this. They'll tighten the squeeze, and then they'll let everybody go. A lot,
you don't pay
and
your
then
taxes. Come, hang
again.
him in the city market. If you don't pay the taxes to the king. Yeah. This is how they did it.
Yeah.
They are a bunch of assassin families. Families of assassins, criminals, psychopaths.
Yeah, they used to do that just to each other. They've brought it into the public now, which they're not allowed to do.
Yeah.
It was just amongst them, but they know they're not meant to bring it into the public, and they've done it really bad.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Hopefully, I know some shit will change.
Yeah, slowly we will come back to those Noahide laws, which they say they will make it eye for eye, tooth for tooth again.
Oh, I'm gonna have a lot of eyes and a lot of teeth, then, bro. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Whoever needs spare eyes and spare teeth, ring me. Yeah, that's why I don't put stock in. Can't put faith in our institution, like how they run, most of them run, but you should just be able to see from the state of what's happening right now how much you can trust anything. For some reason, instead of people coming together, it's turned out a different way.
I have a Jewish synagogue in my city. Every time I pass by, I throw a stone at it. Yeah.
Those guys. Those guys have been given a story. They're worse than the Globes. And they think they're something that they're not, but they don't really know what they are. And they're getting used, but they go along with it. I think I think quite a few of them are smart enough to realize it, but it suits them.
Eggs, when first time when a child is being terrorized, the first time, it's a big trauma. But next day, if you do the same thing, it's not gonna be the same intense for him. and third day when you repeat, um, at after 10 times, 15 times, it becomes normal. And after 20 times, 30 times, ala.
Hey, you dropped off, bro.
Pregătesc. Mă pregătesc de lucru. Stai. Oh,
Can we get you dropped off,
yeah,
bro?
I got a call. Yeah,
Oh.
I got a call. Be right back. I have
Oh.
to make a call.
Okay, brother, no worry.
Hey, does anybody know who the best like rapper or singer in this server is?
I don't know. No clue. Who's got any advice for this gentleman?
Chocolate raps, Chocolate Saiyan, Elijah raps, Whatsit, Drace, they all rap, but I don't know who's the best rapper though.
All right.
The singers, Kai can sing, Drace's sister, and Karma, her name is Karma. Helio can sing. I think,
He can yell.
Okay.
yeah, can sing, yeah. Just
I put
music.
like 9 like beats in the collab lab. I'm just trying to find like
Oh, cool.
the best people.
Nice, yeah. You know what you could do? You could probably mess. I don't know where you could drop it.
You you do,
You need
the
a roll
collab.
for it, eh?
Yeah, you need the
some kind
collab
of
lab
roll.
roll. I have it. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Do I have it?
Yeah, you should get in there.
Damn it. Okay. Working on. Oh, it found it. Yeah, and you just at them and let them choose. I think that's what I was gonna do. Just chuck beats in there and let them choose.
All right.
Well, damn, Travis. Nice. Okay, where do I start? Which one is the best you think? Which one do you like the best? Oh
Man, maybe the Power Cosmic one. Maybe.
all right, I'll download that one first. Have a listen. Nice, bro. Shit. Oh, you got the wave format too.
Yeah.
Nice. I have to listen to it on the other phone, so I'm just gonna AFK real quick.
All right.
Saints Row. Yeah, what's it? My opinion. Speech, man.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh.
How's your
Yeah.
mixing? Is your mixing good? You all right with that?
Not really, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I think it's fine for people to just yeah. I do like techniques to make sure my mix is like at least decent. Like, I mix it in like mono, so I put it so the master is going through one like headphone,
Nice.
like one of the ears. Yeah.
Yep, that's perfect. Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds balanced. The mix is balanced. I mean, it's good enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nice work, dude.
Thanks.
I can hear what's it on that Saints Row one, so you might want to shoot him that one in his DM.
All right.
What do you think about drill beats?
They're all right. They're pretty cool. Just like I like it because it's more like I feel like it's more you're kind of making it so that someone can rap on it specifically. It's like you're kind of making it I don't know, it's just simple and like just hard as fuck.
Yes, and it's very nice to talk shit over, about Nassau,
Yeah.
All the shit we talk about them, I was like, this is perfect for Joe Beats. Put it all on. Yeah, like going at it, right? Like, what are you talking about? I'm talking about somebody. I'm talking about some busters out there. I'm talking about these Globers that come here, right, and just watch us kick the shit out of the Globe, and then they do nothing about it. You know what I mean? You know how the drill rappers talk about things like that, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I just dipped your globe in the. Yeah, I have to drop. It's so funny in my head. I just need to figure out the flow and the bars.
Yeah.
Battle Mouth's got some bars. So. It would be so epic, because I think drill's got this slang to it, that you kind of need to know the slangs so it's kind of encoded, you know what I mean? Like the only people that's gonna really know what you're saying are the people that speak that, you know what I mean, that language, the slangs. Yeah. So you can totally start red pilling people. I mean, with what's this guy talking about? Some real shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the best thing to do is like say deep shit, but don't come out. Like you don't want to just say it outright. You want to like make it you want to like
story.
Imply it. Yeah, story. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Build a little story, a little thing that's happening, whatever. You pick the story, but then when people actually think about the lyrics, it's like
right. It like conveys the message.
Because
because like when you tell a story, it really conveys the message a lot more than just saying what you like. Instead of saying like I fuck bitches, you would say like I have like you would say something that's like conveying that you do that.
Yes, like you explain, we tell a story, exactly. I'm also looking into filmmaking, because I think they're making short films about flat Earth. It's crazy, right? But
yeah.
I was just thinking, like, all right, tell the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so glad you jumped into this music thing, man. I thought I was the only one guy out here making beats. I was like, yes. You speak my language.
Yeah, I haven't done shit with my beats. It's like the first thing I've done. Just setting them in there.
Yeah. For me, it feels right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think contributing to some flat Earth music is the right thing to do. Damn.
Yep.
You play keys or guitar?
I'm like semi decent at both. Like, not really,
Same.
but I just yeah.
Yeah, same. Good enough to start mixing stuff.
Yeah. And
Just with the 808 here and the dum dum dum. Sonny sent me some guitar samples, so I was just working on those.
oh, yeah. He sent me one, but I couldn't figure out how to like download it. So like, cause I can't. Actually, I think I can. I think I just thought about it. I think I just realized how. But yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. He sent me one. I'm gonna make a beat with it probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like one of the like making beats with guitar samples is so fire. Like, I want to get good at guitar just so I can do that.
Yep.
Make samples.
Sonny's really good at the guitar.
Yeah, I heard him playing. Just like playing stuff by ear. It's pretty crazy.
Yep.
Karma and Drace, they're pretty good. They rap and Karma sings, so they could do a lot too.
Oh, nice.
Drace has the voice, he's got to work on his delivery and his practice. He's new, but he's good.
Yeah. I kind of want to be like a rapper or some shit, but I'm just like, don't want to deal with like being like famous or being known or whatever the fuck. Like, I think I could make some dope shit. I just don't want to be in the spotlight.
You heard of that rapper MF Doom that just died?
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody knew what he looked like.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you can do it. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
I'm thinking the same thing too, but yeah, I think we have enough content to write like 10 conscious rap albums and so many.
Yeah. Nah, I think I would just make dumbass music. Like, I would be a contributor to all the bullshit. But it would be fire though, so like if I made music, like I wouldn't do like truth music really. It'd be like I would try to get famous and then do like truth shit like on the side and like tell people. But in my like in the actual songs, I would just say demonic shit.
Yep. It's a good idea too. It's I know it's on Mask Off, right? Future.
Uh huh.
The
Yeah.
flute. Yeah. I was thinking instead of Percocet, you say curvature. Curvature. What's the curvature? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Over that flute. Show me with the curvature. Curvature. Yeah, you just say one word over and over again, right? It's not a Gucci gang, though. The radius. Right. If I could just keep repeating a certain phrase that has meaning, of course, right? And it's catchy, and people will be singing it. Catchy. Pink Floyd, his songs kind of says a lot, right?
Yeah.
Those kinds of songs, it's against the system, but so catchy and so awesome.
Yeah, it's so like I think the best stuff is like it's true shit and it's so like just fundamental that it's not really about anything, but it's just like true on a bunch of different levels.
Yep.
It's like that, yeah.
Like for me that was like Phil Collins, like in the 80s and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like what he's saying then is even more true today. Like he was so visionary. He said some of these small things that you think are a big deal, just wait. Like you could have a whole thing coming, and it's
Yep.
That's what the government knew, that music and pop culture was going to be powerful. That's why they started doing all the censorship, like in the 90s. Like not safe for lyrics, whatever, and stuff like that they were doing.
Parental advisory, right?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, parental advisory, explicit lyrics. It started like censoring even album covers to the point that artists were just putting just random oil paintings, just stuff that no one could get worked up by. Eminem did an amazing thing too because it was Dick Cheney's wife who was supposedly spearheading that. He had like a bar where he's like, I'm sorry about about my lyrics, but your husband's heart conditions just complicate things.
Funny how Eminem used to talk, so much crap about, and now he's apologizing and being very careful.
Yeah, like he's turning into a normie or something like that, right? Like where back then my music was meth fueled, Come on, dude. No one can perform at that level and be cracked out. It's like don't even front. I'm not sure what game you're playing right now, but please,
Yep. Did you guys see that Juvenile track? that Mike posted? Vax that ass up.
Oh, that's
Vax
funny.
that ass up.
Instead
Yeah.
of back it up, yeah.
Well, Juvenile made a song called "Vax That Thing Up" or "Ass Up," and now they're promoting it, and now they're promoting government agendas.
Oh, I thought it was the opposite. I thought it was like a parody, but he's doing the opposite.
Somebody, this guy IDK just released an album, and he has Jay Electronica on one of his songs. I think it's Jay Electronica, and he says like, "I'll never let the CDC come and finesse me. You guys can have Dr. Fauci." Like he says some like, "Fuck all that stuff." And he kind of like, yeah. I was like, "Oh shit!" Like it was actually some real shit. I was like, "Damn."
Yeah, when
How did
And
that?
MF Doom's actually on that song too.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
How did the song do though? A lot of views. I mean, a lot of.
It came out
Oh.
recently. It's fucking good. Like this album is like super good. I think. Let me look it up. Oh, it has like 100,000 views so far.
Nice.
Just the video. Yeah.
Looks like Claw ran away. That Claw guy that was here earlier, I think he's a troll. That's why I jumped in, but I think that ran off because we butt head last time, and it was about this, where he's more concerned about other things. It's just stop looking into flat Earth and do other stuff, and it's like
That was the first time I heard him talk, and I was already suspect of him. Like he just seemed like he said something where he's like, you guys don't trust NASA, but then you like he just made some stupid ass argument, and I was like, what? Like, and it's I don't know. I think something going on with that dude.
Yeah, I think he's a troll. He's just like all the other trolls. He's just nicer tonight, I guess. But I think he heard us talking and just thought, we start talking, and then got carried away, and then brought back to the shape of the Earth, and then right back where he started. I gotta go. Yep.
Yeah.
It's only when I saw his name. Like I was listening the whole time, but I didn't know it was that. So right when I saw his name, I was like, "Yeah, troll." I remember you. Yeah. I really wanted to get into that argument, man. Like to ask the questions. Like, what's the difference between a ball Earth and not a ball Earth? Problems, right? A ball Earth, resources are limited. In the real world, you don't know. Hey, do people know where oil comes from? Yeah, it comes from dead lizards and stuff. Lizard of Tom McDonald? Rapper? White rapper?
Oh yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, rapping about like, truth, conspiracy stuff.
Yeah. He said
Because he puts platter.
he said a few cells something about bacteria on Mars is
His life, yeah.
yeah, his life, but yeah.
But a fetus is not.
Yeah.
Well,
that was powerful.
I wrote a poem. One of my father's poems are about that, where I basically compared when they said that Cassini was going to crash land on Saturn. They were worried that they didn't know for sure if there might be organic cells down there. Something might be down there, but they don't know. So they're all worked up that what if that causes damage to the environment and kills organisms or kills single-celled organisms? And I'm like, well, where is this standard for human life when the exact DNA copy of husband and wife is just a clump of cells without human rights? They'll get all worked up by the potentiality that maybe something might get destroyed. Meanwhile, what about human life here on Earth?
Yeah.
It's like the double standard hypocrisy of these people where they won't even tell you what life is, but they'll call it genocide because a single-celled organism, possibly, that doesn't even exist, got killed by crash landing some fake, space probe that didn't even exist in the first place. That's get all worked up over that, but just not here on Earth. Massive deforestation going through the rainforest so people can have cheap coffee, causing the extinction of unknown number of species. Not a problem. Not one shit given, like no F's given. But articles and papers and discussions and all this stuff about some fake probe.
Yep. Kind of puts things into perspective, eh? Sometimes the scientists might be thinking, or the astronomers might be like, it's like we're these aliens, you know what I mean? We accidentally crash land on Earth and kill off all the people on Earth. We don't want to do something like that. Maybe that's why the aliens don't come down and say hi to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yet Tyson did a funny thing about like why aliens don't come. It was he did a political, it wasn't about science and jet propulsion or nuclear powered space shuttles. He's like, do you go, he basically said, how many people just go hang out at a trailer park to meet the locals? Basically you don't go to a junkyard and look talk to the rats. He said, I can't remember the exact words he used, but he kind of implied that all the junk in orbit, no one's going to even check this place out. They're like, what a dump.
Sounds
That
like he's calling us people on Earth, rats or
Yeah, that's kind of what he implied. That
Yeah.
man, if he thinks low orbit is a dump, he should check out places people live. I mean, there's a whole thing called Habitat for Humanity trying to clean up the cities because they're that full of trash.
consumers.
Yeah, consumerism. You see like these like police body cams out of Baltimore, just all the whole alleys completely full of trash. Like you have to wade through trash to walk down an alley, and somehow that's sustainable. Like the federal government just needs more money. Like it just doesn't make any sense. They can't even deliver basic services. You guys, the watch party yesterday for the shuttle, or something, whatever that was. Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert talking all over that shit. Like, and they expect people to actually take it serious. They hired a comedian.
I know, right? First you get Rickrolled, and now this.
Like on Brandon's, we were talking like in chat while it was going on, and I'm like, oh look at, and now they roll out. Well, the claim was I'm not even watching it. I'm like, well, you can hear me talking on the live stream, recorded right now, of me watching it with other people. If that's not good enough for you, I started typing in like exactly what Colbert was saying, and they said Colbert wasn't even there. I go, I have no idea what you're watching, okay, but.
Yeah. Dude, it happened so fast. It was like a half an hour.
Yeah, it was like that was it. Boom. It's up, it's down. Huh. Something like 88 million, or what was it? The price tag was just the only thing out of this world was a price tag.
All right.
Like he just spent like if that was if the event was even true, right? Which was obviously a hoax. But say if it was true, just hand wave it, right? In their model, this guy did this thing. He just spent more in 30 minutes than like what 1,000 people will make in their whole lifetime working.
Yep.
And he just spent it in 30 and didn't even bat an eye doing it.
What was the purpose of it all anyway?
Like, was it just a big EP flex between Bezos and Branson? Who's going to be the first billionaire into base?
So it's the race of the billionaires, right? To space.
Yeah, turn into like some sort of odd, like Twilight Saga. Are you team Branson or are you team Bezos?
Yeah, they're not trying to prove the Earth is a ball. Yeah, everybody was laughing last night.
Yo, yo, yo.
Oh, Brica.
What's up, Crit?
Not too much.
Man, were you in here was it yesterday? Watching the Virgin Galactic?
Yeah.
Did you see the video I posted? They did not show that.
From inside the
Yeah.
yeah.
Now they come out with a video of him floating and look at all the cuts, man. It was just hilarious. That was not part of their live stream yesterday.
Yeah, they said they were going to release additional footage for reasons.
That's hilarious, man.
This clip that QE posted with Fight the Flat Earth about that you don't see your hand. You're only seeing a model of your hand through atmosphere or something. I was like, what? What? You know, like with a straight face. Who said that too?
Who said that?
Craig was talking to that Mitchell from Australia.
Oh.
And he said the reason why you have to use models is because there is no reality. It's just all perception. I'm messing the quote up a little bit. So he's like he goes, case in point, like lift your hand up and look at it. Is that your hand? And Mitchell was like, drive on. Yeah, that's my hand, right? And he says it's not. It's just a model or something along those lines, you know? That's not your real hand.
Well, there's only one way to find out, right? Take your hand, right? Now slap yourself. Did you feel that? That's called reality. Yeah.
Dude, we're gonna back this place, dude. Y'all see the picture?
Yeah, bro.
Dude,
were you there?
No. We're going for the next one on the 14th. Is game 4, and so they'll be outside, you know. And
Nice.
so if they win, it'll be 2-2. If the Bucks win again, it'll be 2-2, which means they'll come back to Milwaukee again for game 6. So we'll probably do it then too. But there are public sidewalks right around this area, bro. I'm just gonna pull the PA system out right beside.
That's what I thought. Those photos were in that video. Those videos. I thought you were there. It's like holy shit. But yeah.
We haven't got there yet. We're still on like the Upper Peninsula, but it's gonna be so funny, bro. We're gonna flat smack the NBA Finals, dude. Maybe we can have something happen and it glitch the Matrix, you know, like go viral.
Yeah. You gonna do a video? You gonna have video and everything?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna do a live stream, and then we're gonna have the 360 GoPro set up to tape it, you know, independently in case something good happens. You could make a video. You know, edited. Yeah.
Yep. Just check the link up when you go live, before you go live, or when you. Yeah.
Say it again.
Oh, yeah. It'll be on your YouTube as well, right? Like.
Yeah. Like I'll do it on my. I use my iPhone and live stream on my YouTube.
Cool. Praying for you, bro. No
Thank
fear,
you, man.
Yeah.
Nah. But yeah, it is a bit nerve wracking, to be honest, because grown men get really triggered about their sports, you know. So this is the first time they've been to the finals in like 35, 40 years or something.
Oh hell no! The flat earthers right here. Get them out! Oh my god, they ruin everything.
So I'm trying to. So what do you think I should do? Should I like try to blend in for a second? Should I with like Milwaukee gear, or should I just not
Man,
just wear?
I would like at least try to sneak flyers through. You know what I mean? Like from the outsides in. You know, like get people to kind of pass the flyers through, so that when you do jump on, people will have at least have the some material. You know what I mean to look at.
Yeah. I don't
Timing.
want to really wear Milwaukee gear. You know, I just don't. I don't want to wear NBA.
What? Take two jerseys, right? Look at the crowd. All right, it looks like there's more of these fans here, so I'll wear that one.
Yeah. I mean, the Milwaukee Bucks are going to be outnumbering Suns fans like 20-1. You know.
There you go. Wear the Bucks jersey.
Once you use the ball
and talk
to talk about the ball earth, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be like,
yeah.
hey, you see that? Oh, he missed it. You saw that ball he just shot? The earth is not
Yeah.
one of those. The whole game. Dude.
But face the other team. You know, like wear your Bucks jersey, but then talk to the other team so that the Bucks fans will look at you like, yeah. Wait, what is he talking about? Yo.
I talk bad about the Suns.
You people here, you all worship the sun. That's why you're the Suns. The Earth. You start going into it.
Did you guys know how far away they say the sun is? Dude, they're telling me he's saying I should hold a basketball. That's not a bad idea. I could just bring a basketball with me as a live demonstration of how the Earth's not a ball.
Right. Have an exit. You have exit paths, right? Routes, just in case you got to run.
Yeah.
Up to you.
Yeah, I think that's like not a bad idea, right? Like if I wore a Milwaukee jersey and had a basketball just for optics alone, you might get something like viral that happens where I can edit it out. You know, like the video where you know how it goes, right? Like you have a catchy thumbnail, so you see the guy with the jersey on with the basketball at the finals game, right? Like,
Yep. Might get some, for the thumbnail. That would be awesome. Exactly.
it just hurts me to even think about buying a freaking NBA jersey or something, you know? Like, ugh.
You don't have to buy a real one. You know, it's just gonna be some kind of
knockoff for sure. Yeah.
Right. Or just a normal shirt.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just looked this up this morning, bro, and I'm like tripping out because there's actually public sidewalks all around it, dude. Like they can't make me not say things right beside them, dude.
Yeah. Pick a good spot. Yeah.
There's like what, like 25 to 30,000 people out there.
Yeah, bro. Slay them all.
That's a pretty efficient flat smack, you know what I'm saying? Like for one night's work, 30,000 people, I'll take it.
Holy shit, bro. Real people. Not bots or any of that. Real people, right?
Yeah, kind of. They're NPC NBA fans, but like, dude, and I don't just do it for a few minutes. I do it for hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, I talk about the Earth for hours, bro. Like, it's so funny. It's gonna be hilarious. The cops are gonna definitely try to intimidate me, though. You know, like with the you can't be here, but I can be there though. So maybe we'll have a few street preachers out there, so that they can't really single me out. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, stay tuned. The NBA Finals are getting flat smacked. I just wanted
Yeah,
to
I'm
formally
pretty-
announce it.
Yeah. How's it feel, man, being out there?
It's cool, man. I mean, it gets a bit draining,
Yeah.
but it's cool. Like
Worth
we
it?
take occasional breaks. You know, like yesterday, we were driving. We just chilled by the beach and watched. We do things to kind of regroup. You know, we like chill on the
Yeah.
beach, watch the sunset. So.
Reflect. Yeah. Yeah. Reset the brain, eh?
Yeah, because I hate cities, man, and like the main place I'm doing my activism is like in these major cities, so it's like, ugh, it just sucks at times. To be honest, like I hate cities.
Yeah. Just think about it. You know what I mean? You could have been touring nonstop, right? Your eyeballs falling out, and you still have to do it as a rapper, you know, like an entertainer. But doing this, you know,
Yeah, that would be awful. I'm so glad that I didn't do that.
yeah, exactly.
That's like half the reason I never wanted to do it, bro. You're like a puppet, bro, and you just got to keep going, and that sounds miserable.
It is terrible. Yeah.
See, this is the sunset from yesterday. Imagine not realizing that that sun is local. That's why it's locally reflecting on the water. And as it moves through the sky, its reflection changes relative to where it's at. You know what I'm saying? Like it's wider and as it gets further away, it gets more narrow.
Yeah.
How's that sun reflecting directly on that water, bro?
Because it's flat.
Exactly.
Is this one of the beaches you guys were at?
Yeah, this was yesterday. This is Lake Superior. It's just like a beach off the highway.
Nice. Yeah, that's a nice sunset. The one at the
Yeah, dude,
bottom.
it was beautiful. Yeah, it was beautiful, man. I mean, I have it on the P900, but it's like you don't see as much of the pink as you do on my phone on the P900. It's kind of weird. Might have been the filter. I don't know.
Or the white balance, or
Yeah, something. But if anyone, really, my main thing here is like, if anyone can think of like good ideas of what we should do when we're there, then hit me up. Right, like I'm gonna go look at it on Google Earth, try to map out where we can go. We're gonna get there early in the day, go look at where we'll be able to set up. I might get a basketball and a jersey just for optics sake. And then if you guys have any other ideas, hit me up. Like you can pay $10 for a ticket, right? And I don't know if they'll let you bring a sign in there. You got to pay $10 to get in the actual square. It's treated like private property. And so we could get like these giant flat earth signs in there, but we wouldn't be able to do activism, right? And they'll probably not let us have our signs anyway. So that really defeats the purpose. I want to get on the microphone where they have to hear me. So, you know, I want it to where you can't take a picture of that area without someone seeing flat earth, a huge flat earth sign in the crowd. That would be kind of cool, but like I can't do both of them. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to pick one.
Is it just you?
No, it's Chris and I, but like without us both there, like it's impossible. Like he helps me run the stream and like watches my back. You know what I'm saying? Like you need two people there. Like when the phone's dying, he goes and plugs it in. and make sure the audio's still working, and occasionally like changes the levels of the audio. So like without him there, the stream's pretty much impossible. He's like the behind the scenes MVP.
Nice.
Maybe we can pay someone like 20, like even $100, like to hold a Flat Earth sign in the crowd the whole time.
Yeah. Well, I know, right? Would I? Yeah, I would.
That way that someone would just take our money and not do it though. But like you could just keep someone in the middle with the giant Earth is flat sign and give them $100. They had to hold it the whole game though. Tell them I'll give
Tell
you
'em hold
20
it.
right now. You got to come back for the other 80.
Yeah. 20 to hold it for 20 minutes and then come back for the other 80 and then take it from there. I don't know, 20, like a half an hour, up to you.
I want them to have to hold it the whole time, bro, so that if they ever take a picture, it's gonna have Flat Earth in it. Like they won't be able to sneak a picture out without it, you know.
Yeah.
I want Flat
So
Earth to
it's
go viral, man. I want to glitch the Matrix, bro. I want to have something happen where they can't help but cover it.
Have you thought of your talk? Maybe you can integrate the basketball, the game of basketball into your talk. How the floor is flat, rim is round, the ball is curved. You know what I mean? You can kind of
Yeah, dude, exactly. That's like looking in the sky is like going on this basketball court, throwing a basketball up and saying, "Look, the court's a ball."
Yeah. Yeah. Just use basketball to educate them. Like I think that'll keep it relevant as well. It's not too off topic.
Yeah, I'll try and think of like kind of funny things, and then maybe we'll get at least out of the 3 hours or whatever, we'll get like a good 5 minutes of edited content that could be funny, and then maybe I'll get somewhere else to. I can't post it on my channel. Nothing will ever go viral on there, but I'll try and see if I can get someone else to post it with a big channel. Maybe use TikTok or Twitter or Face, something.
Yeah, TikTok. TikTok is viral for funny videos, yeah.
Plus, I got this omnidirectional mic now, so when people come up to me, you can hear what they say. So, like, it's very possible that people get really triggered and come up there, and it could be hilarious as long as I keep my cool and just keep in mind, just try to make it funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is really important too, because sometimes the audience won't hear some dude in the background, like screeching like a lunatic.
Yeah. Like all my streams thus far, you haven't been able to hear the people when they come up to me, even like. But the mic was freaking $400, but I got a donation for it, so I went and bought it immediately. So we have a good omnidirectional wireless mic now. It changes everything, right? Like, because normally you just hear me responding, you don't hear the heckling, you don't hear the comments. So sometimes you're like, damn, why is Austin being the dick? And you have no idea that it's been like 10 minutes of them cussing me out and cutting me off and screaming things, to where I'm like, okay, look, I get it. You're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. You don't know anything about this. I don't care what you have to say, and all you hear is that. And you're like, damn, calm down, Austin. Like, I want the audience to be able to hear all of it so they can like feel like they're there, Grown men get triggered about it, bro. It's so funny. Like they get so triggered in the real world. It's the grown men. Like you occasionally have a female like laugh, but it's usually like older men.
In the 30s or like 20s, 40s?
Oh yeah, at least 30s.
30s, yeah.
The children come up and they make jokes, but then they start listening. It's not the same. Like the children are actually about it, right? Like they actually think it's stupid, and they want to walk up to you and see how you could believe it. The adults, they just want to like say something while they walk away. They don't actually have the balls to come up there on the spot. The children just want to know the truth. You know what I'm saying? So I'm cool with children making jokes. That's what they do. Like if I was a child and I heard someone talking about flat Earth whenever I was in school, I would have walked up to him and made jokes too. That's like literally what I would have done. So I don't really mind that. As long as they come up and talk, that's cool.
Yeah.
Wow, Meme, what are you doing to me, bro?
Yeah, meme's coming in hot, man. What's
That's
up?
hysterical, dude. Infraction.
What the hell is going on, man?
Infractions, dude. He has an infraction.
How's your new tour going? What's it?
It's cool, man. It's pretty dope.
Sweet.
Yeah.
You had a lot
we're
of
just trying to do epic things.
face-to-face interactions with just random people. That must be the
Yeah.
best part of the whole thing, I think.
Dude, he's about to flat smack 30,000 people. NBA.
Have
When
you
is
already
it?
in a capacity like that? Like in a large gathering?
14.
I've never had 30,000 people, man. You know, like I've been in places like in New York City. There were like probably 3,000 around me, and I've had like the auditorium full with 400 in New York City, Times Square. But I've never been on the mic talking about flat Earth to 30,000 people. It's gonna be a trip.
You got some boys with you? Because damn, dude, if you're going by yourself, that's
I got Chris with me. But nah, dude, the father's got my back, bro. It's all good.
Yeah.
Are you gonna live stream it?
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah, and like there's a aura of protection in these public places, right? Like criminals aren't gonna go do some crazy crime like directly in front of 40
Yeah,
cops.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
every time there's
also-
a big gathering, there's cops everywhere.
Yeah, also like those areas, they have to maintain more control over because they don't want bad publicity for people to be scared and not go there.
Then you're probably literally gonna get a soapbox, right? Stand on it and
Yeah, I'm definitely going to get as close to the entire square of people as I can, and my PA system is incredibly loud, bro. Like you can hear it from very far away. So what'll happen is people get triggered and the cops will come and try and tell me I can't do it, and I'll have to tell them yes I can, and that'll be the real problem is the cops, not people. I don't think, but there's no telling. This is the first time they've been to the NBA Finals in 40 years, and you know, grown men are like obsessed with their sports. Like, how dare you interrupt my idolatry?
yeah.
Exactly.
No, that's good, man. You're gonna shoot from the hip? You're gonna kind of look over some stuff that you want to talk about, or what?
I have kind of like a typical script, and I go based on what people say. I just break through I run through the operations from 1945 to 69 and how they lied, and then I talk about we physically measured the Earth, bro. It's not curving anywhere, dude. You know, I talk about the basics really, and then people come up and ask questions. But no, I'm better. I don't like scripts. Like I can't even do that with a song.
Yeah, I can feel that, man. Well, it's gonna
And
be
of
good.
course, we're gonna hit. Good.
What's the time frame? What do you? A couple hours?
No, this is July 14th. So 2 days. It's game 4 is in 2 days, and so if they win, then that'll make it 2-2, and that means they have to come back to Milwaukee for at least game 6. But so right now we're gonna make sure we get this game 4, and we'll see what happens from there. And then once we leave this area, ultimately we go west. So we're gonna go flat smack like Mount Rushmore and Yellowstone, whatever like big prominent place I can think of that would be a cool background.
That's awesome. Your friend gonna flat smack too, or is it just gonna be you on the bullhorn?
Well, it's just me on the mic, yeah, but everybody that comes up to Chris and asks questions, he answers them. He's constantly handing out the cards and info.
Cool. Is that also promoting your YouTube?
Yep.
Okay.
The QR code has Dave Weiss's Flat Earth app, my Masquerade Tour website, then my YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Odyssey, D Live, and this Discord.
Bro, you should get like a crypto code too for anybody that wants to donate, because there's a lot of flat earthers out there, man, that would love to donate to the cause, man. if they had a QR code to shoot you some crypto, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
I
you're
need
into
to set.
crypto.
Yeah, a little bit. I have to put a wallet address out.
Yeah, just something, like. I mean, to me that's decentralized, so it wouldn't go through like any bank or anything. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I think Cash App deals with that too, right? You can just have a Cash App account and have them send it to the Bitcoin address on Cash App. You can just receive Bitcoin that way.
Yeah, Cash App's the number one way I get donations by far. It's not even close.
Yeah. That's awesome, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like a viral idea for the game. Like I'm gonna grab my basketball and put some high tops on with a Bucks jersey or something, and I don't know. I gotta think about it. I got a couple days to try to think about it. Try to make it go viral. Crazy Flat Earther ruins everyone's finals game by talking on the microphone for 4 straight hours.
Yeah, man. So it's just you and the other guy, right? If you had like a cameraman that could like take shots of both of you guys doing your thing,
That's why. No, I wish, but that's why we're gonna set up the 360 GoPro. So it'll tape a 360 angle. Yeah.
There's no flat earthers in this group that can actually join you that day. That'd be interesting.
I don't know. Lou's from close to there. I think he's getting nervous about going up to the 35,000 people, and it's.
Yeah.
I mean, it is pretty wild. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm kind of desensitized to it now. I've gone to Niagara Falls for hours, numerous days. I've gone to the Pentagon and taped where they said you can't tape, and I did it anyway, and then told them I could, and they had to leave me alone. I've been to the White House where the cops tried to tell me I couldn't do it, and I stood out in front of the White House. So for me, it's kind of hard to top that. Like, I don't really think the number of people is gonna get me nervous, right? Like, so for me, I'm desensitized to it, but I can definitely see why someone else is like, this is kind of crazy, especially if they're from that area.
Yeah. Some people just want to stay out of the law's way. They don't want to mess with them.
Yeah, like even Dave Weiss, I was in his town, and there was this freedom rally where parents were they were protesting the masks and critical race theory in their curriculum and the shots. And I went to the journalist there and talked to him about that for a little bit, and then flat smacked him. And then they put me on the front page of his newspaper of his town, which Greenwich is like, it's like the Beverly Hills of the East Coast. It's where just a bunch of like really wealthy people live. And so now Dave's entire town knows for a fact that he's a flat earther. It was on the front page. You know what I'm saying? So like, most people wouldn't be able to handle that. Like, where you're actually from, it becomes much more real,
Yeah. Now you become like a target. Now you can move on, but that person that stays there has to deal with the backlash of people thinking that they can't trust them or whatever because of
they're a crazy flat earthers, yeah. Whatever, we gotta do it, bro. We gotta all take a stand, man.
I mean, obviously, if you're gonna be in that capacity, you gotta put some skin in the game, right? I mean, you can't just float around and think that you're never gonna be exposed to that kind of thing. I mean, everybody should even think of that. Like, how far are you willing to go with truth? I mean, stop at like that's where people don't know who you are, or are you willing to get doxxed purposefully and tell people the truth? Sometimes
if every flat earther was willing to get doxxed, then flat earth would already be out. It'd already be over.
Yeah. I mean, you just got to count the cost for people.
Right?
I think.
Yeah, I know tons of pilots that won't say it. I'm just saying, like, if every teacher or professor or pilot or just general person in the public, people on here, whatever, they were all vocally flat earth publicly, they could never stop that. But they've gotten such a control with people thinking they're going to jeopardize their jobs or social, societal ostracism, etc. That they're just like, yeah, I'll make a Discord name, and I'm not hating on that at all. I'm just saying, like, if we all went out in the world, it would be over. That's my honest take. I don't think it'd be even close. Like, there are 16 million flat earthers in Brazil. What if they all went out? Brazil would know all over the place that the Earth's flat, right? Like, yeah, you just make a decent impact when you go out. This will be the biggest one, 30,000 people, right? Normally it's maybe a few thousand. But if everyone was occasionally doing that, then everyone would hear about it and then, like, hear the real arguments, right? And so that changes the ballgame.
Yeah, it
Now
really does.
people think that they prove that you can go. People actually think they're taking people to space, bro. That's what they're running around saying, that you can now commercially fly to space. So
Is there a company that's doing that? Allegedly?
yeah, allegedly, Virgin Galactic those were people that paid for tickets, and they take you to the edge of space, and so people now think
that's
they
who-
proved it.
That's who Musk was taking a picture with, Branson. I saw that
Yep.
image.
Clown world, man.
Yeah, it is.
It must have been a really bad live stream though, because the Globe zealots, they won't even really defend it.
Oh, they went live? I didn't know that.
Supposedly, yeah. When you look it up, you won't find the unedited live stream. At least I couldn't.
I'd like for a Globe defender that thinks that is real to come in here. I didn't even know they'd done that. But
Yeah, I did it yesterday.
I heard the guys were looking for the stream when it was supposedly happening, and the only thing they could find were Globers just crying about how bad it was.
Seriously, I heard that. Yeah, that's why they won't defend it. They're not running around like with their victory lap. They're just not really talking about it. But they were asking me, like, so what's it? Would you go? Are you scared to see the Earth's really a ball? Now it's up to the flat earthers to raise $250,000 and put a flat earther on here and prove it.
yeah, I'd like to see where the live stream was where they did that. If that was even done.
Well, I heard there's a 4-hour live stream. That's what a Glober said. I don't know.
I'm gonna start looking that up. It's got to be on the internet somewhere.
But when you type it in, you get a bunch of like highlight videos, and it's so funny, bro. It's so stupid. They supposedly get to like 280,000 feet, and then they show out the window for just a second, and it's so stupid looking, bro.
It's all over the news. Looks like on YouTube.
Yeah, we proved the Earth was a ball. We went to space, man.
He's flying his little craft or whatever, Virgin Galactic craft. Fisheye lens, man. Like that's all you get from the angle where you could see inside of the ship.
Yeah, and so they were asking me, so if someone raised the money for you and you went on there, would you admit the Earth's a ball? I'm like, well, I would have to know what the windows are, right? That they're not going to impose curvature. I would have to be able to validate the altitude independently, and I'd have to be able to document it the whole time. I'd have to be able to record myself. So like, that's so unreasonable. There's no way they'd let you record. I'm like, so you don't even want to allow me to try to see if it's real. Like, look how scared you are. The psychological maneuvers they pull, right? They don't realize they're scared of the theory of me going on there, documenting it with a camera myself. That is wild.
So are they claiming to go higher than the ISS?
No. They claim they didn't even go to the Kármán line.
Oh, then they're not high enough to see the curve, according to the planetary director. So,
well, yeah, but they'll disagree with him, right? They'll just throw him under the bus. So,
if they did see the curve, then there's an issue, right? Let's see. Well, there's a video here that shows the live stream. It's an hour and 30 minutes. I'll put it in the. It's the first link. First link on YouTube. Scroll over to like 49 minutes.
Nigga,
What up, man?
what's going on, brother?
Nothing much. Catching up with some of this globe propaganda. The Richard Branson space flight.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a hilarious day.
Did you see it live when it was live?
Yes, I did. It was very well. Did I see it? Well, who saw it is the question. Because when we were trying to watch it, like you couldn't find it.
Oh.
And then when it I mean like, you know, from when the plane took off and everything, like it was a lot of weird things that were happening.
Yo, but check out this video they posted in TikTok, man.
Yeah, I was also I found this video. Oh, sorry. I found this video, this guy talking about, well, I'm not sure exactly because the title of the video is Australia proves flat Earth. But so at the moment he's talking about maps and he's saying or he's looking for why, or is explaining his process for well, anyway, I'm in the middle of the video, that's why I don't know what the fuck's going on. But
check out the video that Virgin just put on TikTok. Bro.
I heard you. But what's interesting is he says, you know, why the choice in the system we use with the maps, right? So he's like, you know, what does a map have to do with the Earth really? So it's like, okay, well, you could have went with the square, but you went with the circle. Why? And then he just began talking about the path of the sun and the what is it, the analemma, right? And when he started talking about that, I'm like, okay, so the map is really about the sun and its movement in a circle. But well, anyway, all right. I'll come back to y'all when I finish watching the rest of the video.
Watch this 2-minute video, bro. It's like a minute video. It's from when they took off, and something that didn't show on live, bro. Just watch this 1-minute video before you go.
So they didn't show this video live, and they released it today?
Yes. This is freaking clown world, bro.
Dude, they're trying to brainwash the children into, you can go to space.
This is weird though, because like when the only thing they show in the cockpit is when they were like, he shook his foot on the way down. But no, they want to say that they did this while they were up there, but they didn't show it on live.
What was the thing that was wrong with that clip there. I mean, I know what was wrong with it, but like within the clip.
Look, on the one I posted.
Yeah.
Well, the whole thing was when they were live, they didn't show none of that. They were just showing clips of them, just on the all strapped up, like excited. They were barely showing anything, dude. I mean, they just showed them going up, and like it was weird, dude. I mean, like the whole thing was weird, and then they released this clip when he was actually supposedly inside, and then he's talking about a message that he was giving to the children, and then the other thing was you seen the hair, the lady's hair. And then it was going down. I mean, it was just funny though. And then the Earth. They also show the Earth having like a pointy.
Total total clickbait. It says, "See the curve of the Earth from the edge of space with Virgin." Like, there's no curve. And then even on the clip thing with the play button thing, it says, "I can see the curve from here," or whatever. And nobody says that in the clip, do they? I didn't hear the audio though. Fucked up thing. Stupid.
And the jump cut too. He's buckled in. You see him unbuckle. The next thing he's floating.
Well, they're only showing images. Like if you click the live stream, they only show images of the outside of the craft. Like that's all they're doing. Like it's ridiculous.
Are you telling me none of us could make that? It looks so easy to make. Just a few models and a few
background scenes.
Yeah, backgrounds. It is so easy.
Hey, you guys want to spend $250,000 for about 3 minutes of a parabolic flight? Sounds like a good deal, no?
The highest parabolic flight.
If like, okay, say that I got 250 grand to go on that flight, it would explode, dude. Like something would either they wouldn't let us on there, you wouldn't be able to document it. They drug you.
It's its luck. It would blow. It would explode if he was on it.
I asked them yesterday. I asked the Globers yesterday. I was like, so say I went on there, or say the whole Globebusters panel or something like that. We all went on there, and then it exploded. Would you guys think it was just a coincidence? And they're like, yeah, it would just be a coincidence, and I would cheer it on.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, they'd be happy. They're like a death cult. Really, when that guy Mad Mike crashed, they were like dancing in the streets. They were so happy.
Like the main part there is like if it happened, right? So we went on there and then it exploded. They would actually believe it was just a coincidence.
That's hilarious, man.
Or they call off as justice, some sort of social justice that you got your comeuppance. You got a chance to see it for real, but it was taken away from you.
Yeah, the whole room like cheered and said that they'd be happy if I exploded. And that's a pretty simple tactic, right? Like just make it cost so much money that you're not even really gonna have to worry about it.
I think we had a new guy that just joined us. Lillyman. Lillyman's. Lillyman.
Did you watch it, Elijah? Just man. That's how I come off mute.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Yeah.
Good. How are you?
Really good. What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man?
Just here to, I don't know. Just felt like joining.
Piqued your interest? The topic of the shape?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your opinion on the topic of the shape of the Earth? You think it's a globe?
No.
No? Why not?
Why would it be?
I don't know. You tell me, man. It's your opinion. I can't think for you. There he goes. I can't think for you. What do you mean, why would it be?
Well, I mean, at least he asked a good question. Why would it be a globe? Mike,
Yeah,
Mike.
The people in this propaganda film with the Virgin Galactic, they talk about like towards the middle, like the heavy propaganda piece is when the announcer says things like, "Remember this day when you've seen this film, you saw history in the making," and on and on. It makes like this real memorial impact on your, so you could record it in your memory banks and kind of save it, like, so that if somebody dares even says like, come on, man, like you think the earth is a globe, and they're gonna be like, dude, we made history. Like we sent somebody in a commercial flight to space. Like it all ties into like the reason why they still hang on to this idea. It's because this propaganda is so heavy, especially when they announce it that way.
Did you see the NASA when the NASA was showing the clip, or they were showing the launch? They had the Virgin Galactic taking off, already separated and flying before the action, and then they went back to where it was like being held. Like it was like a weird screw up.
I didn't see that, man. I'm watching it right now, but it's just towards the end with that one astronaut, the one that plays the music or the guitar.
Oh yeah. Let me see if I find the NASA one because it was too funny. I was like, what?
How high do you think they really went?
I'm pretty sure high altitude, like Concorde levels, probably 91,000, 90,000, something like that.
Is that Chris Hadfield, right? The guy who.
Yeah, it's Hadfield. It's Hadfield. That's who it is.
I don't know if they went that high because there's a ceiling on all those engines, all those jet engines that they're using.
Yeah.
There's a point where the air you can't use it for thrust.
Yeah, but normally before they went out of commission, the Concorde was flying the highest, and most of the high altitude planes are cruising at that altitude. Ones that take like the aerial photographs and stuff. Yeah, military craft. I mean, if they want to make it look, quote unquote, believable, they would do it to that altitude. Because, you got to think about people that joined this particular flight. They don't know. They don't see any of the instruments. So they're just looking out the window and be like, damn, dude, we're in space.
Well, they don't have any hobbies either. I mean, you got to think these people, they don't have hobbies.
Think about how crazy, like the same leftists that hate capitalism, they will blindly believe a billionaire went to space.
Oh, yeah, dude.
The billionaire would never lie. No.
So I'm pretty sure that those people in that flight, already well indoctrinated, came out saying, yeah, man, we went to space. Wow. And the whole world's just like jumping on that idea.
That was a hand selected group of people, probably, like it wasn't even like, oh, first come, first serve, who's got $250,000. I don't think, but if it was,
and
that's what I'll go on there.
You think there was a vetting process?
They
probably
barely
paid people to go.
They barely knew each other. Richard Branson on stage afterwards, he goes, and the people that were on the flight with me are just amazing. Like this lady here, she's an astrophysicist or something like this, he says. And then she goes, no, I'm an astronomer. Okay. Like he didn't even know what her fucking position was.
Yeah, it'd be like a Lady Gaga concert. You got to give away tickets to get people to show up.
It was basically just an expensive parabolic flight, right?
Sure.
It just went up and then the thing fell down and then buckled loose and then, look, I'm floating. Yay. 50 miles up isn't enough for them to... It isn't even space, so it's just a joke.
Do you think they actually went 50 miles up?
No, but it's just no. We saw the gauge go up to 50 miles, but...
Yeah, I personally, I don't know how high you can go, I just know that space is fake, bro. Like outer space is not real. What they said it is not real. Like I don't know how high you can go though.
What's it? You must have seen that GoPro rocket that hit something at 73 miles up, right?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, so we know 73 miles, something gets hit.
Well, no. Globers will tell you that's some sort of mechanism that stopped the rocket from
Oh,
spinning.
yeah, I forgot they had a string attached to it. 73 miles string attached to it, I forgot.
No. But we don't know.
Yeah, we don't
You
know.
weren't the rocket. You weren't there. You didn't even have a view on the rocket. You don't know.
And there are some arguments about it, right? Like there is a mechanism in the rocket where it shuts off its thrusters. That's real. So like I don't. For me, I'm like, yeah. The reason that's interesting is it looks like it might have gone into some fluid. Like that's what's interesting about it. But like, I don't know how you can go. That's why I think we should just be honest. I have no idea. Like it's 2021. To think that no one could go pretty high in the sky, that seems weird to me. Like the military mapped out high altitudes. Say that there's a medium change, right? I think that there's almost definitely a medium change, and it's much more dense when you get close to the containment. It gets dense, like fluid-like. So, like, who's to say you couldn't get up higher and fly some? You know, I really don't know. I have no problem
but
saying
the mechanism for rockets, though, for shutting off the fuel, is the rocket running out of fuel.
Yeah, that's good.
There's no alternate switch to just stop it. Once that fuel gets to burning, that's it.
It
How would
slows
you-
down.
How would you then explain the SpaceX thing coming back? It had fuel, right?
Doing good.
Right, but it didn't
I
go
definitely with
far.
my own eyes watched the SpaceX launch go up and come back down and land. Like, I mean, that video of it, it looks like it's in water, man, when it gets high. It might just be an optical effect, though. I don't know. But, like, the rock goes up and comes back down. It doesn't look like it's extremely high, but also, if you're being honest, if you're pretty far away, right, it'll change how it looks. I don't think it's obviously not as high as they claim they go, but they shot a
No,
rocket up,
exactly how it
looked like it was in water, and then it came back down. So
And you can hear it clearly hit something, and it sounds a little hollow when it hit. Gong, gong.
Yeah, I've seen that video a couple times. They needed to put a damn camera forward facing. That's what I'm waiting for them to do, is redo that whole thing with that hobby rocket and have forward facing cameras on it.
Right after Talia left. A lot out of me. Well, Talia's my daughter.
And I did some Oh, sorry. Is somebody talking? It sounds like you're coming in.
Elijah,
Really
you're
low.
hot micing? Elijah, you're hot micing or you're trying to say something?
I think he
hot
muted. I did some calculations. So commercial flights are 6.6 miles above the ground, 35,000 feet. So fucking Virgin went, what, 9.5 times higher or something? 50 fucking miles up.
Dude, that's not even the coast of Florida. And you think of the size of the earth and you put that vertical, not even the coast of Florida, vertical, that's nothing.
No,
If they say that's space, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
oh, look, that's the shot I got of the SpaceX, right?
Oh.
So Virgin claims they went 264,000 feet up. And I think we have independent footage at 210,000 feet. Right?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was a joke, man. Just a big parabolic flight expose. He even proved concave Earth. Funny is that.
So that GoPro rocket at 73 miles would have went 385,440 feet up.
And most of
Before-
the Globers are saying they're underwhelmed. That in the comments section on the videos. Yeah, they're like not impressed. I was under the impression they were going to be moving around in the ship inside. So
Yeah, they even showed an animation just for the actual launch. And the commentators were telling us, you're watching an animation. This is not the real thing, guys. This is an anime. But it just shows you how they can fake it, right? The animation looked even better because the real thing glitched out like every time. It was just a joke, man.
Yo, is it just me or does it look like the rocket's in water, bro?
Good to go.
Like if you look at that clip, dude, does not look like it's in water.
I mean, my uncle said he got to see the SpaceX launch. I'm assuming it was on TV, but I think he said he was there for one of them, and he's like, "Oh, it's so cool that they lifted up and landed back down."
Yeah, I mean, I videotaped it. It's right there. Like it looks like it's in water. And this is with the P900. It looks like it's in water, bro. Like
Yeah, I was watching the clip.
that's hella weird, dude. I don't know. Like it is kind of captivating, right? In a way, it's also very underwhelming. Like it's at the same time, like it's kind of cool. It's real bright at first, but it's just like you're like, wow, is that it? And then you hear a bunch of zombies cheer like it just made their life worth it, and you're like, wow, they've got us. But it starts to tip over with parabolic trajectory at a perceivably low altitude, right? But you can't really tell from a distance if it was high, and it looks like it hits this barrier where all of a sudden their their boosters start going off, but like it looks like water. I'm just saying, I think at a very high altitude, it's possible that we have like a fluid-like medium within our container.
Possibly. I mean, an interesting point that I came to a couple days ago was that we measure things like gases and we still call them fluid.
Yeah, so you could have like
fluid air.
fluid, yeah, you
fluid
could have
helium.
very dense gas, effectively. Da-na-na-na-na.
It's amazing. I'm telling you guys. I got the 24/7 lane stream on mute in the background here. There was a Toronto officer of the law killed a couple like last week or something. They caught the guy who killed him within 24 to 48 hours. I believe they caught the guy.
Good.
But my nephew's friend gets killed outside of my sister's unit in 2015, was it? And it's still unsolved.
Maybe a different cop did that one. And the way it works, dude, I'm surprised that they even arrested one of their own.
Mic check?
You're good.
Yeah, my Discord is acting really weird today. Cutting in and out.
He had a somber moment over something that happened. There really ain't too much to say to it. And dude, who do you call when the police are the ones that are doing the crime? Keep asking people and nobody can tell me.
Yeah, there's a really good quote from this public defender who realized he had convicted somebody based all off testifying, and he went back to the defendant to apologize. He said, like, "Hey, I didn't know. I was just given. I thought you were the bad guy, but it turned out some of the bad guys are wearing badges too."
No. Most of your population at large, like for the United States of America, maybe 15% are actual criminals. The rest of them, the other 85%, is everybody else that doesn't want to do that shit.
Called barratry. Has to do it all the time, every day.
Right. This prison of treasons where they're lying in order to commit acts of treason against people. It's a war crime.
Yep. And they know about barratry, and they still keep on doing it.
When a cop takes you to court and, oh, you didn't use your blinker, and, oh, we're going to take your license and you're going to go to prison until you pay this fine. Okay, who did I harm, injure, or cause loss to? Who? What? Nobody? Oh, so there's no crime.
They say that you did it to yourself.
Doesn't matter. It's none of their damn business what I do to myself.
Yeah, but that's their justification that you're
They're
the
not
victim.
charging you.
Yeah,
They're
you're
not
the
charging
victim.
you. They're charging a name which they created, and they know that. That's what barratry means.
Basically. That's what it all boils down to. Because I've had a friend that went into court one time and asked them, because they said the name and, hey, can I see, what you're reading from? Sure, here you go. Oh, that's not me. Oh, that's not your name on the paper? Absolutely not. Okay, well, get the hell out of my court.
Good move.
Right?
Smart man. Yep. It's just an invitation. If you can read, then
Right, but when were we ever taught to read all capital letters as words, as full words?
yep. It's no hyphen.
Never.
So it's not connected. Yeah. So it's not on the page.
Right, well, the
Or it's
easiest
written-
way was it after every capital letter there's supposed to be a period. So if they
Yeah,
do,
hyphen.
like, say, John,
Hyphen, and then it has to be hyphenated, otherwise it's not on the page. That's why sometimes it's called they write it in what's called American Sign Language, which is like half. Half your name is in like capitals, and then half of it isn't.
so it's all babble.
Sorry.
I said it's all babble.
Yeah. Hopefully some of these pricks will go to jail soon.
That's the thing, though. I mean, it's hard to look at the Babylonians as good people. It really is, with all the crap that they do. However, people think they're intelligent and go, oh, yeah, that's me, that's my name, that's my this, that's my that. All right, latches ensue. Well, you're going to jail. Bye.
Correct.
I actually had a clerk threaten me one time, told me that I had to understand. I said, ma'am, I said, I've looked over this piece of paper you gave me. I said, I don't understand a word of this shit. She goes, well, you have to. What the fuck do you mean I have to? I don't have to do shit. Oh, she was losing her shit. She was losing her shit because I told her I didn't understand what the hell was going on. Straight up losing her shit.
It's the best thing you can say if you open up your mouth. If you don't understand something, you cannot answer the question. I don't understand.
Oh, I mean, they trick everyone into believing that when they say you've done a violation, that you've harmed someone, that you've actually done something wrong to someone. And that isn't what violation means. But people think that because why?
To be vile is to speak bad about somebody. It does and what they think it means. But yeah, it's people think they know what the other person is thinking, so that they get upon themselves to assume that they know, they have the same vocabulary or lexicon or dictionary, whatever you want to use.
I mean, fine. They created the term driver and they want to use it. They want to define it in their own system. Great. In my life, I have plenary power to define that word however the fuck I want.
Yep.
Because it's a made-up word. I can define made-up words however the fuck I want. Now, when it gets to things like scientific method, scientific theory, I'm pretty sure most of the intelligent people will agree that the definition that's out there is good. So we don't need to change that.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's a...
But that's the thing, made-up words. Shmoo. What does shmoo mean?
Shmoo.
A lot of people I meet are shmoos. Like calling somebody a goober. Everybody gets all weirded out by being called a goober. Like, dude, go look it up.
Walk into court and call yourself an idiot. And walk out. If you're that scared, the judge will tell you, thank you very much for coming in. See you later. Because it doesn't mean what people think it means. It means a private person.
Right. License and registration. No, thank you. I'm an idiot.
Yep.
Well, license and registration. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm an idiot. I'm refusing your offer. Sir, I'm not offering you anything. I'm demanding something. Well, shouldn't there be a question mark behind that? Sounded a lot to me like there was an exclamation point at the end, and I don't know what the hell you're saying. You're just throwing random words around like I know.
That's the thing. It's the whole problem of it.
Self-automated slavery. They say driver's license and you start fumbling around because you think you know what they're saying.
Yep. And the other thing is, people hand it over to. They say, "Can I see your driver's license?" But people give it over. You can show him. He doesn't need to touch it.
Oh no. I've been through that one. That's when they'll draw a gun on your ass. There you go, you can see it. Oh, so we're not playing that game. We're not playing that game today, son. There is no game. You got a gun. You said C. Here you go. Now you're gonna have to pull that gun on me for me to hand it to you, buddy.
Yeah, I've done a few things like that. I just have my camera on.
There's no telling what they have in their system about me, dude.
I can't be worse than me, bro. I've told you. Can't be worse than me. But
right.
At the end, it's yours. You know, adhesively or whatever, without, closure and whatnot. So why are you giving it to them? The only way they bind everything together is with your when you were born. You never give when you were born or your birthday, whatever you want to use, whatever term. When they ask me, I just say, I don't know. They go, what do you mean? I go, I don't know. You don't celebrate birthday? I go, no. So you don't know when you were born? I go, so you're using birthday now and now born. I go, whatever it is, I go, it's hearsay. I go, I was told something. I go, I can't trust anybody. I go, when I popped out, I didn't look at the time and date and everything, so I really don't know.
The funny thing is the people railing over that statement like it's stupid, but that's the most intelligent thing.
I know.
I can just hear it now. I can feel the disturbance of the force. Somebody just railing at their computer, throwing their keyboard, going, "No, that's stupid."
You don't know nothing.
Right? Obey authority.
That's the thing that links it all together.
What's wrong with being your own author, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows how to read and write, so.
So I wonder if they're still giving out all that free grant money. We could start a Flat Earth Aeronautics program.
Yeah, I was.
Hint, hint.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about something. Is the maxim of law is like you owe when you buy a house, you own everything from. It's like the maxim is from the tops of the heavens to the bottom of the house, like straight line up and down.
Yeah.
So those pricks are meant to ask you if, if there's planes flying over your house, you get like chargemanship for it.
Yeah, for using your airspace. That's that was the whole chase on the allodial title thing. Or the allodial deed.
Yeah.
That's where all that goes. But it's just a deed from a survey. A deed's just a survey with a claim.
Yeah.
I walked from this rock to that apple tree to that pecan tree to the walnut tree, and that's 10 foot past it. Either side. That's it. That belongs to the family of. And moving on. You can't separate the minerals from the topsoil. You can't separate the air from the land. You can't separate the rain from anything. You can't do it. It's a legal impossibility.
Correct.
The way they're doing things as far as selling houses, if the mineral rights don't go with it, you didn't buy shit. You're renting. Under a presumed contract to purchase all of it, however, you don't own it. You're still renting at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's why you pay
Yeah.
taxes every year, because you're paying rent to the owner.
The Lord lording over you.
Fun stuff in history everybody got. Apparently they didn't get taught in class, because I don't remember learning that in history either. Not until after.
Well, yeah, especially in the US. I know here, they changed it even here. They're like snuck in even Canada. They should not have a prime. I need to have a look at the constitution. But they shouldn't have a prime minister.
Right.
That doesn't exist. I know in the Australian constitution it doesn't. There's nowhere mentioned in there.
There's a couple of them that a lot of that stuff that they have offices for don't exist.
Yeah, people don't get that.
And no office can be created by the officers holding office in order to extend their powers. It is an impossibility of law.
Biden.
But
exactly.
What the heck is DHS? What the heck is CPS? What the heck is FDA? What the heck is CDC? What the heck is all this shit? Oh, they're all
tax
private
office.
companies that are
Yeah.
acting as government agencies, but they're private companies.
Yeah. For them, it's worth it. Put it this way: if they ask you, just say, $1, and they ask everybody for $1, and only 100 people and 90 people give that away. The 10 people that don't want to give that away, they rather spend that $1 or even more to either give you your stuff back or even compensate you than tell the truth, because it's perjury. But even though they've admitted in court cases, they're just sending out a letter, and people are just looking at all this gobbledygook and assuming that they know what is on there. It's like the Homer Simpson thing, when he says, if you want to be happy, send me, what is it, 1 cent, 10 cents, whatever, $1. You can't do that. That's, scamming or racketeering. That's what these guys do, but through the mail. And if people just kept a record of those letters, it's a criminal offense. Not civil
Then
criminal.
they have to know where to send it to start an actual investigation by a proper agency, and that's another thing. Most people, I'd say, know the agency's name, but they don't know that's where you're supposed to go.
No, I mean, as in, like when you get a letter from some place that's not meant to be there, like, I don't know, what's it called, the your taxation office there, which is really under the trust of the firearms, tobacco, and alcohol. So that the Department of Firearms, Alcohol, and Tobacco made another trust that is for to tax people. So if you keep the evidence that they're sending you, that they're telling you that you owe money or this or that, you just go to your sheriff, and he deals with it. Or you can go to the marshals, but nobody, I don't know, nobody just wants to even ask or to tell somebody. It's really interesting.
It's the little things that are so beautiful.
Oh yeah, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Firearms, and Tobacco was opened by the U.S. Treasury, not the Treasury of the. So that's how that was functioning for a long time, for like 100 years plus.
Yeah, and then it gets moved to another trust. Rebrands.
Yep. It's in Puerto Rico. So again, I don't know. Are you guys a part of Puerto Rico now? People are confused. I'm voting for Washington. Somebody in Washington now. Puerto Rico, I don't know. They did the same thing here. Because they made here a Republican was in 1974. Even though they say we're part of the Commonwealth, blah blah blah. We're not like Canada. They made the ATO, and this whole place, this whole whatever we want to call it, country, state, whatever, nation, is working and functioning off tax. Of people's tax and GST. All the other taxes gone to the to that thing in England.
Sounds like a colony tax.
No, it's just these spastics here don't like people don't even know what symbols are and all the rest of it. Like the UK, even though that's a corporation, so it's Britain. You've got these lion and the unicorn. So if you're part of the UK, the seal has to be a lion and a unicorn. Why is there a fucking emu and a kangaroo? It's just a simple thing. You don't even need to know how to read or write. Look at the picture. I don't know.
Well, as far as law goes, the first one I see is public notice. Either property or public notice. And that's in Genesis.
Yeah. As long as you keep the original copies, send them the photocopied ones. If you want to be kind, or if you can, you can to put like the public notice in the in a newspaper. If you can't, doesn't matter where you put it, as long as it's out in the public. Because these guys apparently, expect you to memorize everything that they do and say, and codes and statutes and regulations and rules and laws and all this dumb shit. But you're not even there, and you're not a part of the group, which is fucking funny. And the funniest thing of it all is, those laws are meant to be for them. None of those laws are for. None of those laws are for anybody on here. Every single law that they make is for themselves. That's the funniest thing. I'm gonna have a good chuckle now.
That would be for the people in the States, American Jurisprudence. Second edition, page 1, paragraph 1, 2, 3.
Every single law that they come out with is not for you, it's for them.
Well, I mean, people are going to want to know how to reference that. That's why I brought up constitutional law, American jurisprudence.
Yeah.
It's in black and white in public law. Just got to find it and read it. It's been in black and white here in America for a long time.
But the first the first full proper constitution that I learned was the American one. Because the same dudes that, few of the same people that wrote the American one wrote the one for here.
You talking about the U.S. con job? Because we had the Articles first. The Articles of Association was the first Constitution. Articles of Federation was the second Constitution. They both went together. And then there was supposed to be an amendment, 1781, which they failed because they didn't amend it. So
because they couldn't.
the articles were supposed to stay. You can't get rid of a law just because you couldn't fix a problem with something in it. You needed to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, but if they go into conflict, it has to be if one thing contradicts another, then it's null and void. Because all they did was slap a trust on top of the British one, so that they could get some money for themselves.
Right. Void on its face, prima facie.
Yeah, that's treason. They would have knocked them out. They would have knocked them out. But, you know, all the lords and king and all the rest of them, they would have been happy we're getting enough. Let these guys have their bit of fun.
Well, I mean, dude, the individual state constitutions here in the States, it's clear. Go back to the original, read it, comprehend it. If you got to read it 100 times to comprehend it, do it. It tells you, black and white, can't miss it. This is for you, these are for them. There's the separation of powers. Anything that they make while they're in Congress is for them. They can only make rules for themselves. They can't give themselves powers that, oh, look, you didn't give them. Holy shit. Surprise. Black and white.
Yep. No. And the powers can only be expressly given.
Well, like hearing that social contract crap, morals, fine. Everybody wants to be mannerly and moral towards each other, fine. But that's not an actual contract. That's just being good.
Yeah.
Being pleasant. A social contract would be a social compact agreement, is a physical contract. There is an original and copies. It would have originally in the 1830s, 40s here in the States, and prior to that in the colonies, been published in the newspaper, at least a portion of it.
The Gazette, yep. Or the
For
federal
public
papers.
notice.
Yep.
Joe Bob is a free man. Hallelujah.
Well, no, that's what I said. That's what I was laughing. I've been saying this since the first day. What is he calling him? Executive. Not even orders. He's even calling him something else. Executive actions.
Right.
What the fuck is an action? I would like to action a Big Mac meal.
Well, it's an action, man. You know? That pew-pew kind of, or whatever.
Yeah, action, you know, like what is it? What was that? G.I. Joe? Action figure, G.I. Joe.
It's like plan idea, man. It doesn't.
Those guys were just like, the dudes in Washington, they are just meant to be service providers. Like, literally. Even in their thing that they read up. They're just there to provide a service to help the states or the actual nations. Because they're meant to be separate, to be able to travel freely amongst each other for goods and services. That's it.
Now you're going back to Alexander. peace. Peace among men. Or Charles. To conquer the world, to bring peace to the world so that you stop the fighting. Which is kind of twisted, however, with the world in conflict.
Yeah, it's one of the person's motives comes down to, bro. I know I've read there's been some good people. Like I've read like the Federal Files and all the rest of it. There's some people that fucking spoke up. And they left, and some of them never went back and were ashamed and all the rest of it. Tried to do some good, but nobody backed them up. I don't know. Everybody fell asleep.
Well, the biggest thing I grew up around was that whole, if everybody had advanced technology, everybody would just start shooting each other, which is stupid.
Nah.
If people were better able to have more advanced technology at the ready, it would be easier to stop crime.
Was I was fixed about told who did I say this to before? Government. Every single government, or whatever you want to call them, those ones everybody follows, they do not contribute anything to anybody. They do not how do I put this? Make anybody's life easier. They do not give you anything, nothing. They only spend, and usually
Hey,
it's
hello
to harm
guys.
you. Oh,
Why is everyone muted here?
They're listening in. So what's up, Cat Baukar? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Just came here to like just listen, to be honest. But I have the speaker priority, so I guess I can talk too.
No, you have no speaker priority. You are VC verified, so you can.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Not priority.
Okay. So, what's up, man? How did you find the server?
Been here for a while actually. I
Okay.
don't know when I joined. I haven't joined in like half a year or something, I think.
Okay. And have you looked into the topic?
No, I'm not a flat earther. I just I used to like listen to this and like just chill,
Okay.
listen to people talk.
So you're
I
not a
don't
flat
really believe
earther,
in-
but what is
No,
it?
I'm not.
Why are you interested in the topic? I mean,
To be honest, like I don't really think it matters, like if we're on the if it's flat Earth or if it's round.
of course it matters, bro. What are you saying? Why wouldn't it matter, right? I know.
It doesn't really change my life, you know. It's not.
Yeah,
in
it
front
doesn't
of
change.
me. I can't
it will
see
change
it,
your
so.
life. It will change your life. So
You can't see it. You can't see it because you haven't. You don't have the eyes to see it.
I'm kind of like more pragmatic, you know. Like I kind of like just take care of like what's in front of me, like problems that are bothering me day to day, you know. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not too concerned about like
every
there
day,
could be
every
anything,
day,
and I couldn't
every day
care.
the horizon is in front of us. We're told that we must believe horizon is not a flat horizon. Every day in front of you.
Yeah, I guess we are, but I don't know. Nobody's really told me that, and I haven't really looked into anything. Like,
So,
yeah.
Cat Bokar, so
Yeah.
don't you want to know the truth? Isn't that something you really? Do you want to live in a lie? Because that should matter to you, right?
Yeah, I mean, it should matter, but here's the thing, right? Like, if I don't care, it's not my truth, you know? Does that make sense?
Okay. So yeah, you rather look away. Is that it?
Well, I have more like important problems than the
I
shape of
understand.
theirs. Yeah.
I understand, and we're not asking you to go out on the streets and do some activist activities, right?
Activist, yeah.
Yeah, so that's not what we're saying. We're just saying to you, look into what they are telling you, right? And okay, if you don't care, then why be here, right? If it's not that important.
Yeah, it just when I
why
used to
don't
join,
go
like
to
people
a
used to have like
SpaceX
some interesting conversation. So I just like to listen in.
I understand. But if you realize that it is not the globe that they told you, right, then everything else falls apart. Then you can let go of your space fantasies, or you can focus on what truth is, right? Not living this lie. But that is your journey, man. I can't.
Yeah.
I
I
won't
guess.
force you. Right? Nobody is here going to force you or going to convince you, right? We're just giving you the tools how you can determine this for yourself. So, but anyway, welcome. I mean,
the thing is, if the Earth was not flat, there wouldn't be any interesting conversations in here, and you wouldn't be here. That's the thing. It's only interesting because we know certain things versus what you used to believe, and that's why we have interesting conversations, because it's built around what we are discovering to be the truth versus the lie. I mean, it helps you think clearly and helps you make decisions that it's, solid. You know what I mean? Like, you're not.
Yeah,
confused
that's
about
an
life.
interesting thing you said about the decisions, because I don't really get like how like something so massive, right? Like the Earth. Like I'm concerned about like what's in front of me, my job, like what I'm gonna do like next week. I'm not really planning if there is a space, if there isn't. Like that doesn't really concern me. But like I'm not like daily thinking about space or anything. I haven't thought about if the space exists or the shape of the Earth in like a year, more than a year.
But I wonder, will your concerns change? Like, would these concerns change if things were different? Because your concerns are based on your concerns, and your worries in life are based on your beliefs. You know what I mean? And if we believe it's a ball and all the stuff they tell us, then
for sure. But
that's how our actions will be directed, right?
Yeah, I get that, but I don't think that I would do anything different if I was a flat earther, because I'm not gonna like say I think I have like definitive proof that the Earth is flat. Like, what would that like really change? Like everybody knows like the government is lying to everyone, but everybody already knows that. So like, what would that change?
Check out this awesome thing. Every single one of us here that's speaking to you, our lives were changed by it. And we can give you these testimonies. We can tell you how our lives have changed, each and every one of us. And then you can think about it.
Okay. How was your life changed after discovering that the Earth was flat?
I do not think of Einstein as a genius anymore. That's one of the big things. I used to look up to this. I used to be afraid of him, to even question him. You know what I mean? And then after I discovered that a lot of these things are lies, not really practical down here on Earth, my mind is free. My decisions are clear. I know who my enemy is. I know who I am. I live a happier life. All those bills, all those worries, all those, you know what I mean? Anxieties, gone. Just gone. Gone with the globe and all the beliefs I believe. I used to be confused about God. Well, if the Earth is a ball, did he create the Big Bang? What are aliens? All these things have been cleared up for me. It's all so clear now. You know what I mean? Well, you can ask the other guys here, like Roger can tell you how his life has changed.
Yeah, like whatever you said, like I don't think I relate to any of that. Like I don't really care how the Earth was created.
What the news is gonna tell you, it's gonna be different. What you're gonna be told at the job, at your school, whatever, it's gonna be different. What you're gonna read somewhere, what you're gonna hear from somebody or something is gonna be different.
because the prism of your thought is changed. You understand? When a new pandemic, I'm not gonna use the word because this can get spiked, everybody knows it. When that hits, you start thinking of it in a different way. Everything that's gonna happen when, oh my God, we're gonna have a crisis like in 2008 and gonna teach you, oh, it's your fault and it's all that and it's these and the other things. You're gonna stop and you gotta know from the beginning that who's telling you these things are the enemy, because you know they
know that.
everything.
I already know that.
Well, then everything that's gonna happen when you know it's flat is that you're really gonna get to the next level, where really like your ego and energy is gonna be so big, you simply know from the very beginning it's all hoax, no matter what it is.
Yeah, that's kind of.
It's like, listen, have you seen The Matrix? Just the first movie.
Yeah,
All right. So when Morpheus goes on and says about the Matrix, nobody can know for themselves. You have to see it for yourself. It's the same thing. The effect this thing has upon your psyche is not something I can write down and show to you or give you a formula. It can't be done. It's intangible. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I was trying to say that if it doesn't matter, if you don't think it's significant at all, right? Then why aren't you? Then why do you hold on to your belief in the globe? Like, if what you're saying is,
I don't really have a belief in the globe. I don't really know what the Earth is. I don't really care.
But when it comes to
It could be a triangle.
concepts,
It doesn't matter
when
to
it
me.
comes to concepts like gravity, when it comes to concepts like the vacuum of space, like these, when it comes to things like planets being land, that if it was possible to get there, you could land on. Like, these are all things that are imaginary, that you can just do away with. Now, the thing is, here's the thing. When you realize, okay, I don't need that, I don't want that, I'm going to carry on about my day. And then maybe you have children. And then maybe you are in charge of helping them do homework 3 days out of the week or something like that. And maybe you see information that you didn't care about, but is being fed to your children as absolutely true. That's
Yeah, I'm not really
manipulation
planning
on a
having
level.
children, but if I do, I'll just like teach them to think for themselves.
Look, here's another one.
But that's not the point I'm making. Like, you can say I'll teach them to think for themselves. That's great. I mean, that's what you're saying you're doing, so that's fine. But what I'm saying is, this is what annoys me, because you're like, why does it matter? Why do you care? I like to watch anime. Now, that's not important, right? But this is a pastime of mine. Something that takes up hours and energy from me to focus on, right? Every anime that I like starts off with an image of a globe. That bothers me. So while it may be just, it's just anime, it's just this, it matters that I know it's a lie, but for some reason I'm being force-fed it through whatever I seek enjoyment from. It's dirty now. It's tainted for no reason at all. Could have just gone on with the plot. Didn't have to show me a globe at all, because they don't even talk about the universe. And many of them has nothing to do with the globe at all. It's just annoying. Now, what we're saying is the globe is annoying, because we're just here talking about, government tells lies. The Earth is actually, not a globe. That's what we're doing, just hanging out. But people that are globe believers, not only do they come here to ridicule, to challenge what we know, but they also got Congress censoring what we do, affecting
It's kinda
our
awesome, though.
livelihood. For those of us who, do YouTube and things like this and use social media for capital gain. Of course it
Yeah,
matters.
for sure.
man.
That could be annoying, yeah. But about the globe thing, I don't really think that would bother me. Like, just seeing the globe, it's just an image.
Look, like when you go out and you look at the sun or you look at the stars up at night,
Yeah.
you won't think the same thing. When you look at the sun, you won't think it's 93 million miles away. You think it's intimate, it's close to you. When you look at the moon, same thing. When you look at the stars, you won't think it's CGI bullshit spinning and wobbling in the vacuum of space. You know it's a firmament and it's above you. It's different. You will literally have a moment, at least I had this, like it just clicked with me. I was looking at mountains and trees and the sun and the air, and I literally just started crying because I realized what is actually going on. It's not like you get money or, efficiency at your job for it, or I don't know, your gas tank is gonna be full. It doesn't affect you in these matters. It's affecting you in a different way.
Yeah, so it's more spiritual, you're saying.
Yeah, sure.
But you
Yeah,
know what's
but-
interesting about that? Rich people say all the time that money isn't the key to their happiness. So if it's something else, and what the guy was just talking about just now, if he's talking about something else, then the material doesn't matter anyway, because the material is going to be the material regardless, whether you have a little, whether you have a lot. What actually gives you fulfillment? Could it be something else? Seeing as that poor people are dissatisfied with the affairs of the world, since the rich are dissatisfied, then could it be something else? This thing that everyone seems to think isn't important because it doesn't affect them materially.
Yeah.
Which the material really has no effect on that, which we just talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah. But hey, you said interesting conversations, like what concerns you? What kind of conversations are you interested in? You know what I mean? Like, what is it that you care about every day? That you like to look
I
into?
care about, I don't know, my future, my family, shit like that. I'm just trying to get a nut going in real life, but like metaphorically.
Get a what going?
Get a nut going.
Like what? Like make some money?
Yeah, make some money, just be successful in whatever I choose to do,
So this is another example. This is another example where
successful social life, good friends.
Yeah, this is another example where the end material doesn't help you, right? It's something that you've learned and then something that you've applied to your life that gives you material outcome. And what I mean by that is your education, what you learn in school. And your takeaway, my takeaway from school is, well, I need to be successful. I need to go through all of my schooling so I could land a position at a company. Now, there's all of this vague stuff about you can be a boss, you can have your own company, but that's not really what's taught. What's taught is, well, go through your schooling, right? And then after you do that, you'll go to college, right? And then you will establish connections with people, relationships, right? And then from these relationships, the people that have come before you will look back to whatever school that you went to, the alumni, right? And they'll say, okay, who do you think has come from my old great school that I can take on board at my company now, at the position that I'm now in? Who can I give the opportunity that I was once given? And that's how
I don't really. I don't really look at school.
That's how
like
that works. That's how that works, like that, right? But that's like a chain of command kind of thing. But if you want to know how to invest, how to make your money work for you, which is also what people do in this world, it's evident. This is a different path. This is a path that is not mainstream, but makes a lot of people wealthy. But it's not mainstream, right? The globe is mainstream, but people can think outside of that paradigm. So what we're saying is, when you begin to think outside of the paradigm you were set up under, you can think your way into different possibilities, because your thoughts are what shape your material world, in a sense. So it has to be important.
You said, yeah. I'm reading a book about that. I think about what you said, the thoughts that shape, like the master key system. I don't know if you guys hate that book or whatever. I'm not really sure, like the reputation it has, but yeah, the thing you were saying about university and school like that, I don't really look at it like that. So, for example, like since I was 17, I've had to work to support my family. I had to work full time. So right now, I'm trying to get into university to just like learn about some stuff that I will use. But so basically, say you want to make movies, right? But I do. I'm writing scripts and shit like that. But I'm not going to directing or film school like that. I'm going to study about like the history of like movies. So basically, I'm just gonna learn by myself. And about the companies, I don't really care about that. The material stuff, like in the country I'm in right now, like I'm good. I could have this job forever and just be financially secure, but I don't want that, to be honest. And the success isn't really material for me. It's just the way I try to turn my thoughts and ideas into a different medium. So that's my end goal right there. Plus having like my friends succeed, that would be good in whatever field they decide to. And I don't really care about school, or I don't really think about school like the way you said, like, oh, I have to go to this or whatever to like succeed. Yeah, I don't really.
No,
I
that's
don't really
not what
care
I
about
said.
that.
That's not what I said. I said that's the mainstream path to success.
Yeah.
Which has a very, very low success rate, by the way.
Yeah, for
There's
sure.
this other,
Yeah,
then
I
there's
know
this
that
other path
firsthand.
that's not mainstream. So what I was saying to you was, all I'm saying is the school way is the mainstream setup. It's what is set up for you to believe, accept, and follow along and get whatever you get out of the system. That's the normal way. That's the not thinking for yourself way. That's the, okay, take on information, remember it, do what I'm told, and get what I get. That's what that is. But you're not in charge of
I
your
agree with that.
outcomes. You're going by the way of the algorithm of the system.
So, as a filmmaker, filmmakers have to do research. You know that, right? Do you think that having more knowledge can give a person an edge or an advantage in this game?
To what did you say again? I didn't hear the last part.
Do you think a filmmaker or a writer, right? Do you think having more knowledge about how the world really works, you think that gives them an edge as far as creativity and coming up with ways to present stories? Or, you know, I used to study filmmaking. I'm a photographer / videographer as well. So I'm writing a script. There's a guy online called Omeletto, Omelette with an O, right? He made a flat Earth short film. I shared it here, but he got it all wrong. See, he wants to promote. Yeah, this is what you can do if you want to be successful. Okay? You got to go promote the Globe Earth model. You got to do what they tell you to do. You got to promote authoritative content. This will stifle your creativity. Some of the movies you want to make, they're not going to show it. Why not? So if you knew some of these things, you can maneuver your way around. You know, you can present your ideas without them being censored. You know, you can do these things. But you know, if you've got an empty brain, if you're just trying to do things to be successful, you're not going to be. It's research. That's what filmmakers do. They research.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Deeper
Though.
the
I'm not really
research,
trying to
better
make
the story.
like I'm not really trying to make any content that's like globe Earth or flat Earth or anything. Like the.
I'm not saying I'm not saying you should go make content about flat Earth or globe Earth. I'm saying that Lord of the Rings is a flat Earth realm. Okay, you know what I mean? See how it's different. So it's just giving yourself more tools and resources to draw upon, and who knows, something might change in your life, in your mind. I'm just saying, arm yourself with more information if you want to be successful.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it.
That's what a creative does. That's what a creative person does, right? Gathers the information, tries to present new ideas, right? Compelling things people want to watch, stories, and you can only do that by researching and understanding stuff you research. And here's a big thing you can research. Who knows? Might inspire a great movie, script. Who knows? You can build a world around what we tell you. You can build a world around what we explain to you, create characters in there, give them something to do. Someone wants this guy wants. You've got a story. Nobody cares if it's a flat Earth in your story or not. They just want to watch the movie. Do you know who Stanley Kubrick is? He's one of the best directors ever. He's got everything down in his work. 2001: Space Odyssey. Check it out. 1968. It won a lot of awards for special effects, and if you watch it today, it's way better than Interstellar and Gravity and all these so-called, these.
Was Stanley Kubrick a flat earther? You think?
Well,
we have some tapes of him saying he faked it, the moon landing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're legit.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
He worked with NASA and Disney.
Yeah, there's a picture of him that's completely legit, next to the Disney director and the NASA director and some astronauts and the ones responsible for the money, the production design. Like, these pictures are, well, not mainstream, but we know they exist and they're completely real. And it goes like this, like they wanted him to actually, I think, he did the Doctor Strangelove, and they got to him, what, could you do this promoting the Globe Earth? And if you do this one movie, we can let you do anything you want. Basically, Kubrick went on, did the 2001: Space Odyssey. And then, well, there's a couple of sketchy things he did. I mean, sketchy from their perspective. One of the biggest ones is Eyes Wide Shut, which rumor has it that there's like 23 minutes that's cut. Nobody really knows what the hell those 23 minutes are. But if you watch the movie, you can speculate a lot because that movie... Also, The Shining, sure. But Eyes Wide Shut, it's like that thing really gets into the elites and the whole rituals. Just watch the movie. It's gonna blow your mind. And also picture that you were in the 1990s watching that movie in theaters. I really wish I was there to watch it first person. That would have been amazing. But well, anyway, you can watch it now on your TV, so that's good anyway.
Yeah, The Shining, where the boy stands up with the Apollo rocket on his sweater.
Yeah, and he goes to room 237, which is changed. The room was supposed to be different in the book, and then if you look up the distance between the Earth and the Moon, it's basically that. There's lots of things at Kubrick. He's incredibly complicated.
Kubrick created outer space. You will watch all the movies about outer space. It's all because Kubrick set up the aesthetics.
Yeah, he did it the first time, and it's also pretty interesting. I would say the reason why he's telling you it's fake, it's if you look at the Earth, for example, in the Space Odyssey movie, it's all blue. Now, keep in mind, Kubrick probably had an IQ of 200 plus. That guy's a genius. He knows there's land on the Earth and you have to see the land. He's not dumb so that he just made the Earth fully blue. Now I'm just speaking on things, but you can talk about that movie for like 10 hours straight. There's many things in it that are deliberately made badly, quote unquote, so they tell you something. Now, of course, I'm kind of biased when I think of what it's actually trying to say, but the fact is, Kubrick has always liked hitting the messages in its own movies, and it's really complicated. But anyway, what I would add to you, Catbo, is that take school, for example. It's always promoting things that are useful for you in life, useful pragmatically, from a pragmatic point of view. But what school hasn't taught us is the value of knowing the truth, and just that. The beauty of just knowing what is real. That's it. Like, not that.
You can't really know anything for sure, though. Like, if it's real or not, you know, you can't really know for sure, like ever.
What does that mean?
Like, what's reality? You can't really know if it's real or not, what you're seeing.
If you pinch your cheek right now, can you feel it?
Yeah, you can feel it. But
right? If somebody killed your mother and father, wait, check it out. If somebody killed your mom and dad, would you feel the pain? Would you say that's real?
Yeah, but just because you feel
that's real.
Fucking
okay.
Doesn't mean it's
now
real.
now let's take it to the right. Let's take this to the extreme. Somebody chops your head off. What's real now? Right? We go to sleep at night. What's real? When is real? You see?
Yeah, but listen, it could be like you could just be like experiencing things like memories, like the Earth and everything, the universe could be created 5 minutes ago, and all those memories could be implanted.
No, it wasn't
in your
created
brain.
5 minutes ago because I know exactly.
It could be.
Where did you get the idea? Where did you get the idea that nothing is real? Where did that idea come from?
It could be like created 5 minutes ago.
Where did the idea that you can't know if anything is real come from to you? Did you think that up by yourself?
Of course not.
Of course not. Somebody told you. Who told you? Where did you hear that? Because it sounds like something you would learn in school, right?
I didn't learn it in school, no. I think I saw it somewhere, like a hypothesis. A 5 minute hypothesis.
Well, this is that's exactly what these scientists think too. And nothing is real. Science doesn't prove anything. And you just said to us, right, that knowing what the truth, whether there's flat or not, isn't going to change. What if knowing the truth makes things real? And then you understand what is real and what is not real. You think truth does that? Why does the word real even exist? The concept,
I don't really
the concept
get what
of
you're
real,
saying right now.
I'm saying the concept of real should not even exist if we can't know what is real and what is not, if we can't know what we know. How can we grow if we don't know what we know? How do we survive? So you have to start with what is real. Like, what do I know? What can I know?
You know,
How
this
you gonna
whole
write
thing
a
of
script?
saying
How are you going to write a script, right? You know what I mean? If you don't know what's
is
real.
the script real?
Well, are the characters real? Are these words
You don't
real?
really know
Like,
for sure,
what is
though.
real,
You
right?
just go with the flow.
That's just mental gymnastics. That's an argument everybody brings in when they can't control the conversation. It's like, okay, I can't argue for why that is so on my piece of the table. I'll just say nobody can know anything for sure, and everybody loses.
I think you picked that up from somewhere, though. He picked that up from somewhere, and he
Sure.
applied it because it was convenient. But is it
Yeah,
true?
it was convenient, obviously. I'm not saying it is. It's just a theory. I'm not.
Look, like,
agreeing with
you can say you don't know anything for like it doesn't even right. All you can say is like you don't know maybe the metaphysical reality for sure. Yeah, fine, whatever. Let's say you're not a genius and you don't get it, whatever. But you can know for sure that your 16-inch monitor is a 16-inch monitor. That's reality, and the things you feel are real, and everything that's going on is real. And take this. Even if you think this is some kind of an illusion or something, whatever you might believe, I'll just debunk it, right? So if you think it's all a simulation or all that, the simulation is real. Like the simulating thing is simulating. The thing exists. So something is real. It's only
Yeah,
the
I'm
way.
not arguing against that.
No, all I'm saying is that no matter how you put it, even their stupid arguments, you can still play around with them and still prove something is real. So, of course, there is reality.
Like the Matrix, right? What is real, right? The mind makes it real. See, like it's you make it real or not real.
Yeah, the globe is not real. You make it real.
And it comes from your belief system. Look, man, when you write your characters, this is how you're gonna write your characters. What do my characters want? Well, it depends on what they believe in. That's how the audience is going to love your character, like invest into your character because of his beliefs directing his actions. What does my character want? What does the antagonist want? What are his beliefs? You see, you have to go into the beliefs of these characters to get the motivation. And this is what the audience is going to be investing into. No matter what you do, you can't get away from it, especially as a filmmaker and a writer. I mean, you have to do these things. You have to bring these characters to life.
Real estate.
Yeah. Belief comes from.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about all that real shit.
Oh, this is what you're gonna learn and when you go study film. When you study how to create and write a treatment, when you start writing a synopsis, when you start fleshing out that act 2, right? Because this is where you're gonna have to create these characters. This is your job as a writer, or a filmmaker, or a director. Well, director is down the line, but as a writer, this is what you have to do: create reality, so that we can relate to it when we watch it. That's your responsibility as a writer, man. That's why it's important.
I've got a question. So, all the people that come on here, it's not just like the director, you, that say that it doesn't matter, it's not real, it's this, it's that. Why come here? This is the thing that I'm trying to. It's been bugging me for quite a while.
Yeah, I just joined here. I was talking to some of my friends right now, and we were like reminiscing on stuff. Me and him used to like join this. Like we joined it like 3 times, like a year ago, and I was like, "Oh, I still have that Discord. Let me join and check what's going on." And I just joined right now.
Welcome back.
Okay, so maybe you need to look more deeply into that, because for some reason that you are not wary of, in somewhere in your mind, in your subconscious, it's telling you something, but you haven't figured it out yet. Because out of all the places to go, you could go anywhere. But for some reason, you're here.
Yeah, I just joined to see what's going on.
It was
fate. As I said, you could have gone anywhere, brother.
Yeah, but I was talking about
But
this.
you came here and you got some education on filmmaking. How awesome is that?
For sure. Yeah. It's pretty cool. I don't know though. You guys said some stuff that makes sense, but not really anything specific. You know, I mean some specific, but you guys were really vague about that. I don't know. Like
what?
It seems to make sense, but then it's like
What?
I don't know.
What's
vague? You guys are just
Bro,
talking
you
a
said
lot.
you don't care, and you obfuscated the whole conversation.
I what?
You avoided
yeah,
the
I
whole
just said-
conversation.
I just said hi. I was listening to you guys. I didn't avoid anything.
was
You guys
vague?
are way more educated about this stuff as well. You guys are talking about concepts that I have no idea about. So
What do you mean it was a bit vague? What was vague?
everything, to be honest. Can't remember.
I tried to tell you,
to be honest.
and you just said it doesn't matter if it's a triangle, if it's a square, if it's a
Yeah,
ball,
it
it
still
doesn't
doesn't
change my
matter to
life.
me.
So we tried to, we appeal to you, we're kind, and we say, you know, maybe it will help you spiritually, maybe it will help you with your family, maybe it will help you in other ways.
Maybe it'll help you write a script.
You know, you haven't
Do you
even.
think-
You didn't even ask us. How do we know what we know?
Do you think the
If you
shape of
asked
the
us,
Earth?
I mean, if I
we
want
could-
to
we could
know,
tell you.
I can just like look in these fucking channels and everything
Do you
is gonna
think-
be there. But I just
Do you think?
Well, it's not a gun.
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Do you think? Hold on. Do you think Lord of the Rings would be the same if it was a ball Earth? Or
I
Star
haven't
Wars?
seen that movie to be
What if
honest.
What if
I
Star
haven't seen
Wars
Star Wars
was
either.
a pyramid? Okay, what about Star Trek? You
I
see Star
haven't
Trek?
seen that as well. I don't really like sci-fi movies to be honest.
Oh,
Just
well.
aliens and lasers in
Right.
space.
But the point is, in these worlds, right, you have to create a whole world for these characters to live in. And how are you going to create that world, right? Like, it's important. This is the lore of your story. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's still fiction. It doesn't really change if it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth. They're still on Earth, aren't they?
I don't know. It depends. I mean, it all depends on your show, on your movie. I might not want to watch it. I might, it looks cheap. Next one. It all depends on how you flesh the story out, the world out.
If I have a 10 million or like whatever, $10 billion budget, I can make the most realistic globe Earth movie or the most realistic like flat Earth movie. Like if they're
Yeah,
in
but
space
you're not
and they're
gonna
looking
make,
back at Earth.
but you're not gonna make a good enough story. So you make your $10 million back. You're probably gonna lose like $9 million if you know.
And that doesn't
if you make
really
any, right?
like say if a movie is good or not, like how it does at the box office.
Who's the
Depends on
Glover,
the story.
by the way? Bong. Who is it? Who you talk? Because I can't see them flash.
It's Cat Bokar.
Cat Bokar.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a filmmaker. He came here because interesting conversations, but he doesn't really see why the shape of the Earth matters, and it doesn't affect his life. And we're trying to help him out.
Do lies and thieves do they affect? Would they affect your life?
Who?
Like liars. Would you surround yourself with liars and thieves?
I'm already surrounded by liars.
You're already
My dad
surrounded, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But like your yeah, I get you. But your close circle. So you have a close circle.
Yeah, yeah,
Or
they're
you have no friends.
they're liars. Yeah.
They're all liars.
I mean, yeah, I have a tight friend group, but yeah, it's kind
So
of
those
toxic friend
people,
group. But I
that
don't really mind.
circle, those people who are liars that are around you, would you trust them with, the keys to your house, the keys to your car?
For sure.
You would trust these liars.
Yes.
So you trust lies and thieves? You
would trust liars
Yeah.
and thieves.
He does. I don't think he means liars.
If you've
like,
known them for like 13 years, you can trust them. But I wouldn't trust someone I know for 2 months with my house keys. You just gotta like know who to trust. You just judge of character.
But that's what I'm trying to figure out from you now. I'm trying to find out. You just said they're all liars, but you trust them.
Yeah.
So
Everybody's
if they were
lying.
lying to
Everybody
you-
lies. I lie day to day. I lie like a lot in one day. Doesn't mean
Hold on a
I'm
second,
a
hold on,
liar.
let's try
Not that
again,
I
let's try
trust
again.
the
So-
person.
Your circle, do you trust the people around you?
For sure, yes.
Okay, so would it affect your life if you didn't trust the people around you?
Yes, it would. Yeah.
So it's more to do with the lie, right? So the people can have any belief. I'm sure they have different religious beliefs. And probably might believe in aliens. They have different views, right? But it's about whether they lie to you or not. That's what would affect your life, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously this lie about the globe affects a lot of people's lives. There are people who study this their entire lives. Young children have a belief that
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So they have a belief that they can go to space when they're older and travel to different places. So what the point is, it's not the shape. Doesn't matter what the shape is. Could be any shape. But the fact is that they could lie to somebody would suggest they could lie to you about anything, right? And then you'd have to be suspicious about that person.
I already am like that. Like, I don't know. I don't really take anything like as 100% truth. So I don't really.
So would you want it to be
could
better
be a
though?
lie, but
You
I
don't
want it
take
to be
why is that you don't take anything 100?
I don't know. Like, why would they just tell me the truth? Why would
No,
they
I mean,
make it
why
easier
you
for me
don't
to?
accept things as 100% truth? If you got like are you
Because I
like
can't know
paranoid?
for sure.
Hmm?
Because I can't know for sure what they're telling me, what the news is telling me, or my government, my president, whatever.
You can do this yourself. You can do these things yourself.
Because if I was in that position, I'd try to stop others from climbing up and taking my place. So it just makes sense that they would try to make it as hard as possible for regular people and people in poverty to make it hard to know the
how you
truth.
said,
That's what I
you know
asked
how
before.
you know how you said, sorry, like, let me just get this. You know how you said the people around you, sorry, like, let me just get this out. So you know you said the people around you were joking and half joking. The people around you were liars, deceit. I don't know how far you went, but they were liars. Okay, so I would suggest, because of this greater lie, it can affect people to lie in general, and then you are seeing the effects of that. So it is affecting you because we're living in a world of liars. Okay, so the lie can affect an individual, right?
Yeah, but
Hmm?
here's the thing: they're not flat earthers or globe earthers, or they're not like paranoid. So the lie doesn't really affect them because they don't know it's a lie.
So the question is, why did you come here?
I said already, I was bored and I was talking to my friends about Discord that I used to go to. They used to listen as well. So I just joined to see what's going on. I didn't really think about it much, and I wasn't like, oh my god, I have a suspicion that the earth is flat. I couldn't give a shit if the earth is flat.
So why aren't you like over at a politics server or something, or something random, something not? What I'm saying, like, then why aren't you on a gamer like server watching a game or something that you actually that would relieve you from your boredom? Why aren't you doing something that would relieve you from your boredom?
This is relieving my boredom pretty well, to be honest.
But the information is invaluable to you.
It doesn't matter.
How could that? No. How are you getting value out of invalue?
It's not in value.
It is to you. It doesn't matter to you. So I don't even understand what we're talking about.
What does
we're not talking about sharing information that will allow you to determine that someone is lying. We're not talking about that. You already said you don't care one way or another. So do you want to just like go on mute or something? Like what?
Go on where?
Like are we like kind of like goading you to talk? Is that why you're talking? I don't understand.
No, you're not forcing me to talk or anything. Just here, just chilling. I don't think why, like, I don't know why it has to be something that I value in order for me to not be bored, you know?
What do you care about, man? Do you care about anything? And if so, what do you care about?
I already had this conversation with...
Yeah, you already said before. But the point is, there's no, he doesn't want to take action according to it. So the conversation has been rendered mute.
And you might disagree, but my assessment is that you do care, but you don't want to be responsible, like most of us.
Yeah, I mean that's your opinion. It doesn't make it true, and I have no way of proving my mindset to you, so I wouldn't try.
Well, you're not sharing your mindset, Billy.
I mean, I said already, I don't really care. I just came here because I was bored.
Saying
and
I
you were
don't
saying
care and that
I do
I'm
care.
bored doesn't mean that you're sharing your thoughts and feelings and what you
Well,
are.
I gave you the reason why I came here, and you're saying that I do care.
Yeah, but I'm not
saying
asking
so
about that anymore.
it's
I'm
just
not
he
asking.
says, he
I'm not
says.
asking about that anymore. You already satisfied. You already satisfied my inquiry into that. What I'm saying is, I think that you're saying you don't care, but what you actually mean, unbeknownst to you, because you haven't really thought that deeply psychologically into why you're thinking what you're thinking. I just think that you don't want to be responsible because anyone can see what responsibility comes with the kinds of lies that we're talking about. Most of us ain't doing shit about it. And we're supposed to be responsible for knowing this information. Well, well, see, I personally believe that. Other people might think, well, it's not my responsibility. But at the end of the day, there's a responsibility to do what's right. And no one wants to be responsible for knowing that someone is being wronged and have to do something about it. No one wants to do that.
So who's being wronged here?
Well, what does it matter? What does it? You would have to entertain the fact that it's true, and then entertain the psychological ramifications of lying to a child from damn near birth. Then
every
once
child
you put then once you put yourself in that mindset, after you have put yourself in that mindset, then you can ask the question to yourself. Because the kind of question you're asking, the answer can only come from you after you have put yourself in the mindset to really assess how you know what that's called? It's called empathy. Thinking yourself into a position that you don't actually have any actual ties to, that you haven't experienced, but you can see yourself relating to that experience. That's what empathy is. And none of the Globers have empathy whatsoever.
But that's kind of an overgeneralization, isn't it? Kind of
So
like
what?
putting them
Yeah,
all,
it is.
all-
But
all
I'm
in
honest to
one
say, I'm
bubble.
honest enough to say, yes, I am stereotyping. So what? What about the broader point that I'm making?
But that just like wrong though. Like you're saying,
What about
every
the
people
broader
that
point
every
that
person that
I'm
believes the earth
making?
is
You
round.
don't have empathy.
And
So
that's
let's
wrong.
just talk about
What is the
about
further
you.
point?
Let's just talk about you. You don't have empathy.
And
That's the point.
you're
So
just
you
saying
can't-
that from one
no,
conversation.
because you don't have empathy, you don't have the ability to grasp the answer to your own question because you can't hear the response
And
in
what was my
the
question
mindset of the person who's experiencing.
And what was my question again?
I don't even remember, to be honest.
I do.
Your question.
Yeah, I didn't ask.
Your question.
You said
Your question.
what?
Your question was.
You are saying something that's wrong, but you don't care. You just accused him of doing something that's
what
wrong.
is the question though?
Coming
Wait,
from
wait,
a
if Bong
person.
remembered.
Wait. The question was, why should I? Why does why does it matter, right? Why does the shape of the earth matter? That was
Yeah,
the
why
question.
does
That's
it
your
matter?
question. Well, that's what he's saying. How can you understand the answer if you can't empathize?
So then why ask the question? And then that begs the question, why are you even here? This is what I'm saying.
I already said it like 5 times, but you guys like don't believe me for some reason.
No, I heard what you said, but given the progression of the conversation, based on that, when I ask you why you're here, your previous answer is no longer sufficient.
Why? Because I said I don't care that the Earth is flat or Earth or globe.
Well, you already said that, but that's not the answer to the question now. I said, why are you here if you are a person who isn't able to empathize? Why are you?
I am able to empathize. You don't have to be able to empathize in every single situation.
No, but I'm saying, why are you asking questions about things that you can't empathize with? That makes no sense. The things that you aren't willing to try to empathize with. It makes no sense.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, because, because I wanted to be like entertained. That's why I joined. You don't have to be empathy to be entertained.
Is that Elijah
He's
speaking
just-
to the gentleman?
Doesn't that make
He's trying to
sense?
poke
Like, I know, I just
poke
came
the
here.
line. Oh, that's wrong. You can't say that about people. But I don't care what other people think. All
Are
right,
you
then.
not? Are you not entertained?
Yeah, I am. I
you
feel
know
like you
that
guys
movie,
like
yeah?
took it really personal that I'm a global birther.
No, we don't. We just want you,
can
to
listen
look.
back to
If
it.
you're
It's
gonna,
pretty fun.
if you're gonna hang out here, okay, and we start talking about flat Earth, please don't get up and walk away. Turn off the thing, mute it until at least give us a chance. You know, at least listen to the information. If you're gonna hang out here and be entertained, you know, at least use it as research for a movie or for something. Be productive, you know, but don't treat us like we're here to entertain you. You know what I mean?
Well, I came here to listen. I just said hi, and then everybody
Hi,
started
it's
talking
good.
to me.
It's good. That's good, man. It's good. Just want you to we just want you to take the information in. Do whatever you want with it, but at least take it in, understand it, do whatever you want. You're gonna do whatever you want anyways. Welcome to the server.
Yep.
I wasn't here when you originally stepped in and said hello. I've been out for a little while, lads. I think Flatman Can's gonna be single forever. Not one single lady without a mask out there to talk to. Oh, you're looking in the wrong places. Some of them wear masks just so they don't get, you know. They're not wearing, you know, not all of them are, you know.
Gotta get going. See ya if I join back soon.
All right, have a good one, bro. Yeah, don't take it personal. Stay above ground. It's a good place to be. Just gotta plant the seed, you know. Just get the seed in.
He was already there.
God,
He
do the
came here.
next.
Out of everywhere to go, he came here. I said it to him. He just doesn't get it. You will. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next year, maybe in 10 years.
I gotta give my mom's props though, gentlemen. She went in and out of the grocery store, no mask.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, feels good, you know. It's like all eyes on me. Yeah, look at me. Look at my smile. Hello, how are you people? Beautiful people with masks. Too bad you guys can't smile.
Elijah, you're running low, bro.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Now I'm getting in the elevator. Never mind.
Poor Elijah. It's always happening with him. Bad signal in the elevators. Well, fuck. We can put a rover on Mars, guys, but don't expect a clear
You can't
signal.
get a signal on the. Yeah. You can get
You're
a
asking
signal
for a
through the
little
vacuum of
much there.
space.
Yeah,
but you
you're
can't get
asking
in an
for a little-
elevator. Fucking hell.
I think Racanar is here. Racanar, are you here? Is he chatting?
But I don't
Let's
think I've ever heard him speak.
I
I want to take him on a spin on the Black Swan. I want to see how he takes it.
I've never heard his voice ever. Or her
Yeah,
voice.
same.
He's like a keyboard warrior.
Could be a they or a them. Who knows?
Reckoner, are you there, my boy? or girl?
Caesar.
Caesar, they, them. What do you go by?
Fee, fi, fo, fum.
Do you identify as a receptacle, like a waste receptacle, or a person, or?
I would like Reckoner to say to Elijah's face that he is afraid of balls.
I just want him to talk.
Yeah, I've never heard. I was like,
Reckoner is here to judge who can be less of an asshole, us or the Globe
afraid of
Earthers.
balls, but loves
He's
shrinkage.
waiting for the winner. Yeah, he's waiting for the winner, and then he'll choose a side.
Well, if he's here when QE's not around, he'll realize that most flat earthers are quite polite. But after a few, it's got to be bending. Then we start getting, listen, you dumb fuck. You know?
Sure, that is very good.
Or
there he is. There he is.
No, Reckoner.
What's up, Rec?
Hello?
Sure, so good to see you again. But I'm very busy right now, seeing the debate. But they'll be listening, and the horses are going to be listening. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
Catch you in the chop.
Okay, he's a keyboard warrior then. Okay.
The only time we're going to hear from him.
Reckoner was funny.
But Reckoner, why don't you? I'll just ask you simple questions. You have to answer them. It's very short. I'll just monologue most of the time, and we get through the Black Swan. Don't you want to do it? I promise you, it's gonna be amazing.
Do it, come on.
I'm one of the few people that actually gets the argument. Trust me, it'll be fine. You wanna do it? If you don't want to talk, you can just type in the chat. You can answer to this question by typing in the chat also. Now he's AFK or something.
This one.
Well, I guess he doesn't want to talk.
He said that the horses are listening, whatever that means.
Leopard Husky. I guess she's talked before. Because she has the tag. Leopard, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
Hey.
Where are you right now with the whole flat earth thing?
I'm a flat earther, dude.
Oh, shit. Give her the tag.
Yeah.
Well, who can give the tags? Give the tags.
You gotta just run her through the things real quick.
I like a check. The 3 points. You want to do the 3 points? Okay, so let's go with Mega 3 points. Man, it was good seeing Mega after so much. So the first claim the globe makes is that it's a globe. So there has to be curvature. Now, who, when, and where measured the curvature of the Earth?
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Right. Is there anybody? Do you think there's anybody that has done this ever?
I don't know.
Okay.
Sure. This is where Eratosthenes. This is the answer. Thank you.
So Reckoner is the type of guy that doesn't want to talk when he's called out directly, but when there's somebody else talking, he jumps in. Okay, so for that, I'll have to talk to you, Reckoner, but then now I'll finish with the lady, and then we'll have a chat.
Shouldn't go for it. I told you, I'm very busy. But to talk to you in a bit. Thank you.
Man, this guy's like, he's like a prop on the TV. You're like getting a building or something, and somebody's giving you tutorials on how to move around the building. And like, he sounds like some kind of a tutorial guy.
He's an
Sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Right. Okay, so that's the first claim. Now, okay, we'll just go to them and then we'll rewind. So that's the first claim. The second one is the spin of the Earth. We'll just go with the axial rotation one. There's like 7 or 8 vectors of speeds, but doesn't matter. We'll just go with the axial rotation one. Who, when, and where measured and how measured the spin of the Earth?
Nobody.
So there's nobody that has done this ever. Now, if I might ask, what are the claims that the Globers make, the so-called experiments that proves, quote unquote, the spin of the Earth? What would you say to that?
They have all kinds of excuses. I can see with myself. And you can just tell that Earth is not moving. Like the constellations, like they prove the Earth is flat.
I understand what my question was. What are the things that the Globers claim are proving the spin of the Earth?
I gotta call you on that though. That's a bonus question. You're supposed to go to the gas pressure next to a vacuum next without a container.
Wait, the gas pressure was the third point.
Yeah, I know. And you're asking her a third question. You're not to the gas pressure.
Oh, you want to do... Okay, cool. Okay, so fine. Then we'll just go to the third one. So how can you have gas pressure without a container? How can you have the atmosphere of the Earth next to the vacuum of space without a barrier between the two mediums?
You can't.
Why not?
Because it's impossible.
That's good enough. She could have said the second law of thermodynamics and entropy, but yeah, that's fine. Give her the tag. I say I'm a silver FE valued. I say go for it.
Yay, thanks.
She needs to learn a few things, but I like her.
Now, Reckoner, you done with your business? I see he's saying he's busy, but he's typing in the chat. How does that make any sense? It's like coincidence of opposites. He's also typing and also doing something else.
He's doing very busy, but I wanted to answer the question and extend the chat for you. Thank you. See you in a bit.
He does sound like Arnold. He does sound, now that I am actually listening to it. Okay, so we cannot explain to Reckoner this is flat. Anybody new in here? Anybody else? Actually. Fermi Ganja. Farmin Ganja. I guess I'm butchering your name, but guess it's not there. He's been here for some time, but I think he never talked.
Yeah, I'm not sure about farming ganja. I think he may be FE already.
Oh.
His original cousin.
Could be. Man, but I want to see like the flat earthers to have those, you know, the whole arsenal of arguments and be ready to debunk anything. It feels good. It's like when you're a teacher and your whole kids are getting it perfectly and you're like, yes.
I hear where you're coming from, but I gotta be completely honest. I don't really know how else to be unless I'm pretending to be sober in front of the cops. Before I joined VC and stuff, just listening, man, when people get yelling and shouting and getting crazy in here, it's a little and it took me a while to click into the VC and start joining in. But
Man, I was at the time. Sorry, I was at the time where like QE was getting pretty decent amount of times, and like the last summer, it was when most of the time the really intelligent guys had the floor. It was so goddamn hard to try to be there next, because obviously intrinsically you're being pushed by the fact that they're so good. And you feel like it's kind of shitty to try to get in a conversation when you're much dumber than the others, because you're just going to destroy the conversation.
yeah, it's when you have something you think it would be of value to add to the conversation. The important thing is to keep that information in your head while you're continuing to listen, because when the break comes, you might have forgot what you thought about.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
So you train your brain to remember the good thoughts that you need to share.
Mm-hmm. Or actually just type them down. You can do that too.
Just start rumpusing people, don't worry.
What's the... I don't know, because I'm not following this. Does anybody know what's the whole drill with going to space? Jeff Bezos and somebody else is trying to do it faster than him. What the hell is all that?
Yeah,
Can
it was
anybody...
a race between Bezos and Branson. Branson beat him because he went up there yesterday. Took him about a half an hour. They did about a 3 or 4 minute parabolic flight. And they landed on the ground and said, "I saw the curvature of the Earth." Ha 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 ha.
Okay.
So what? Now they're trying to pretend that there's actually 2 private people trying to do something instead of 2 countries. See how funny this is? It's fucking hilarious. And people won't pick up on it. Bezos and Musk.
Well, Reckoner, how the hell are you busy, buddy, when you type all that shit? He's gonna give me another Arnold Schwarzenegger explanation.
It's hard to pretend to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, so he needs time to prepare before
the speech.
I think it has a voice changer to become Arnold.
Play an app on the PC.
Man, like, I really want to explain the Black Swan. I love it. It's the best thing ever. Seriously.
Ask the lady if she knew about the Black Swan.
Hey, come on. This is why I stopped talking to Justin. When you think it's a voice changer, then go for it. It's great. So see in a bit.
Can't do it.
Is it... Wait.
Who is your daddy? What does
Are
he do?
there apps where you can type... Hold up. I think he's just
that's just
typing...
Yeah, there is.
You know, the response and then the app...
Sure. I'm a great multitasker. Don't worry about it. And
I know you are, but I do it without the computer.
Come on.
I'd like to let everyone listening and watching at home know that piece of shit Branson has killed people already in the past trying to get them to space.
Sure. So this one's for you, Bong. Just once. Who is your daddy?
Come on.
And what does he do? So see you later.
I suggest a band. That's a good one. I like that.
Sounds like Google Translate, but just with like the...
Yeah. I already said that to him with me not using a voice changer. So he just used the background language.
And
How are Elon's kids today, Mrs. Musk?
What was that?
How are Elon and the kids today?
Oh, fantastic.
Wonderful.
Oh, what they're doing. I think Elon is at Satanic Church ritual today, so I won't be seeing him.
Good one.
Good for him. Very nice.
Yeah. As long as he goes to the synagogue, my nail. So wait, did something happen like in space news the other day?
Yeah, they went to space again.
Who went, like SpaceX, Space Force, Space NASA?
Space Invaders, I don't know, somebody.
Space AIDS.
Virgin Galactic.
Oh, Virgin Galactic.
Like, did they choose that name to just troll and shit on people's faces literally, or is just...
Yeah, the galaxy's a virgin, bro. You have to. It's first time for everything.
1, 2, 3, 4. I just want to say, they do some great singing.
What do you want to say?
Sure. They do some great singing the other night. Mrs. Musk. They do good work. Nice work.
Oh. Does that mean that you have forgiven me for banning you? Was I saying good?
Right. And I'm always forgiving. Never hold a grudge. This is bad way to live. So see you later. But they do good work. You stand out. See you later.
Great. Glad we can turn over a new leaf.
I'm so confused by this guy.
Talks the way that he
Like
types, exactly.
I genuinely want to have a debate with this guy, but his muscles just keep on being more important than the debate. So
You don't even wanna unmute him.
What if it's
Been
a
there,
girl?
done that.
What if it's a girl?
Buckner is not a girl, but that's funny.
Then she took a lot of steroids, way too
Argues
much.
like a girl.
I used to go to the
How do we
gym, and I
know?
tell you,
What's the
there's-
evidence for that?
there was girls in there that could outlift most of the guys.
What's the evidence that we have that Reckoner is male? He uses a fake voice. So
Correct. I concur.
Reckoner, are you willing to have a genuine discussion?
He's
Sure.
busy,
Listen,
apparently.
I used to talk all the time with the old members. And then this sort of thing would happen all the time. So I stopped talking. So don't worry about it. But yes, Miss Musk, you're great. Don't worry. See you later.
See you later.
I wonder if Reckoner doesn't even speak English, because when he's typing,
It's exactly the same.
it doesn't
Nah,
make sense.
I don't think he's typing. There's lots of moments when he keeps on saying the same thing twice and also answering very quickly sometimes. So I think he's genuinely just doing it with the voice. More, maybe a voice more for something, but I think he's talking.
I
I
don't
was there when he was being talked with a couple of weeks ago over the points and the Black Swan. It was a big obfuscation fest. It was ridiculous.
Because he's been to the chopper. So he doesn't want to admit to it.
It's me if you want to shit.
So Reckoner thinks the Earth is a globe.
I got an update, guys, on the space race. Bezos is blasting off July 20th.
Yay! I almost gave a shit. Just enough.
Now, get your tickets now before they sell out.
Do you also have to social distance? It's like, do they have to use 70% of their capacity?
No, they just get separate rockets, bro. They can afford it. Yeah.
But are you
they can
sure
afford
the
it.
whole virus is not gonna go from one to the other one? I mean, you don't know. You have to ask the CDC.
No, but they're big giant penises.
Novid-
It's okay.
COVID-19 can't survive in space, so once they get there, they'll be what's that?
They have to wear
The
masks?
vacuum clears up. The vacuum clears up everything, bro.
Oh yes, right, yeah.
You have
Very
to remember
good.
the vacuum solves all problems.
Yes. I do everything Mr. Fauci tells me to do. Very good.
Wait, who is Jeff Bezos again? Is that the Amazon dude?
Yeah,
that's
he
that
owns Amazon.
Oh, I can't keep track of all these billionaires.
Who gives a fuck about him?
And the
Guys,
service
I
to
don't
the
even
internet.
I don't even think for myself anymore. I wake up, I turn on the news, and I wait to find out what I can and can't do. That's how it is for me now.
Yeah, of course. I just wait for Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk.
Man, I'm about to go to the sea, and I'm so sad that I couldn't order a P1000 to do some shots at the sea. Maybe I'm gonna do it sometime later on, or maybe I'll find somebody that has a good camera on the phone. One of those crazy things that can zoom 100 times or something.
I'm not trying to make any other fellow 420ers in the chat or listening feel jealous, but I'm getting nice and crispy right now, ladies and gentlemen.
You can get one of those monoculars that you hook onto your phone as well.
Good idea. Oh, you're slipping. Big, spin big.
Wait, why do we have a Dandelion? Oh, did you just copy the name of our Dandelion? You literally just copied the name.
What happened?
We have Dandelion in the chat, but it's not
somebody's pretending to be Dandelion.
Yeah.
Dandelion.
Oh, did they copy her picture too?
No. That would have been real creepy.
I also see we have oh, he left. Never mind.
English is okay.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
I do. Very, very good. Very good. Do you speak it very good?
Yes.
That's a loaded question.
Say what again?
I said that's a loaded question.
Say what one more goddamn time.
It's a loaded question.
It's the whole reason I asked it. Oh, man. Whew.
Oh.
It's
Dandelion apparently doesn't know. Oh, sorry.
No, it's. I think it might be. I see.
It's all babble.
So Dandelion, do you think the Earth is a spinning globe? Or you think it's flat? You can unmute yourself, you know. Or you don't want to talk.
Pretty interesting name for a guy. A flower. Dandelion.
Oh, he's an F. That's cool, bro.
That's why I said, hey. Oh, yeah, I know. That's cool, bro.
Wait, he's a female?
Male.
We don't know what F means. It can mean female to flat earther to just the letter F.
Maybe it's a new
failure
designation of a some type of new sex they invented.
Oh, like some like gender
Yeah. So, yeah.
I'm paleo, but I'm paleo trisexual.
What the fuck?
Okay.
The fuck? What's that? What does it mean?
Try to
I
be
don't know.
paleosexual. I don't know.
Paleo trisexual.
What
Thank
she's
you
saying
for
is
that,
you're
Mrs.
fond of
Musk.
the substances.
Wait, what am I saying?
That you're fond of substances.
Oh,
Is that your cat, Exo?
I'm a really good judge of cats, cute or not.
My cat would not let you, probably would not let you pet her or get near her for quite a while. Our one cat that we have left, Sierra, Wally passed on us a couple years back now. Sierra, I think she's laid on my chest twice in the whole 6-7 years we've had her. She's such a princess. She's one of those hypoallergenic cats there. She just recently started coming up to my uncle that's been here a million times. So weird.
You need bacon grease. You can get a cat to do anything if you have bacon grease.
Witch,
Just shave her, bro. Just shave the cat, bro. She won't be allergic to anything.
But then again, who knows? She might be all over you if you met her, but no, she wouldn't even she sticks to mom like glue, but everybody else, she's very leery of them. It's weird.
It sounds like a cat, though. Cats usually have one friend, and they're just like, fuck everybody else. It's kind of true.
And then
My
they'll eat
cat
that
will.
friend when that friend dies.
And you'll eat the friend. You'll eat the friend? Is that what you said?
Yeah, they'll eat their own.
That's so true. I think about that. I'm like, if I suddenly die, my cat will try to eat me. So gross. But then does that mean I reincarnate into a cat? Become one with the cat?
No, more than likely it means your cat's gonna trip balls.
You almost made me spew water everywhere because I was taking a sip as you were saying, I think about that. I'm like, she thinks about dying and her cat eating her. Oh my God.
I just crossed my mind before,
That's one of the least surprising things about this individual.
Oh! Wow.
See how that is like a big what if thing.
Thank goodness I brought some sunshine because Elijah's been throwing some shade.
Easily outlive your cat 3 times.
Just out of kindness now, come on. But a serious question: What happened to the competition? What's going on? They got no proof.
I don't know.
They still struggling.
The subject matter got changed to cat eating people. I don't know. Kind of threw me off.
We just don't have anybody defending the globe.
It's hard to defend something that doesn't exist, I guess.
Yeah, pretty damn hard.
Hold your ground. Wait, no, we don't have any.
Let's defend men. Wait a second, we got no balls. Oh no.
Oh, maybe it's a consequence of certain illicit substances that everyone's bowed the knee to take. And thus they can't enter the arena because they don't have full cognition anymore. Was that veiled enough for the live stream?
Yeah.
Wait, do you mean weed? What do you mean?
Oh, well, veiled enough for the coherent live stream. I'll translate. Fauci ouchie.
Oh!
Yeah.
Wow.
Fauci, ouchie, Mr. Fauci, give us that.
Guy's still a thing. Is he like still?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's our puppy. Puppy tells us the Delta variant is very deadly.
Daddy Fauci. Mother Fauci.
Isn't that an oxymoron? Delta is variant. It's the same meaning. Delta is change.
So it's like moon. It's like variant.
They're so dumb. They think we were born last week. What's wrong with them?
It's not an oxymoron, it's redundant.
It's rubbish. Whatever it is, it's dumb.
Well, if we go by the logic of one of the previous characters, the universe could have been made up 5 minutes ago, so, you know.
Is that an excuse for having nothing to show for themselves?
I ain't getting tested though. Fuck.
That was great. Do you like the lies?
No, just write.
Yeah,
just write
everybody
your
around me lies.
I am my own.
My
But I trust them.
Is there any DJs in the house?
It's so quiet.
Speaking about cats eating you.
Did the live stream get eaten by a cat?
Yeah.
If you go to Iceland, then our Christmas stories are if you don't get clothing for Christmas, then you might be eaten by a cat. So
That's the way they do it there.
Does Iceland do the thing where they wear like the crown thing for winter and they walk around with the candles? Or is that Norway?
Norway, I think, not us.
Okay. I gotta look that up. I remember when I was a kid, I was like so obsessed with that. I don't know why. Norway Christmas crown.
Maybe it's the Celts. It's someone. It's some white people.
Just throw it off from yourself, bro. Doesn't matter where it lands.
It's very culty, yes.
Who cares? People are doing shit that they don't know why they're doing it. It's fucking hilarious.
It's like some wizard shit, look. I think there's also like antlers too.
Yeah, those wizard hats are pretty funny.
Put it like it's just weird.
Hey, what? Yeah, may the Creator have mercy on them. What are they doing? Musk, did you ever watch that playlist I sent you about Mystery Babylon?
The Mystery of Babylon. No, I watched. I was watching the one video you sent me about the guy describing gravity. Well, no. Well, he was describing gravity.
Yeah.
Yes, but I was having a hard time because I think he thinks space is real.
Yeah, that's why. That's why
I was watching and I was like,
Yeah.
my brain is having a hard time saying bullshit.
That's why I didn't post it in the stream because people can't like distinguish. And I prefaced it with ignore
Yes.
the terminology. Just look at
Use
the
your thinking
technology.
hat.
That right? Yeah. It's one of those ones you have to chew
Yeah,
over.
talking about Bill Cooper.
No, it's Standeo. I don't know how to pronounce it, but something like that.
I'll watch
It's just
Babylon.
It's just
I will watch
interesting
that.
Yeah, it's interesting because
You guys.
Wow. Carry
Wait, Elijah's talking. Don't run.
Sorry. Go ahead, Eliza.
Yeah, because it's like obviously they understand it completely wrong. Many people do, but it was the way in which they discovered the technology, the way in which they kind of, you know, how people think things are impossible just because they've been told it's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
So the setup in that thing that these scientists or whatever they were presented something that was impossible as if it was real, and then they had to go and figure it out. So once this had been removed from their mind by deception, but still it was removed from their mind, they were able to then progress and figure it out for themselves. So that was to me like the most interesting stuff. And then the rest of it is just the technology, because anyone who's been in this game long enough knows that you can do those kind of levitations.
Was it about that one thing me and you were talking about with the spiral thing?
It's connected to the vortex stuff. Yeah. If that's what I'm not too sure. It was
Can you shoot it over to me, bro?
Yeah, one sec. Actually,
That's cool. Thanks, bro.
Musk, can you? Actually, no. I can just go to your one. Yeah, there you go. Eggs, yeah.
So I know you spoke about it briefly once, and just quickly had a chat, and we just like left it so we get the populace.
I'm not sure if it's directly because I mean, amount of different conversations I've had in this place over the few last months. It's like, how do you keep track of that? But it was just that those weird rituals that Musk posted in the stream reminded me of the Mystery Babylon stuff.
See, how funny is this? We went from a topic to people being eaten by cats by people wearing funny hats, wizard hats, and then we went on to an actual topic. A ritual reminded you of technology. Wow.
Art imitates life.
I love it. It's funny.
Is that eggs?
Mine does, apparently.
Yeah, bro, it's fake.
How's it going, brother? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, been taking a break. Just a few things happening.
Are you in New Zealand or Australia?
Australia.
How is that going? Heard shit's going wild over there.
Yeah, apparently. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't affect me.
Saw somebody getting arrested because they left their house and they were walking through the park.
Yeah, that's probably bullshit. How are they going to keep on coercing the people if they don't promote fear on TV? There's people out.
This is why you have guns, America. why we have guns.
Keep it well oiled, Mrs. Musk. Keep it well oiled.
Well, now they're trying to get rid of guns. I just watched this commercial about like they're pretty much trying to get rid of guns. Like, no. This is why we're not like Canada and not like Australia. Sorry, guys.
If they're gonna get rid of guns, they need to do it like they tried to do with snakes back in India a couple thousand years ago. Get rid of all of them. Close Pandora's box.
They can't. You guys are the biggest buyers, bro.
I was gonna say, of course, that didn't work with snakes.
See, the thing of it is it's not. It's more about psychology. It's not about the weapon or whatever. Like for example, I was watching a review of best guns under $300, and a friend popped over and they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it! Less than $300 to kill a person." And I'm sitting there thinking, like, I don't need a fucking gun to kill you.
You could use a stick or a stone.
You know, if you're thinking of killing someone, then it's not about the cost.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Exactly.
It's just odd because I was like, geez, I don't know how I'd feel if I gave you a gun then, you know, if that's how you're looking at it. Like if you're thinking a gun is a tool to kill somebody, you're looking at it the wrong way. It's a tool to defend yourself. You know?
Well, like, you have a car.
You know,
don't be worried about it killing people because you could kill people with a car.
Shoot them in the toe.
If I pull and shoot, I can shoot to maim, like hit legs, hit arms, you know. More than likely, if they're armed and I'm pulling to shoot, I'm hitting heads and chests. I'm not shooting arms and legs.
Yeah, this guy thinks you need to spend $300. If he's that weak, you can buy the cheapest baseball bat. It's cost him like $15. There you go.
Yeah.
You save $285.
You guys are too bloody.
I spent $15 and hit a bong.
Iggs and I get along great.
Would you rather just pay for a hit?
No. You just duct tape them in their car. Turn it on. And close the garage.
You planned this out.
That didn't make any sense. Duct tape,
house
put him in the car.
Got a phone chart ready for this mask.
Full of booby traps, your whole house.
That was gold.
Or Mrs. Musk, Elon's car's electric. That's not going to work out so well for you.
Yeah.
I'll figure out another.
Good with computers.
Like when I was a kid, okay, these are like I hated school so much, so I would do like the weirdest things to pass the time. And one of the things I would do would be like practice holding my breath, like see how long I could do. And another one I would do is thinking about how to smuggle stuff through airport security. Like it's so bizarre. But I would just think about it. Like I would just like, okay, how would you smuggle like bad stuff through airport security? Or how would you get away with murder?
Or if you died, your cat would start eating you. We understand. That's all right. It's cool.
Like if someone's gonna commit murder with a gun, they should do it on the 4th of
On the 4th of July.
Yeah. Then no one's gonna be like shocked if they hear like a loud boom.
It's still funny that is.
Are they ever shocked in the States?
Go, bro, go.
Well, that's a good. Where do you live?
I would have thought that day would be perfect to arrange a firework homicide. Just blame it on circumstance.
Don't worry, guys. I won't actually kill anybody.
Whenever I travel, I just do it.
Other than with kindness.
So 21 minutes past the hour on the 12th.
When I travel, I do it Spinal Tap style. I got bananas wrapped in tinfoil, and you know. You ever watch Spinal Tap go through the airport? Baby doll parts in their suitcase. The guy's like, "Why do you have a baby doll arm in here?" And it's a gag joke. I put it like this in my pants at parties, and people think, and that gets the guy laughing. It's hilarious.
Wait, you do what? You put what in your pants at a party?
Spinal Tap. Like if you watch Spinal Tap, there's footage of them going through the airport. They got a banana wrapped in tinfoil in the suitcase. They got a doll arm. The security guard's like, "Why do you have a doll arm in your suitcase?" The guy's like, "I use it at parties, man. I put it in my zipper and I walk around." And he gets the security guard at the airport laughing and shit, looking at him weird. You're weird.
It's like, I'm friends with Mrs. Musk. It's all right.
Well, I know. I
I'm just teasing.
I would think, okay, if I was like working for the cartel and I wanted to smuggle, like, let's say a powder through, like, what could you do? Could you like?
Okay, well, I'll tell you
make it
how
into
the U.S.
makeup?
government.
Like, you make it
I'll
into,
tell
like,
you
face
exactly how that
powder.
would work. I'll tell you exactly how that would work, Mrs. Musk. You would pick up your 100 kilos somewhere, and it would have been brought over by someone else for you. There would have been bribes paid off, could have been brought in through the military means, all kinds of ways. But you wouldn't have to worry about it. You would just have to pay your debt or pay up front. And I if you're going to get in the business, pay up front, because if something goes wrong, no, you don't owe nobody while you're doing your time or.
Well, no, I'm just thinking like a fun game, like in my mind. Like if somebody was like, okay, you have a pound.
Game with 100 kilos. Wow.
No, that's too much to me. Like a pound of, like, I'm not even advertising for people to do this. It's just like a fun brain puzzle. It's like doing a Rubik's Cube in my mind. So it's like, okay, somebody gives you a pound of Coke. How are you getting it through the airport? Not advocating for drug use, fun thing. So I would be like, well, what if you like turn the powder somehow in pages and like put it in a book?
I know how I did it, but
how'd you do it?
Like blotter?
I'm not gonna dox myself on you.
Oh, well then be quiet.
The simplest way, especially for you, Mrs. Musk, is you have the pilot you're dating bring it in for you.
You got rockets. What are you thinking about? It so hard. You've got rockets and shit.
Okay, no, but
Space,
you could make it
cars.
into this. This is what I was thinking. You could make it into a couple of these. Like this. Makeup powder.
Oh, wow.
And press it, but it could be...
For a pound.
So is this the confession hour, miss?
Guys, this is a fun
all
game.
her girlfriends in her.
This is a fun game.
1 pound. You need to have like 30,000 of those. Yeah, so I'm just a heavy makeup user, you know. I cake it on my face.
A K-cup user. Okay, well, maybe not a pound. I don't know how much. See, guys, look, I don't even know how much a pound of Coke would even be. But I just think about these things in my mind, like as a game. Sorry, I'm weird. But I don't know.
I need to compress it properly.
I'll show you what you're talking about.
I just walked right past everybody.
Because I feel like if you put it in like a baby powder, that'd be sus. And you would need a baby. So that's too hard.
This is straight off the ship. And that's how you want it. You see what I posted there in the live stream? That's straight off the ship, and that's how you want it.
Yep. I went to Mexico,
Oh
bro.
my gosh. Wow.
Flatman. I went to Mexico and came back all the way here.
Did you have a lot of fun?
While I was in Mexico, it was interesting.
that's the point. You just get 1,000 people, each with like a couple of grams on them. They won't search them.
Oh,
Just play the numbers game. Simple.
if you're a celebrity though, like a Kardashian, you could actually do my makeup idea because then they wouldn't be judging if you had
Because they
20 of those in your bag. It's like, oh, she's a movie star.
You
It's
could
like,
probably get
okay.
away with that as well. You just go, I'm an Insta whatever. Easy.
I'm an Insta baddie.
I guess. I don't.
That's what they're called.
I don't speak Tardation, so I'll take your.
Oh, well, I don't even have Instagram, so I can't even qualify.
Yeah, but they won't know until they ask you for your DMs.
Tell them you're Kim Kardashian if they say, but that's not what your passport say. No, that's my proper name. That's my screen name.
Right,
And they say, but you don't look anything alike. You just say, well, that's what I look like when I put all that makeup on.
Yeah, it's
keep
photo
on going.
magic, right? Photoshop. it's Photoshop because it has to be.
Has to be.
My last name could have almost been very close to Kardashian. I don't want to say what it exactly was, but it was like so similar. One dude I met had like, it was almost the same last name, but just slightly different. I was like, oh, that'd be kind of funny. Get what is this picture you posted of the elevator? Oh, he's not even in here.
What the?
It says lift access.
I think you already smuggled in what you needed to. Get, what is this?
Vaccinaire anti-COVID-19. I don't know what that means. Like, do you have to have the vaccine to get on the elevator?
By the looks of it, yeah. That's a meme.
So if you don't have the Fauci take the stairs, is that what you're getting at?
I don't know. He didn't give any context. He was just saying it takes only one elevator ride now.
That's an elevator that gives the shot to you.
Already? No.
Automatically. When you push the button, it just shuts you.
Really?
Yeah.
You're
It's
kidding
a robot
me.
inside. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dude.
What? Was it? Are you, what?
What the fuck?
Automated.
So you get
Shoot
in
the robot.
you get in the
Yeah.
elevator
Yeah.
and there's a
you
little
get the
robot in
shot.
there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you get the
Oh
point
my
of this.
God.
So nobody's liable.
This is why you don't. This is why you don't accept candy.
So you
from
can't. Now, nobody is virtually liable.
Yeah.
That is so
Joke,
freaky.
but yeah.
Who would want to get in the elevator with the robot alone? Like, let alone to give you a shot.
So it's an elevator too. What happens if you go onto like the 13th floor? You get like 13 shots, or if you go to the first floor, it's just one.
Yeah. Actually, it's not a robot inside. It takes you down to the center, you know, where they give it to you. Yeah.
To a
Oh.
But it's only one space. It leads. That elevator leads to only one room, special room, for that thing. Yeah.
It's a dungeon.
Wow.
Yeah.
You,
know,
teaser.
The dudes with the wizard hats, they're down there.
Come out the same.
Yeah, yeah.
I should have known. I was like, there's no way Romania is that technologically advanced.
But
Yeah, they tell you,
soon
come
they can
inside.
have it in. Soon they can have it like a robot in the elevator, with the laser scanner. It's very quick and easy. Yeah.
The light to the people. Come here, new technology, come for a ride. You won't feel nothing. Means elevator starts going down, you see all the,
Remember those phone booths? Yeah, they must make something like that on the streets now. I have to run. I have to run.
From
a
Get
little
Smart.
now. Big right, everyone. Yeah.
Gotta get an elevator.
I think he's talking about the Get Smart elevators. Picks up his telephone shoe.
I was thinking for those weird looking dog like weird fucking robot thingies, the one that slips on the hardwood floors coming around the corner, like having like pits or something that they fall into and can't get. I don't know. Fuck. How the hell? Those things are pretty free. You could make a pretty crazy horror movie with those things in.
Yeah, we got to start brainstorming how to do those.
Well,
Fire? Probably can't burn them.
Listen, if you guys actually kept up your end of the deal in the US, the right to bear arms, you guys should have like rocket launchers in your front yards. Come on. Kind of robot men running around. And you guys have a gun.
I don't have one of those.
As far as the misnomer of Canadians being unarmed, that is a misnomer. Well, Canadians have a lot of firearms, actually. We just don't advertise them.
Yeah, I know, bro. I just have to take it out on the Yankees. So I like to brag the most.
I'm gonna find this meme I got. It's this Yankee guy. He goes, "What happens if the government comes and takes away 10 of my guns? How many guns do I have left?" He's 19, because I lied to them commie bastards.
What a dick. He just knocked himself.
Like he turned over the 10 that he bought on the books, but he's got 19 stash from Grandpa.
And he just told him that he had 19 more.
Well, no, it's a meme and it just says Americans at the bottom,
He's got one of those rifles that you have to put the gunpowder in. You get that long stick, push the powder in, put them, spit inside them, blow the pellets in, then push the pellets inside.
Light the wick, and then...
This is how my pappy used to do it. Back in them fighting days.
Like me, I don't fuck around. I just assume you're packing, and if it comes down to that action of violence between the two of us, I'm not playing games. I'm gonna end it as fast as possible because I'm gonna assume you're trying to take my life. So, I might look like a soft target, but I'm not your average boo-boo bear. So
he's okay, boo-boo.
We'll get some picnic baskets.
We'll go get some picnic baskets. What a fun show.
Did somebody mention picnic baskets?
Yep.
Only bears. Wait a minute, sorry. Only bears know how to put out forest fires.
Yeah, I know. True.
I'm telling you, when I was a kid and I saw that only you can prevent forest fires, I don't know if I was the only kid that thought this way, but I was like, fuck, that's a lot of responsibility. I'm the only one that can stop them? Like, what about everybody else?
You are the only one. May the force be with you.
Well, you got to come to California. That's why we apparently can't stop the fires. That and the state government can't help themselves by keeping state in a perpetual state of emergency.
Is it really stopping the fires when everything's burnt down?
Well, everything's not burnt down. Just the cars and the metal stovetops and the granite counters, but not the trees.
Yep. And the Ferraris and the Lambos, but everybody else's cars are good and burnt.
Mm-hmm.
Lucky we stopped the fire. If we didn't let it burn down, wouldn't have stopped.
That's the thing that's so funny to me. It's like people think, oh, the government wouldn't possibly lie about the shape of the earth. They literally put poison in the water and they literally use lasers to cause these fires.
Yeah.
They do not give a fuck about you.
Like dew, right? That's what we call dew or something.
They're trying to burn it down. They're trying to burn like humanity down, just like terrorize everybody.
That's what the definition of terrorism is: when the government inflicts harm on its people. The literal textbook definition.
Yeah, we got a big problem here with that.
Yeah. They go, oh, terrorists are
But
dead.
what can we do? That's like the main question. Like, what can we do against this?
Well, now that it's showed its ugly face, like almost full frontal, right? Like it just came up and said, "This is who I am and what I am, and this is what I intend on doing." So I don't know. I mean, we've never seen this before like this, but. So I think they need to step out of the fucking darkness and stand up like a fucking man. We ain't putting up with it anymore. We're not going to put up with it. I'm telling you. Today, we'll put our foot down. No tyranny. No tyranny. Numpties.
Well, the freakiest part is like we can't stop it. That's like the thing that is, we're supposed to be on this roller coaster ride.
No.
Yeah.
I went off.
It's literally been the plan the whole time for shit. We can't control it.
Yeah, so it needs to be dealt with a different way than what you would normally think. It's not going to be your typical taking back, but I think there is other ways. So I think we're part of this.
Yeah, this is where I remind you all of the line in Red Dawn where it says, "Even the smallest flea can annoy the biggest dog."
Yeah.
I'll just give a little example. There's 340 million in America?
I'm sorry.
People? 340 million, 330?
Something right around that.
All right.
Yeah, 350.
Okay. So half of them are male, so you'd have 175. Just say from those males, half of them have some brains and some balls, so we'll go down to 80 million. Just say
you got to take off the children. You have to take off children off of that.
Yeah, we'll take out another half for children, another half for the idiots. You're left with 40 million. If 40 million Americans just left their houses with a toothpick, you could prod those guys all to death. 40 million.
Yeah, I know.
Even with 1 million,
Yeah, with
You see what
you
they
know what?
did
Listen,
with
Iggs, you
the
probably know.
so-called.
You probably
Yeah.
know about this. Only 3% of the population fought in the revolution here in America. 3%, 3 to 7% fight every revolution like that. 3%.
Yeah.
We need to hit that critical mark of 3 to 7%. That's it.
Yeah. As I said, 1 million, so you're 3%. So
Yep.
you're like 13.5 million. You just walk up to them, grab them by the ears, like your dad used to do to me and you in the old days. Grab them by the ear and throw them in the lockup.
Yeah, you don't have control of this house anymore.
Yeah.
So the problem is the cucks in the military and the cucks in the law enforcement, all the cucks, they're all a bunch of minions.
Yeah, they can't do shit though. Who are you going to turn against your own people?
But I'm thinking there's enough people. Listen, I think there's enough people in every level in the whole entire structure.
Yes.
That know what we know. There is.
Yes.
I know there is. There has to be. So they're watching. So they have another way, another method. They know what's going on. So I have kind of faith in that.
There just needs to be some action from the other side. I know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was like a worldwide coup. Obviously.
Yeah.
You see how all the libtards just lined up like a bunch of freaking ferrets or whatever, lemmings. With all the stupidity. It just got really insane really fast, man. They just all going along with it. I'm like, what? You people are literally retarded.
Mm-hmm.
Retarded. I'm sorry. Am I being too harsh?
No. And they can't even control it. That's the thing. It's like that makes us feel like it's like we can't even revolt because it's like
come on.
This is how it's supposed to be. Like until
what?
whatever happens. Like
until gravity comes and saves us.
No, I'm saying like God down and it's like fuck you guys. Like that literally like
the
that's
mystical
what I mean.
For the rescue.
But see, if God is either everything or he is nothing, so I'm choosing myself that God is everything and everywhere. So every part of this place, there's part of God or the Creator here with us. So all of that. Mm-hmm.
Have you guys noticed that 3 sitting African leaders and now a 4th one in Haiti, they all died in office in a very short space of time? And, I mean, that is unprecedented. And then somebody said the CIA has got a little gun that shoots a little pellet that gives a guy a heart attack. And it's so tiny that, like, you're going to have to do a really thorough autopsy to find it. And these people in Haiti who've been apprehended, they are from Colombia. They are ex-Haitian.
This that guy was from Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Living in Florida, but he was born in Haiti. And the Haitian president, he wasn't doing the testing, and he had bought there was no Fauci ouchies going on there. And the ones in Africa, it was the one who swabbed his the bonnet of his BMW, a goat.
The pawpaws.
Yeah. So think about that. They will just go and take the leaders of countries out.
Yes and no, but at the end of the day, he wanted to be there. He put his hand up, do the right thing, and now the people should be furious.
I thought
I'd be
Haiti
angry.
was such a poor shithole, but I read an article today. They've got quite a lot of natural resources. I never knew that.
Yep. And the US government, the American government, attacked them twice, two big wars, and they lost twice against Haiti. It's the only place they get lost against. Like, they got battered.
So I just come to the conclusion that we are like absolutely nothing to them.
Yeah, they say so themselves.
That's because the conductor of the evil is not human.
Oh,
They can't really care. Whatever that means. No, I'm not saying
Just
it's
meant
alien
nothing.
or whatever, but it's not a human.
It doesn't seem to be. So, isn't it interesting that all of these things had these plans beforehand, people? Agenda 21. What year is it again?
What? These guys make their plans, like I told you guys, like 4 to up to 600 years in advance.
Yeah, they told
What
us.
do you guys want more?
They've been telling us. Event 201 told us exactly. And then the David Martin documents, I don't know if everybody got those. If you didn't, I think I sent it to about 20 people here at least. About the 2003 patents on the unnamed subject. And so that's quite astonishing. It's 18 years ago that they named it and patented it illegally. Did you get those documents, Mrs. Musk?
No.
No? Let me send them to you.
Is it about the J?
Yeah, I did send it. Yeah, it's in your DM. I sent it to you, and yeah, it says BOTW notes. It's a PDF.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's so crazy that, like, even though they tell us, it's like, well,
Nobody's doing anything.
can't stop it. It's like really
Oh, God.
out of our control.
Wow.
We are all in some level to blame because, you know, even though we know it's wrong, like, and there's things that I've tried to do. There's a lot more things I could do. Like, I still shop at Target. You know, I still like.
Wow.
I'm sure you also have a hand in this too. You're using the internet right now. You probably use Google still. You probably have an iPhone. Like, we still, even the people that are awake, we're still to some extent like feeding the fire.
I will just give a little thing. A little thing, yeah. Has anybody that you know of that's in the public or in the private ever put up charges against a president or a prime minister for treason?
No, I don't know of anybody who's done that.
I know
Now
here
you
in
do,
Canada,
so we'll leave it at that.
I know in Canada somebody is trying, but they now have cops that protect the politicians from citizens' arrest.
There was a special constable in the UK who went to the police station. He filmed himself. He had compiled this huge document, and he spoke to another special constable. And our special constables have like a different dispensation to like regular cops, and they are not beholden to the government at all. And he filmed it all.
Correct.
And he laid charges of genocide, crimes against humanity, etc. So that special constable
It's gonna be used.
he's supposed to investigate that now. It's all over the internet.
Stuff's being done.
Yeah, and then that guy was in his car like a week ago, and he was saying other whistleblowers, other people. And there's a doctor here as well who put her neck out and put her face on the internet, and she also said the whistleblowers and the people who don't agree with this must come forward. So, yeah, there's apparently the case that's gone to Brussels has got 1,000 solicitors backing it and 10,000 doctors.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know.
I don't know how slow the wheels will turn, but there are things going on.
If you see people disappearing, don't think of it as a bad thing. I'll just put it like that. But this, we can't do it. It's when people fail to act.
Yeah.
Go.
No, go ahead. Finish.
I was going to say, it's when people fail to act is when shit gets like really, really, really bad. There's only so much, a handful of people can do, you know?
It's not
I did what I did.
even failed
And
to act. So it's can't even get, no matter what you did.
Oh, you're roboting, Kai. Yeah, you roboted out. Sorry, girlfriend.
Moscow.
She must have rotated out of her orbit. Stand by, everybody. Anyway, I was just gonna say, there's people been disappearing for the last few years, like before this all started, right? All these 1,900 CEOs in 1 year. They're like bankers, investment people, like all that kind of stuff, all disappearing.
I know. I keep on telling you people, you can't give this, it's all this, and we're going to wait for gravity to save us, and...
So is it all... Yeah, you were roboting. So is it all... what was I going to say? So is it all kind of like Atlas Shrugged? Like, do we know all those people actually died? Did they really die? How many of them can we confirm that actually are passed away? And how many are there ones that have just skipped along somewhere else? Like,
well, they can be locked up somewhere where nobody can see them.
Yeah, they would have to be if they were against the flow, you know, of this evil empire.
So put it this way: the stuff that they scare you with, that can be used against them. So do people not realize that? Oh, they're building underground bunkers, this, that, and they've got these jails underneath. Yeah, that's where they can go.
Yeah, they probably have miles and miles and miles of bunkers. Can you imagine? They built whole cities under there right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Let them all pound each other in the sphincter and die like that.
Okay, what? You guys hear me now?
Yeah, it's better. It's better so far.
Yep.
Okay, what I was trying to say is, no matter what, though, even if there are good things that can be done, every day with our life, we're still fueling the evil that's like slowly growing bigger and bigger. Like, whether, like, even if you're the most woke person, you're still like inadvertent.
Yeah, we still rely on it because it's been set up that way. That's true.
Yeah.
But think about this: we are in the system, but we are not part of the system. Like, so, I mean, we are in that extent, as you were talking about, because it's been set up that we really have no choice. So we have to do what we can while we're here inside, because I don't think that's an accident. That us, in particular, each individual here is here for a really important reason. So if you think about what you know and what you're able to do, your influence that you're able to put forth, or, you know, even just the influence of being like stable within yourself and a solid foundation that you yourself can rely on, this, I think, can eventually change Earth. I really have great hopes for it.
Well, I'm just going to go on to the point.
I really hope you're right.
What you said about the internet, that is a public utility that is yours, mine, Sunny's, everybody's. It's not nobody's. It's not theirs.
Yeah.
That make you believe it's somebody's.
Yeah, see, all this land is ours. It's actually it's our land.
Yeah.
Like we are the inheritors of it.
Yeah. Once you get to the realization of that you've paid for it, or your family's contributed in the past or now or whatever, it's come out of all the people working together, and it's come to this level.
Yeah, so check it out. So, wait a second, let me gather my thoughts.
You cannot deny somebody a public utility. You cannot deny something to anybody that's in the public. You cannot.
Yeah. Okay, so what I was going to talk about is this. So in 1933, when they started changing the gold standard, right? Think about that. Oh, that's in 33 too. Okay, so right around that time, even before that, the human capital, which is kind of governed under the Department of Agriculture.
Yes.
All these humans that are here, let's say in the U.S., have all been capitalized and monetized, and the debt was repaid to the bankers with human capital. Yes. So that's why the capital letters, that's why the fictitious corporations, that they tried to make us all that we are not.
Yep.
You know? So it's been mortgaged. So the point I'm trying to make, I know I'm kind of long-winded. So the point I'm trying to make is we've been mortgaged off and everything has been paid for. It's already been paid for. Everything's been paid for. It's all paid for. And in 1933 also, in House Joint Resolution 192, hold on, let me make sure I got it.
You have to remember those laws aren't for you, they're for them. They make you think those laws are for you. They can only create laws for themselves. As they're in the public, you're private. Why do people accept laws that people make for themselves? So this group of people, your government, whatever you want to call them, that law only applies to them. But people think that applies to...
Right, so here we go. What is HJR 192? Before HJR 192 was passed, Executive Order 6102 was signed into effect by President Roosevelt. This executive order required all gold and gold certificates to be surrendered to the federal government by May 1st, 1933. House Joint Resolution 192 was then passed by Congress on June 5th of that year. The law was passed to do away with the gold clause in the Constitution and in all public and private contracts. So check it out. So listen. So 1933 was also the year the U.S. went bankrupt, which was not the first time, and that it went bankrupt. In fact, the United States was so far in debt that it went bankrupt 2 additional times previous, one in 1789, forming the Constitution so the states could sign on as security for the Fed's debts. Then in 1861, when the southern states said no more, we wanted to succeed rather than sign on to another pledging of assets to pay the federal government's debt. Then in 33, with H.R. 192, they took all the gold, all the true money, all the property, instituted eminent domain, property taxes, divided the titles, and instituted the income tax to control the labor of people. In addition, with H.R. 192, is when they instituted the birth certificate to control people. You have the future of America, people becoming the collateral for the federal government's debt. Yes, that's right. Your birth certificate is the title to your body. It has been pledged as an asset. The holder has the right to taxes, fines, fees, etc., that you pay to the government through judgments, court cases, payroll, income tax, property tax, etc., etc. From the very beginning, the government was indebted to the European bankers as a result of the revolution. How ironic that we had to borrow money from England to pay for the war we fought against them.
But you really didn't.
So listen, so fast forward, this is a good article. So fast forward to the year 1900s and you'll come across several key events that make it quite obvious there was a master plan at work to enslave the people. If you read a book named The Creature from Jekyll Island, you'll become intimately acquainted with the happenings in the year 1910 when 6 men who were either elite bankers and or politicians met in secret in a place called Jekyll Island. It's off the coast of Georgia, actually. And the purpose of this meeting was to formulate plans for economics reform for the United States. This is where the banking cartel began in this country. The idea of a central bank had always been rejected, and some men who met on Jekyll Island need to come up a way to trick the people into allowing a central bank to be instituted. 3 years later, in 1913, President Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act into effect, which is the current central bank in the United States, even though it is actually not governed by any agency of the federal government. 8 years later, in 1921, the Maternity Act was passed, which required all birth certificates to be registered with the state. So now all key pieces were in place for the upcoming bankruptcy, default, and restructure. They made us slaves, but they couldn't technically make us slaves because that would be illegal, so they had to give us a remedy. So what H.R. 192, the remedy, is that the government has the obligation to discharge and settle any debts we may incur in our daily lives. Yes, this includes mortgages, car loans, utilities, etc. But wait, wasn't H.R. 192 repealed? Technically it was, but the provisions that brought us into having no money of substance still exist and apply. In other words, we didn't go back to using real money, gold and silver again, and therefore the maxim of whoever brings the obligation must bring the remedy still applies. So the government still has the fiduciary duty to discharge and settle your debts because we still don't have any access to money of real substance, and because the USA is still in bankruptcy mode. So the Secretary of Treasury is still the receiver in a bankruptcy, your birth certificate is still a bond, and your debts are still repaid by your future labor, property, and taxes that they are assuming. And administration of, as the office of the executor of the estate, and all caps John Doe name. They still hypothecate the birth certificate and made billions of the birth or naturalization of every citizen. In fact, in every court case over $7,000, there are new bonds created and traded off your BC estate. So now that we know this information about H.R. 192, can we write something like discharging according to H.R. 192 on a bill and call it a day? The shorter answer is no. We cannot just simply scribble some words at a 45-degree angle like gurus are teaching across the bill and think that we are done. We never have to pay FRNs for our bills ever again. That's why those who are not fully informed called this the HJR 192 scam, because it isn't easy breezy. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. The fact of the matter is just the tip of the iceberg, and the rabbit hole goes far deeper than any of us have ever imagined. If we really want to change our lives, it will be a mess. It will take massive amounts of studying and a healthy dose of trial and error. We need to educate ourselves not only on the history of how this all came about, but also stay in the forefront of new technologies that can be used to change our status and obtain a remedy as close to 100% of the time as possible. So everybody needs to read up on what it is, H.R. 192, in America, that is. I tried to do this, and I actually discharged a debt myself using a banker's note. in red letter at a 45-degree angle. That was considered a banker's note, and you can discharge debt yourself, and I did it. But some people wouldn't recognize it at all.
Of course not.
So read up on HJR 192. It's man, I've been studying this stuff for like 20 years, you guys. Watch the documentary, Creature from Jekyll Island. You gotta watch that. Watch it over and over again.
See how that's funny that only applies to America, but everybody else is bankrupt, but nobody else can discharge debt.
Yeah, it's a totally in the rest of the plane, like.
Yeah.
See, there was actually a remedy. This after they passed this phony baloney Social Security Act and all that stuff.
Well,
like it was rammed through Congress on Christmas when everybody was on vacation. Like the houses were empty.
Well, I'll tell you a little secret.
Yep.
And after the third bankruptcy, that's it. Finished. You can't go bankrupt 4 times. So, from that year till then, they just wrote in a newspaper that didn't obtain to you that law was for them because they fucked up on 3 bankruptcies in Washington, as I keep on saying. Those laws are not for you, they're for them. So the US government, are you guys the US government? No. But you guys think you are, so those guys fucked up. They needed to pay it back. That was for them. They had to do that. And they wrote down, every person must do this and that, blah, 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 give in their gold. Every person, I don't know, are you a person? Oh, no, I'm not a person. And I'm not a part of the American government. Neither are you, neither are all the people here. Some people might think they are persons, but they're not. So again, if it's not by TV, it was done by the newspaper. People read it and they go, all right, let me willingly go in there and give in my valuable stuff.
Yeah, so watch G. Edward Griffin or buy his book. I suggest everybody needs to read that, man. I'm serious. Watch it. Yeah, watch it. There's a couple documentaries about the Federal Reserve. But you see, you got to go way back. So, like you were talking about, so there's this whole system that's out there that we don't even know about. I never learned about this till very late in the game, right? So, about how things are really run out there is that the Vatican owns everything. All the real property on Earth is owned by the Vatican. They're the richest entity on Earth, people. On Earth.
They actually own the future prospects of women's children in advance.
So yeah, they own everything. They own all the property. They own England through a contract, and I think it was 1209 or something around that period. Pretty close, probably. And then so they owned it as real property, and then when this Age of Conquest went out, and then all those findings or whatever, you know, that these sailors were. These explorers were finding out there, all these lands became property of, let's say, Britain or Holland or France or Spain, right? So they're all, like, all this property is still owned by the Vatican. So North America is still owned by Britain. So people don't understand how the financial system works. In America, well, basically on Earth, I would say this is how it works. Everything is monetized, and everything you sign that has your name attached to it goes and is monetized and is put, is sent through the financial centers through the City of London, then to the Vatican. Then Washington, D.C. is the strong arm, the military branch of the world government. And London is the financial center along with Wall Street. and the other financial, like even the ones in whatever Hong Kong or Singapore or wherever the financial centers are, Tokyo, right?
Yeah.
So everything gets funneled. Check it out. This is amazing. People don't know this. So everything gets funneled. All that information gets funneled through these financial centers to the International Bank of Settlement in Basel, Switzerland. Everything you've ever attached your name to or signed has been monetized and sent there, and all of that is funneled in the Vatican, which is the holder of like all the documents and all the financial and all the money. And it's the whole thing.
Why are they a neutral country out of... Like,
about that.
Like, they're the only country that knows how to say no to a war.
That's why.
What do you think?
Why do you think they have Swiss Guard in the Vatican?
It's right there in their flag. It's just the Knights of Malta.
So that's what I get into like talking about, because that's like people aren't privy to this information of how this whole thing is set up. That has nothing to do with what you think it is at all. Nothing. It's not. It's a different animal than what you see out your front door. It totally is. It's run back. It's behind the curtain. There literally is something going on behind the curtain. Creepy, freaking grabbling going on.
And that's just scratching the top, bro.
So yeah, it's controversial, but I'm fresh out of fucks about now anyway. So yeah, carry on. Sorry, I didn't mean to divert the conversation into this, but I thought it was very interesting, and this topic is super interesting to me. Like it's like how all this was set up is just you can't write a story like this. Like how the hell is any of this possible? So I know the creator's involved in all of it somehow, and so
well, many are called the fuel answer.
What I think is most important about this is that how a lot of the globalists will like to pretend flat earthers are the religious people. And no, that's not really the case at all. The globe is deeply religious. Vatican, Catholic Church, like United States federal government, in God we trust. Nixon thanking God, or said God picked, America to win the space race. The last thing that went to Mars, supposedly, they said they owe it to God. They read from the Bible when they went to the moon, if you believe their story. But somehow the globalists will flip that and pretend like, no, it's all secular. None of it is religious.
Yeah, that's an esoteric thing.
That's like the biggest lie ever, like one of the biggest lies ever told. It's amazing. And so what we have is then all the way back around, everything circulates back around to this globe lie. They're the same group of people. So if you want to know why, you're going to have to go to the source of who's controlling all of this stuff. Go investigate yourself. Who's got control of all the information from the very beginning? Think about it. Who was the banker, the army, the rulers, the landowners? Who did you pay your taxes to? It was all the same people that it ever was here on Earth.
Yep.
Yeah, it always was. So the point is, so those people that somehow just believed, or I don't know how that happened. So think about this. How was there this group of people, where did this people come from that said, we're going to rule over other people? We're going to be the ones to rule over everybody else, control everything. Think about that mentality. That's what we're dealing with.
It's been like that for ages, bro.
Yeah. No, it's been that way forever, as far as we know. Yeah. So that to me is the most interesting topic that I can think of. Who are these people? How did they decide that? Like, where did that come from?
Well, they stick together and they tell you to be whatever, capitalist, communist, socialist, individual, stay away from everybody, whatever. But they all work together. It's simple. Yeah, as Elijah said about those scientists that made something that, that apparently couldn't be made. That's the whole thing. There's always somebody that can do something good, but they like to instill fear in you, tell you that you can't do this or can't do that, whatever. Or something is, you can't, whatever the thing might be. Doesn't matter what it is. It's irrelevant. Most of the stuff comes from the people. Those guys couldn't light a fire with what's it called? A lighter, wood and some piece of paper. They struggle to light a fire. That's how dumb they are.
So, man, you drinkers, what the hell? Shit. That's
what I wanted to say before.
Alcohol bad for cognitive ability.
Shit, I'd freaking die. I can't touch it even if I wanted to. It's like
Oh yeah, Sonny, this is what I wanted to tell you before. You know, with the HR blah 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 blah, that thing that you were saying, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright. This is what I wanted to say to you. It's a contradiction in what they're saying and in what they're doing. So they're saying that they're bankrupt, that they owe money. You are, bonded slave, you pay taxes, stock market, you give in your gold or whatever, blah 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 blah. So they can pay off the. But the discharge, what's it called? Your utilities and your house and whatnot. They still need services. They still need to pay for stuff. It cannot be done. That's the lie. The other lie is that the banks are so-called separate. That's the other lie.
Yeah, you're caught up in man's deception. People hate the Bible because it exposes their lust, pride of life.
Yeah.
Eggs. You're in Australia, correct? Hello?
Yep.
Okay. How has it been for you to get remedy or avoid being monkey stomped by the road pirates or the martial law that they're imposing on you guys, or is it unavoidable? Are they just kind of it doesn't matter what you say, do, remedy, none of that matters? They just kind of pushing forward.
Well, everything's an offer. I don't accept their offers. It depends how much you're going to stick up for yourself.
Right.
what you're gonna stand up for. I've been in a few situations where I've had to stick up for myself, physically against police, and they didn't do nothing because you have to tell them not to touch you. If you don't tell them, then they'll do it. There's like silent acquiescence to them. So it's just little things like that people don't know. But yeah, they've gone pretty ravaged here because we don't have those types of things like in the US, remedies and discharge and all the rest of it. What was it in 1974? I think, it's before that. It was 1954 it started. So in 66, when it changed the currency here to $1 instead of the pound, we were under the occupation of the US government instead of the British government, which is what same but different.
Right.
So you lose, currency value, and then Australia got actually they registered it in Washington DC instead of in London. So the US had control of it, and in 1966 was the first time they actually started doing cloud seeding anywhere and experimenting on people was here in Victoria, and apparently that's still in force. That's why we're so fucked up here.
It's bizarre to me. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, go.
No, so in my mind, every land was a conquered land, right? Like the United States, they took that by force, right? I mean, they murdered all these natives and just kind of took the land. But Australia, isn't it the same thing? I mean, isn't every land essentially a conquered land by the Vatican or by Britain?
Yeah.
So I guess I don't understand why there's like these nuances, where Australia is a different system than the United States.
So, okay. So what they say that everything's America and everything's England and everything's they're main players because the people with the most money usually like to hang around with the people with the most money, and then they sit around and they talk amongst each other because they're all backstabbers. But every single place, doesn't matter if it's America, and I've got documents to back this up. America, Europe, Australia, China, they're still right an elder or a wise man or whatever from back in the days that people have put their trust in them. So like a clan member or a chieftain, whatever you want to name this person.
Okay.
And these people make decisions on behalf of the groups. So they'll sell out their people, and what they'll do is just say, like the chieftains will have their, little goons that do their thing. They'll send their goons over to one country, and those guys will send their goons into the other country. So it's like, somebody else is attacking, whatever, but it's really the people that are there that are selling out their own people.
Yeah.
And they've been doing it from day dot. And they're making me, you, and everybody else think it's about, because you look like this or you dress like that, or you believe in this or you believe in that.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So these guys have had the monopoly on it. Like I said this last time, I'm not sure if you heard, but the whole thing in Israel is their lease is up. So the state of Israel, Palestine never lost their land. It's going to go back to them. It's a 99-year lease. Just like, do you remember when they said Hong Kong's lease was up from England in like the year 2000?
Hey guys, what's up? We have a few members in the room, a few VC verified people. Welcome, Arwine. Dandelion, you are VC verified. How are you doing? We also have Jameson. Jameson, what's up?
Hey, I didn't
Jameson?
really call up, but how are you?
Jameson, are you there?
Am I not transmitting?
Oh, yeah. How are you doing, man?
Good. I didn't expect to get called up. It was just, I kind of knew that was where I was going to find Elijah, so that's why I tagged him there.
Okay. Are you friends with him?
No. Do you not remember me? I was on your stream like a couple days ago.
On my stream?
Well, I was on this stream, the
Okay.
7 Flat Earth. I talked to Bong.
Okay.
And Crit were in the room.
Hey. Yeah, I remember. I had known him or had talked to him on a couple other servers. He was confused about some of the stuff flat earthers have said and just started adding in his own preconceptions instead of asking. Did you look up the mud floods and the summer gate in Hyboria and what's supposed to be beyond the ice wall now? Do you get that? Or are you still thinking that when flat earthers say infinite plane, that just means you just keep wrapping around the ball until you get tired?
Well, I think infinite plane could be interpreted in different ways, but I'm really kind of trying to have charitable conversations. So if this is the direction it's going to go, I'll just mic out. That's cool.
No, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, so the one that I did look up into is the Soros equations or whatever, and I didn't find it very compelling. A lot of the link that Bong posted actually had globes to describe it. So
the what equation?
The way that you predict orbital patterns.
Yeah, the Soros cycle, you mean?
Yeah.
So that's an 18-year repeating cycle, right? That has been devised by ancient civilizations long before the globe lie was invented, right? This has been used ever since. Even NASA uses the Saros cycle. So why wouldn't it make sense?
Oh, I just didn't find it to be compelling evidence for the world being flat. But
why? Yeah, the Earth being flat would be, it measures flat, right? That would be the most. But the point is, Globers will claim that the heliocentric model makes predictions, and that is not true, right? Everything we've ever observed is.
Why is it colder in places and warmer?
Musk, you're hot mining.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I agree that we experience the world as flat. I'm not here to argue with you guys.
Yeah, no, but you're saying that it is not a compelling evidence. So these cycles going over and over again, and they build this Saros cycle, right? So these are not predictions; they are postdictions. So whenever the globe model tells you they make predictions, it's not a prediction; it's a postdiction, right? They wrote down the effect long enough to make a recurring pattern pattern out of it. So these are not predictions.
Right.
But go ahead.
Well, okay, like we can talk about this for a second. It's not like why I chimed in, but like the app on my phone that predicts where the ISS is going to show up for like the next 3 times, it'll tell me like on this day it'll be available for this many seconds. Like if that's post-diction, then how are they saying that on Tuesday I'm going to be able to see the ISS fly by?
Yeah, so what?
Yeah, and like we don't even have to talk about it. The question that I had was really about this idea of like defining flat Earth. Like I had this preconception of what flat earthers believed, and I was trying to use like a real inclusive definition, and I got some pushback on that. So I was just thinking about like with simulation model, like if I believe that I'm in a simulation and it's flat, would that make me a flat earther?
So you think it's a simulation? We're somewhere a jar, a brain in a jar.
I think simulation theory is like one of the best models for reality.
Why? Do you have any proof for this? Do you have any
Yeah,
proof for this?
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm saying it just
All
makes
right.
sense.
You mentioned the ISS. Like, what did you do to validate any of that?
Well, like really, I'm just talking about the light in the sky, right? There's like a light.
Yeah.
Can I give an example? So when I drive and I've got the Navman on, the thing seems to know where I'm going for some reason. I don't know why. Just saying.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so the whole entire thing is that there's no historical, official, direct physical measurement of Earth's curvature at the given rate that they told us the size. So, it doesn't exist here on Earth. It would have to be measured to show that. It's easy to do. You could go to a beach. I always say this, 5 miles, 16 feet. At 20 miles, it's 266 feet of drop.
I
Think about
agree
that.
with experience. The world is flat. Like we disagree. I
Yeah.
also think that the space station is up there.
Yeah, but where is it? See, like it's 17,000 miles an hour. Well, for one, okay, you're saying you're seeing it. So the whole thing about seeing it is you have to look at, they told us that what its size was also. So it's only slightly bigger than like a 747, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's big enough for light for me to see.
So you can't see a 747 at 6 miles. They disappear from your vision at 6 miles because the angular resolution of that size of an object disappearing into your vanishing point, no matter what kind of magnification you use, determines the size of something at a certain distance. It would not be visible at 250 miles.
Okay, like I feel like I see planes pretty far away if like they have lights on them.
You don't see them at 5 or 6 miles. You don't see it, whether it's got a light on or not.
Yeah, I don't know what the figure is there. Like I could say
Yeah.
like this is the reported cruising altitude, and
I mean, do you know how many planes fly into Los Angeles? How many lights you would see in the sky if you could see them that far? You can't. And, and somebody did. Wait a minute. Somebody did this thing where they if you take the speed that object is supposed to be traveling at, that it would only take 8 seconds for it to traverse the entire sky from horizon to horizon. 8 seconds. So it looks more like, to me, like I've seen those images myself, stills from them, and it looks like a balloon. It looks like there's something out there, just you'd never see it.
I was going to say, when he's talking about the app and that him showing stuff on the app, do you remember how they briefly gave an insight about what happened on the so-called, day that shook the world how they were, doing what's it called, anti-terrorist, this and that, and they were making, sort of a planes appear on the even the mission control's dashboard, and they didn't know which ones were real and which ones were fake, and they had to try to figure it out. And so apparently they didn't know what to do, and da. So if these people apparently can do it to a government, what do you think that you have any sort of, having the correct information about a digital footprint that they can just, manipulate however they want?
Yeah. So the incident, I have no idea what you're talking about, but it does kind of tap into the idea of what I'm talking about with simulation theory, because
you're talking about simulation theory, but you have no proof, so it's just an idea, right? So do you think there's no objective reality? Is that what you think?
No, I pretty much accept reality as it presents itself.
So why would you then think that there is a simulation? Then there is no objective reality. Then everything is simulated in front of your eyes. It's a double position.
Yeah, and I'm not saying I accept simulation theory. I'm saying it's an idea that I find myself entertaining.
It's only just entertaining in your mind, bro. It doesn't have any correlation to where you actually live in your daily life. You experience no curvature. You never have, neither have any of the rest of us earthlings. You don't detect any motion yourself, which you definitely would, since you're able to detect motion now in any direction. That's ridiculous to think that you're spinning around at up to a terminal speed of 1.5 million miles per hour through the solar system, a galaxy or whatever. It's just a
you don't experience space. Yeah, you don't experience space, only on your television, right?
Yeah, exactly. So things are much more real than you're giving them credit. They are very real. There's things that are happening here. The second law of thermodynamics happening here because we have gas pressure. So therefore, the vacuum of space cannot exist in reality. The second law of thermodynamics is one of the most fundamental axioms. That's something that just is. It's not even questioned because it does it every time, without fail, always, forever and ever and ever. No one has ever violated the second law of thermodynamics, so there's no such thing as a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without a container. It cannot exist. It does not exist. So space, the infinite vacuum of space doesn't exist. It's all... hold on.
Says who you're hot micing. Says who you're hot micing. Can you mute yourself, says who?
I wanted to... I'm sorry.
There's no problem. If you wanted to add something, that's fine, but your mic is...
really noisy, like now.
It's rattling against your shirt or something.
Oh, I'm sorry. How's that?
A bit better.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you want to add, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to jump in here and play devil's advocate for a little bit. So, version, not much. So, if we agree that there is a creator, and we all agree that at some point we will actually, this body that we live in will die, will we agree that the spirit is eternal, or does it die when the body dies? What's the point?
We weren't even on that topic at all. We weren't talking about anything like that. So we were talking about the actual... Not everybody agrees that there is... Listen, not everybody agrees that there's a creator. So we're not even there yet. So we're talking about fundamental things. Curvature, measurable curvature here on Earth, rotation, axial rotation, or any other rotation of this body that they're saying Earth is, which Earth is not an object, so people have this illusion. It's actually a delusion that they think Earth has to be an object because that's been planted in their mind that Earth is this ball out in space. So they have this object-oriented idea, and Earth is not an object.
Yeah, I'm with
So-
you on all that. So, like I was saying, as far as let's just say simulation theory, right? This reality that we live in. Everybody, I think, has this misnomer that it's like a video game. But ultimately, if there is, all right, if there is a creator, then he definitely put this particular reality into motion and set parameters for it. Now, of course, it measures flat. No one's refuting that except for the religious zealots that think it's a globe. They have no proof for this, so they want to live in a total other paradigm that has no foundation or basis in the reality that we live in. What I'm saying is that we live essentially in, this is my personal point of view, a created simulation. What we call reality is no more material as far as I'm concerned than anything else. That's all.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Thanks for the clarification. Actually, yeah, no, I can kind of agree with that.
Makes a good point.
Yeah, like it's a created place we are, and we're created ourselves, and we also know we are electrical as well, like in our bodies, right? We're part electrical. We have this electrical field inside of us, so there's a lot of things going on. Our spirit, or whatever that is, our soul, whatever people want to call it. Yeah, we are living in this created thing. So I believe we're like these beings that are spiritual beings that we are, and we're in the middle between Earth, the physical plane of, let's say, what's above Earth, everything we know as Earth on the surface, that's all we know, and that we're in between the spiritual, the sky, and Earth. That we're given this chance for whatever reason to be here in the middle and to experience the physical as a spiritual being.
Totally.
So
yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I realize this is like a super like meta claim, but like if God is kind of required to, not well, if the rules that God has decided to play by are like to conceal himself or to make it believable that he doesn't exist so that it doesn't have to be a faith-based position, then he could like instill images into telescopes, right? So like I kind of feel like whatever like your framework for reality is like what you see, right? And the it's like a video game thing is like really compelling to me because like there appears to be like loading screens when you change paradigms.
Yeah, as long as you don't forget about that, you have a free choice, and there is a right and wrong here. Like whether you want to believe there's a right or wrong or not, there is written in your heart, and all of our hearts. Like we instinctively know right and wrong. If we don't use our choice correctly, then there is consequences, and that's going to cause this whatever we're in to react in negative ways. And you know.
I think
We
it's
don't even
interesting
need
that
that.
you mentioned that you said that the creator chooses to hide himself. Why would you make that assertion? It's pretty obvious this place is created. I mean, can you recreate anything that you even perceive out your window? Could you make a tree?
I think that goes back to like the point of perception, right? Like if you believe in God, then you see creation all around you, and if you don't, then you don't.
Yeah, but
That's a
really, you don't need that because the people who present to you everything you've seen in a telescope, you know, like Galileo, Copernicus, Newton, they all said it only works if a god made it. They gave no hypothesis, no it validated through experimentation. In fact, they drove the conversation away from that. Newton said, "I feign no hypothesis." Hypothesis non fango. He's not even going to pretend he has a hypothesis. If anything, he said that it only works. There's no way of experimenting. because only this like if go look up the direct quote. It's beautiful. It's something along the gist of the majesty and power of what I'm looking at could only be done by a god. That's it. It's not possible any other way. And then Copernicus said virtually the same thing. He, with his original 16 models, had perfect spheres because he thought that God would make the perfect sphere to show you that perfect spheres don't exist unless they're made by someone who can do it. Something beyond nature, supernatural.
Yep.
Then you got
brother.
the Big Bang Theory. It's an ordained Catholic priest, George Clement. He basically said this is the mechanism in which God created everything. So this is why it's breathtaking when people like go and they lay down with atheists, which St. Peter said not to, right? When you lay down with the dogs, you get the fleas. You come back with these anti-ideas that the scientists told you the exact opposite. So like the scientists are telling you that each time they look at nature, they see God. The guy who invented germ theory, Louis Pasteur, said the first sip of science might point you away from God, but when you get to the bottom of the glass, you're closer to God.
Well done, brother. You're the first one, bar from me, to say what you have just said about these people because I say
that was awesome, Crit. I wanted to say that was
very nice.
Bravo, Crit.
Yeah, I didn't want to jump on a soapbox or anything, but it's kind of important to say that they try to make it about people. Like, hey, flat earthers are just a bunch of religious fanatics. It's not even close to reality. It's complete fabrication.
Yeah, and it must be shocking to them because they're actually the ones in a religion. We're sitting here going, look, empirically, we can show this. Look at this, look at this, look at this. We're like, it's piling on top all these things of reality, and they don't like it. They're pissed because their fairy tale fantasy is going to go away. It's all a big freaking dream of space. It's like a love affair with space. They're in romance.
Even guys.
Romance. Yeah, they're in romance with space. They think they're losing their lover.
and that's where it is. Sorry, Iggs. That's where this whole simulation. Yeah, go ahead, Iggs.
Sorry, bro. Just going to say quickly that those guys even wrote down that their theory or hypothesis, whatever you want to call it, was wrong. Copernicus, Galileo, in their own writing, they said this can't work like this. Just read their stuff. That's created. I'll keep on saying to everybody, read their stuff. These guys, if you actually read their stuff, you'll find out that those people might have not been that bad. Don't cast stones until you know the whole story.
They all believed in a higher power.
Yeah.
Like everyone.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. So I was looking up the piece for Crit so we can clip it. But yeah, that's where this whole simulation thing comes from, right? If there is an infinite space where we can find infinite other things, then why not have a brain in a jar or a computer being your reality, right? It's going outside of actual reality and then imagining and having feelings about it.
Yeah, like being freaking emotionally attached to this idea. It's really is. Said it yesterday. It's really Santa Stage 2. That's what it is. Santa Stage. It's the second stage of second tier Santa fantasy coming right up.
Well, this was already planned in advance as soon as they made the computer, like over 70, 80 years ago. They've had AI running for like 40, 50 years. They think like people, it's funny now. They already had this idea for the people, this stimulation theory to sell to people who believe in space because they're gonna catch on after 100 and something years of lying that they're going to go somewhere when they haven't left anywhere. Oh, now we've realized that the world is made up of ones and zeros and it's the matrix and da-da-da-da-da. So then you have these people that come to you like salesmen or like a priest or whatever you want to call them, and they post to you an idea. Now it's up to you if you accept whatever thing they have to sell. Simulation theory, God, wind, whatever. I don't care. They've got heaps of them. This is like 500,000 religions. There's another, I don't know, same amount of, theologies and ideologies.
Yeah, exactly.
Hard up for this stuff.
Does anybody else here have any questions? Anyone new on the live stream? There was someone here with no roles, but now they're gone. Oh, wait a minute. Props, are you there? No roles.
Yeah, we can unmute him. 1 second. Props, you're unmuted. What's up? How you doing? Props, you have control of your mic. You want to ask a question or? Props? Yeah, I'm going to mute him again. Yeah.
Any globe claims? A review of what the burden of proof means, or is that too too complicated? So the one with the positive claim has a burden of proof, right? Would you all agree with that?
I agree, Sonny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Everything seems to be positive now.
And so
we have to account for their positivity and another idea that's bullshit.
Yeah, because it wasn't us that said that the Earth was a ball, for one.
With a specific radius.
Yeah, with a specific radius. With a specific radius. That's the whole point. Yeah, with that specific radius. So they told us the size, so don't say it's too big. If you come in here and don't know what the size is, it looks absolutely ridiculous. So figure out what your radius is supposed to be. That would be a quick tip for Globers coming in. Or what a radius is. Maybe a little review on what a sphere is, what a circle is, the difference, some basic shapes and things like that. So they told us size, so that means certain drop over a certain distance, correct?
The sphere is something flat, which you can play soccer with it and volleyball,
No flat volleyballs?
Something flat that you can play volleyball
a disc
with.
A volleyball that's a disc? That would be interesting.
Yeah, it's a flat beach ball. Yeah.
That's the only time you're going to see a freaking spaceship, man.
Yeah, it's a round hockey puck.
Yeah.
It's a round hockey puck.
Yeah.
Look, it's an anti-gravity disc. How does that frisbee fly like that? Really, think about it.
Temperature is anti-gravity.
You can't even fly a frisbee on a freaking spinning ball. Yeah. None of that works. None of it.
I reckon if we all come together right now, we can come together, we can make for them a new god, a new thing, and we can cash in on this moment.
Hey, you know what? Even reducing gas pressure is anti-gravity.
What? I missed that.
Yeah, releasing gas pressure is anti-gravity.
Yeah, facts.
There you go. Right? Sure. Why not?
Oh, I remember the first time I said that to somebody on here. Oh, what about gravity?
By the claim that gravity is this container between the vacuum of space and the air we breathe. That's like saying when you release gases standing at a table, they don't rise above the table level.
If you're really quiet, they won't rise, bro. You just have to be quiet and not look at anybody.
They don't rise above the table because it's the food on the table, you know. And
You want to keep it.
That's what you call gas pressure leaving a container.
Yeah.
They would call the table a container or something. You know,
Yeah.
You can't win.
they'll say the table is a container.
Yeah.
And
And you know that 23.6 degree tilt is actually, before the gas releases, you need to tilt a little bit in the chair.
Yeah, to make to release it.
To change your trajectory or something? What?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's true. It's funny because it's true.
So you should be able to fart yourself to the store. You should be able to just fart your way to the store. I mean, put it to use or something, at least, like, let it be useful. Like,
farting at the table would make the plate spin.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Orbit. They will orbit.
It's a spinning dinner plate simulation theory.
It depends.
I mean, that's kind of fun. In space, you get to make up any kind of theory you want. It doesn't have to match with anybody. Throw all the experts under the bus. Go with your own thing, man. Pretend like you're the star of Globe Fantasy.
Hey, it's not a fantasy. It's a cool story,
It's too funny.
It's the bedtime story. Yeah.
I know. I got some of it from Battlestar Galactica.
I have a question. I have a question, though, right? Like, what simulates the simulation that simulates simulation that simulates the simulation that simulates?
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
That's just a regression fallacy, bro.
Oh my god.
Right.
Regression
Because
fallacy.
eventually, you're going to have to reach some place that's not simulated.
Oh,
uncaused
that's
cause.
the hardware.
Right.
That's the hardware, you mean?
Right. The unsimulated simulation.
Yeah.
Stop using my words, bro.
It's kind of the same thing, right? As I say,
Yeah, that's
what's the cause of the cause that caused the cause that caused the cause that caused the cause? The uncaused cause. That's God, pretty much, right?
Who started the cause? How did this cause start?
when you get there, you'll know. That's what I tell people.
Stone.
Yeah, it's like a Russian doll, right? You open it up. Open that one up. Okay, open it up. It's like, what's inside this? I don't know. Keep opening it up. Like fractals, right?
Because it's fantastic.
That's just
people love fantastic. It's fantastic. It's out there in outer space.
Right. I mean, when the coach calls a play, right? All right, come here, everybody, hold up, come here. All right, this is what's gonna happen, right? You're gonna do this, and this guy's gonna do that. He's gonna react to this. That's a simulation, right there. That's a simulation, right?
Because
you've got data. What's not a simulation?
Yeah, break.
Fine, simulation.
Break.
They use the term data in a very deceitful manner. They use it instead of, they use it for collection of facts. That's the term they mean when they say the word data. Our data shows this and that. Like they have a collection of facts, but data actually is information which can be true, false, either, any of it. It's
Correct.
all data. Yeah.
Yep.
So
we have to
now
have somebody
they are
from
saying,
Romania to explain.
yeah, they are saying that they can have, they can make up any numbers they like. They choose the numbers they like, their favorite numbers, and they call it data. And they want you to understand that those are a collection of facts. It's weird.
Yeah.
Well said, brother. I love it when he just comes on. He's from Romania.
Thank you.
Love you, brother.
I love you all.
Get Beget is a legend.
I'm proudly inventor of the word family with capital FE from Flat Earth. It's not much of
All
a
right.
thing, but yeah.
That's good. That's
I
pretty
like
good, man. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, get beget. You're the bomb. Get beget.
No, you guys are doing every day hard work, intellectual work. Yeah. It's not something easy. It's not something which the wicked do. Only good people do such things. Pull someone's hand,
Mm-hmm.
hey, look there, look here, this is that, pointing them the reality, the truth. Only a good man will do that. The clowns, the scammers, the wicked, they will never do such things. They want you to be a fool so they can fool you.
Yeah.
They want you to believe their stories.
Well, it's like the same. It goes back to the old thing: misery loves company, right? So they want to drag you down into their lower vibration.
Yeah.
So fuck that, right? I'm not.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
That's not
That's why I'm against this. Well, we're all gonna go down and wait for the gravity to come save us, or some dude on a.
Wait for gravity to save us. Hail, almighty gravity! Hear ye! Gravity's our savior.
Gravity is all powerless God force.
Go look in the doctrine. Sorry.
Yeah, which took the life of the heavens. It makes the heavens lifeless. Gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you accept gravity, you accept that the heavens have no chance of any life to be there. They officially tell us they never found any trace of life, but they say, oh, there might be, but we don't know. We never encountered one.
Yeah, what a wild deception, man. Remember like in the 90s? Remember in the 90s where they were like, trying to remember. I think it was around the time that the fake thing hit Jupiter. Was it Jupiter? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was this stuff about these tubes in space, these weird things, tubes in space and stuff, and then all those fleeting images around Earth. Like, what the hell was all that? That was part of
just
the
bullshit.
deception.
We're sending. What was it? A fucking an atomic? Was it a?
Yeah, that thing happened in the 90s, I know.
90s, yeah.
Back in the days, Jupiter did not have that.
Yeah, and they landed the first right around that time too. They landed the first thing on Mars, and they were showing like images from back then, right? The first one, like sure. And then they just like piled it on, man. They just like kept going full on.
They landed what on a light?
And then wait a minute, the numpties with the freaking ancient mummies on the moon, and that what they really found all 17 was these
pyramids,
freaking aliens, whole cities, like all this shit going on, like that was all part of that too. And then
everything exploded.
Then we have ancient aliens, and then.
I've just got one thing. UFO churches, they started.
And Sitchin, right? Sitchin with that was that whole scam, the Anunnaki scam with the aliens, like the freaking twists and turns of this alien deception. Twists and turns, all of it. Like what a weirdos. Oh my god, psychotic. When you see it, you just go, holy shit. I don't know. Yeah, wild. Very early on, computers were fairly new still, you started getting better graphics and stuff like that. Like I saw the whole transition, man. What a weird thing. Bizarre. All those CRTs people used to use. Shoot, I had dozens of different ones. It's bizarre.
I'll see if I can find that it's an old video these guys are talking about the computers and da. It was in like 1980 or 70 or something. And
which one? I'm sorry, which one, Iggs? Which one?
It was a bunch of academic people, a couple of lots of few religious people, and evolutionists, like intelligent people, whatever. And one dude was like a computer dude, and he was saying in like 1980 something, you guys were close to completing the computer for it to work independently and of itself and to be able to do stuff and blah 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 blah. This is like in the early 80s. They said this on TV. So they had those things a lot earlier than they presented those things to us. We're like, 100 years behind on technology? To just keep on giving you the same phone and telling you it's new. Yeah, but it's the new iPhone or the new this or the new that. What's new about it?
Does Dandelion have a question? Or did you already go outside? You have a question about Earth, flat Earth? You want to ask us a question, Dandelion? That's okay. You can. Okay. Do you want to type a question in the text chat? In the voice text? Oh, okay. Okay. No problem. Alright, well, here we are. We got Bong Sao. Flat Earth Solar is around somewhere. Flatman Can. Platypus is here, but deafened, so he can't hear us. Thank you, Platypus, for being here but not listening to us. Thanks. Get Beget. Iggs. Inkray. Inkry. I don't know if I've talked to you before. Inkray, are you there? Flat Earther. Silver. John J. Why did I say John? Jay Doherty. What's up, bro? Martoth.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Martoth. Reckonor. I think Reckonor's coming along, actually. He's sounding a lot more intelligent than when I first remember, so stay with it, Reckonor. Roger, as usual, great. Ryan, says who, nice to hear you earlier. Myself will be flat. All right. Good to see everyone. And the indomitable Dandelion. I have globe Tourette's too. It's not a globe. It's not a globe. It's not a globe. Sorry. I couldn't resist.
Hey, Sonny, do you remember that Friday morning riff? Do you know if there are any chords? That's just one chord, right? It's just A minor.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm chopping it up.
Yeah, check it out. Ought to be fun. I like to hear what you could do with it, because I know some stuff could be done. If I started producing some stuff, like just recording little blips like that, 2-minute sections, and I sent one to Elijah for a collaboration I think we're gonna do, and I think it'll turn out great. So I think once I just start getting my stuff out there to you guys, and then we can just continue creating.
Yep. It's awesome, man. I think I'll make 2 or 3 beats out of it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's good. That's what I need. Yeah, that's what it needs. But I think you could use it in a lot of different ways. That's the thing. That's what I like about it, you know. And so, like, I see what you think. Like, I'm in along the lines of thinking musically a lot lately is this idea of movie soundtrack type, because I found that I can do the guitar is so expressive. Like the way I play it now is so expressive. I mean, I can do from whale sounds to like little
you do horror,
chimey sounds, like warbling sounds, like mood music, like different moods, like
like horror slash space fiction, you know, like those spacey sounds, but horror is cool. Yeah. You know how to do what I mean by horror, like
cool.
It's so simple though. Like all you need is like an 8-bar loop. I like how you did it. Variations, but yeah, just 8-bar loops. You know, those will do.
Okay.
For horror, all you need is a crazy person, bro.
Yeah, if you can line those things up and make loops out of it, that would be perfect. Because once that first section, so that section you have is pretty long. It's what, like 3 minutes?
Yeah, it's 32 bars. I already chopped it up. It's perfect now.
Outrageous.
I was like,
awesome, man.
All right, there's stuff in here I want to use here. Oh, there's stuff. You know what? I'm just gonna fix it all of it. I'm just gonna use it all.
Wow, I don't even remember what it sounds like. Hold on, that's a Friday morning riff. Let me.
Yeah, Friday morning.
Bong, you keep on saying chopping it up. Are you having Are you making
chopping it up, bro. Yeah. Chop
Yeah,
up the gold,
I
yeah.
knew it.
Punch goals, yeah, man.
He's making a doobie.
A fat one, eh?
Oh, it's only a minute 46 seconds, so that's good then. Yeah, that's not bad. All right.
Yep. The other one's a bit off tempo. But I'll chop it up. I'll chop it up too. Good. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
See, my timing's impeccable though, man. I mean, it's probably not perfect, but how's my timing's pretty good.
Did you do that? Did you do that by ear?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck! It was almost perfect, man. I was like, holy shit, did he do this by ear? Because it's not perfect, but it's almost perfect. I was like, oh
yeah, my timing's pretty good because I played with a band for quite a long time, consistently, so my timing got better and better. So, but my timing, I could actually blend in with the timing of the band. So,
yeah, if you use the metronome,
I don't use the metronome. No, I found my timing is pretty darn good by itself. I don't know how.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Especially
I had to move a little bit. I move things a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
When you stopped, that's when I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's perfect. Yeah, your timing is. Yeah, I was like, if you didn't use the metronome, damn. So I was like,
no. So if I can pop off things like that, I sent this other one to Vlad. I don't know what it sounds like. Hold on, I better.
Yeah, I got that one too.
I don't want to bore you.
Oh man, no. I've been listening to that all day yesterday.
Yeah.
On loop. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? You just listen to it all day.
I could be using little sections like that.
Right. Just trying to pick up.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't think Vlad knew what to do with that whole stream, that 4 minutes. But maybe you should use that 4 minute stream of that jam.
Bro, I'm gonna chop. Yes, I am. You know, like music producers like myself. You know, like when I get samples like that from music, it's like you know what I mean. It's like gold. You know, it's like all right.
Okay, cool. I'm happy to hear that. That's good because that's what I need. I need someone to be able to produce that shit because I don't know how to do it. You know. Like
I'll share it. I'll definitely. Yeah, of course, it's awesome. That's what I mean. But you can make packs like of these loops. You know, like these 8-bar loops. Make a pack. Mm-hmm. If you put it up in the right place where producers are looking for stuff, they're just gonna like hotcakes, bro.
Right
one pack. Yeah,
I think my instrument has a good sound. I'm really proud of this shit sounds fucking good.
Dude, it's like Hendrix, man.
No, and I'm in a concrete room. Like 3 sides are concrete. My floor and ceiling concrete, and most of the walls on the south side are all concrete. Big old concrete building. Yep.
Gives you that reverb.
So it has a good sound, and now my mic's on a tripod, so it's not touching my computer like it used to be on the table. And my computer, the fan, I couldn't do it.
Oh.
Now it just has some AC sound in the background, but that's not too bad.
You record into a mic from your amp, eh?
Yeah, from my amp to my mic, yeah. My amp's back about 6 to 8 feet away from the mic.
Have you tried the virtual amps?
What?
The virtual instruments, the VSTs.
Yeah, but I have no way to play. I have no way to play them, though. That's the only problem.
You mean to plug it into the computer, right?
Yeah, like I don't have. I would need an interface. Yeah, I don't have an interface. So that would be something I'd probably get soon. But this blue ice ball mic is really great, though. I'm really super stoked. It's phenomenal. It was only $50. It's made by Blue Ice, the same people that make the Yeti, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think once I put it out it's on my rug, my rug on the floor, and so it's nice and solid, which is cool. Sit in my living room and use my flat screen TV as a monitor, but I actually look at the smaller screen. Unless I'm just looking at the live stream to see all the memes and stuff going by on the live stream.
Yep.
So I can see it on my big screen. So when somebody puts something up like Salar del Uyuni in the Salt Flat in Bolivian Highlands, it looks really great. Let me see. Hold on. Let me look that up. You know what I'm talking about, I'm sure.
Yep. The thing about these virtual instruments is you record the dry sound of your guitar, and then you can just audition all the different kinds of
effects and stuff. Yeah.
All the different sounds, different combinations, and you're not locked into that.
Yeah, so minimum I would need the interface, and I think I could do it. Yeah.
No, but I think your setup is good as is. I mean,
I kind of like that it's analog here, which is pretty amazing. To find a room that sounds decent is not easy, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so the natural sound of this room, it has a natural reverb to it. That sounds pretty cool.
I mean, it's good, yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, yeah, like this one.
Because everyone in the box, you know, they try to recreate the analog sound. So I mean, you've got it straight out of the box. So I mean, it's going in. Like that, so that's good.
I like that. It's a clean enough sound that it really sounds pretty decent. I could put the mic closer. I have done that too. Yeah,
that Vlad sample was a bit far, eh? It's a bit far back sounding, but distortion guitar, you know, so it's hard. I mean,
yeah, I probably have another one. I did like a soundtrack for one of my videos I did about Gutenberg, which is more like, it ended up being more like a comedy about Gutenberg, but oh well.
No. What about Spanish guitars? You mess around with those?
Yeah, I know how to play you mean a nylon string guitar? Yeah, I've played those too. Classical guitar? Yeah, I've played those too. I had a girlfriend that had one that I ended up marrying, and so that was cool. And I had started learning classical for years because I got so bored after about 5 years of playing blues and rock and roll and modern rock and stuff. You know, I was so freaking bored. I'm like, I gotta do something else. So I learned some Baroque music. It's like harpsichord transposed for the guitar.
Nice. Yep.
I still know some of those tunes because I sat and practiced them over and over and over again. I would play like each one 4 times, like about 6 songs maybe.
You like Santana, right?
What's that?
You like Santana?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. The Spanish sound, you know that sound. That sound is in demand right now in the hip hop. You know, in all the rap producer world. Yeah.
Reminds me of a West Side Story.
Trace.
I love that song.
Yeah. Dum, 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 dum.
You can't. I don't think you can eat daisies. You can't eat daisies, right? Daisies aren't good for you, right? You can't eat those. Well, I don't know. You know, that's true. Anyone know? I know you can eat dandelions.
Yeah, dandelions. Yeah. Shit, daisies. What is it? Yeah, dandelions tea. What's it? Daisies.
I got this tree now that's like growing out in the wild that I go to, and it's such a peaceful place. It's amazing. And this tree is producing, like, I started looking up and I go, holy mackerel, this tree is like going up 50 feet almost, and it has this huge, big bunches of fruit on it. I'm like, I could almost have fruit if I could figure a way to get to those higher ones.
Just core gravity up.
Or wait until they fall off. They'll probably just fall off.
School gravity up. Tell them you need to.
Just get a long stick, put a hook at the end, and raise it up, and
Yeah, I've gotten some that way already.
Here
Yeah.
we go. The Islander tricks. Get a big long stick and knock it off. What a legend.
I was gonna say throw a rock, but
I'm tempted to go climb this tree, man, and I haven't climbed a tree in a really long time. You know, last time I got too high up and I almost fucking killed myself.
Hey man,
I almost fell. I could have fallen off. If I had fallen off, I would have broke something for sure. I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, yeah.
So I used to climb trees all the time. Now this tree's kind of thin, and I started scoping it out, and I'm like, which branch goes to where? I'm like, there's a good branch. I looked, and it was completely a dead one. When I went all the way to the end to go, this whole branch that I was thinking of standing on could break off. So I'm like, The little tree climbing mind goes into action. That's funny.
Yep.
I saw a freaking animal that looked like a wolf in this area. That's like people walk their dogs and ride mountain bikes through there. I ride through there all the time. But one time I was walking through this canyon and it was just after sunset. So over in the western hills, the sun had already gone over past these western hills. So this area was kind of like dusky. It was like it was twilight, I guess you call it. So it wasn't dark. It was just early evening, you know. And this thing looked like a dog. And at first I thought it was a German Shepherd. And I looked at it and I go, that's no German Shepherd. And that sucker was huge, but skinny as a rail. But a large animal, and looked at me. And I had a big water bottle in my hand, and I'm like, I basically said out loud, don't fuck with me, and I won't fuck with you. And then we kind of like went our separate ways. And I looked back, and this thing was looking up. It went up higher from me, the path I had just come down, and was looking down at me. And I thought to myself, this thing could like charge me from up there. What would I freaking do if this animal? I'm like, so that's bizarre to see a big animal it's close to the city, but it's wilderness. I mean, it's like a forest out there, you know. It's a huge park.
That sounds like a wolf.
But like, what's a freaking wolf doing? Like a large coyote, I think is what it actually was.
Oh yeah, or probably that.
I think it was a large coyote. So I don't know. I know there's like places they can get. Maybe they can go through concrete drainage tunnels and stuff like that go under the freeway and eventually go all the way down to the harbor, no doubt. Anyway.
Yeah, you can almost look an animal in the eye, right, and kind of like speak to it, and it knows what you're saying.
Especially dogs, I think, are like that. Those dog type animals. I think that animal heard me and said, "Okay, that means don't fuck with this one." So I guess I won't then. Okay.
Yeah.
And I wasn't afraid because it's like that. Like I traveled through these areas because I love being outdoors, you know. So it's interesting. I actually
got dingoes here.
You got what?
Dingoes.
Dingoes, yeah, right.
Yeah,
and possums. Fucking scary motherfuckers.
Possums.
Those things are scary.
Possums are weird. They have possums here too.
Dude, I've got a possum that keeps coming into my ceiling, and then it'll go to the neighbor's ceiling, and it'll come back into it. It's like, what the hell is this?
They are really nasty. Yeah, they're really nasty. One time I had these boxes where I used to live, and I looked in the box, and this freaking I don't know if it was a baby one or the mama, but
She just looks like a massive rat.
bared its freaking teeth at me, and you're like, those big claws and stuff. Whoa.
You must have scared it.
Yeah, scared it, and it was it had gone in this box, so it couldn't. It was confined, you know. So I just let it out. When I lived in Washington, I had, what was it that came up to? The raccoons were so curious, they would come right up as if they were like a pet. And that kind of scared the shit out of me, because they're a force to be reckoned with, a raccoon, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, they're gnarly. If they were confronted, they can fight.
If people did not exist, I think raccoons would be ruling the world.
King of the jungle.
World takeover.
There'd be whole family. Like, I'd wake up real early to go to work when I lived up there, so there'd be these whole family of raccoons traveling along the top of 12-foot fences, just moving right along the top of the fence.
Yeah,
the whole family.
Raccoon world order.
Raccoon world order.
Raccoon world.
Raccoon world order.
They always wear their masks.
Over their eyes. Even they know not to cover their nose and mouth. Not even pretend. Yeah, sorry. Go.
I was just saying they play gridiron. That's what.
They what? I didn't even catch that.
They play gridiron, American football, whatever you call it.
Gridiron. Oh,
that's what they call it here.
Yes.
You know, American foosball.
Yeah.
You mean football? Okay, football. Yes.
It's funny. Americans have got football. Australians have got football. But there's the original football. But they call football everywhere around the world.
Yeah, in America they call it
soccer.
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 Yeah, America thinks they're so special. Drive on the wrong side of the road, make up their own sports. It's like Americans live in a bubble.
Bad. We're playing the World Championships, and it's only America in the World Championships in baseball.
Yeah. Welcome to the World Series. You mean the America? The World Series of baseball.
Bro, that used to be so funny to me. I'm like, these guys delirious? Do they not realize that only Americans are playing this?
Well, I think it's a special. I think America is a special kind of, you know how we talk about the world order, right? Yeah, they develop sports for men to trap you as a man. Yeah. But America, the American man, I think is a special kind of brainwashed person, versus the world. Everybody's just normal brainwashed. America, I think it's more, specific. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I get you.
Yeah, I mean, look at what America is. It's the police of the world.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man. Even my dad can't let go of sports, man. And, he's a Bible man. He's a pastor. Talk to him about sports, and he's like, "See, just let me have my sports son." It's like, hey.
He needs some downtime, bro.
Yeah, asking me, bro. That's me, man.
Bro, I played pro soccer here and cricket, and I can't watch sports. I don't
watch sports. Yeah, I was gonna be a ball player, man, but I asked myself, look, what's gonna be your skill? What's your skill again? What are you contributing to the world? I'm really good.
Kicking a ball, throwing the ball.
Playing with the ball. Like that's what makes you a man? Yeah, I'm really good playing with balls. Like, bro, you're a boy. You're like a little kid playing with balls. Like, what the fuck is that? Oh, they make millions of dollars and they're role models. Yeah, boys looking up to boys. Yeah, nice. That turned it all off for me. I was like 16, bro, and everybody kept coming to my house. Everybody loves the basketball. I'm already like, nah, I'm not playing sports when I graduate. Like, nah. I got a lot of shit for that too, Everybody was looking forward to it, Small village.
Yeah.
And I fuck off into whatever.
A big village, yeah, but still only a few people. I actually got into my league. I was meant to go England that year, Premier League. That was kind of shit.
I ran away to the Navy. Tried to, I broke my knee.
Oh, there we go.
It's like, well, at least I broke it doing something productive and not playing with balls.
Oh, bro, I was spewing for a while because, it was just like, it was in a pre-season game too. I was just helping out like one of the teams, just kept fit. And just from behind, just bop. That was it. Oh.
Yeah. One moment in time.
I was watching after that. I watched for a bit more after that. I was seeing like people like making, especially in soccer, fucking 100 million euros for a player. 150 million euros for one player. Like, that's like most like fucking small little countries don't even, that's their budget. You know what I mean? To run to run the nation. And you got one dude, he's contributes to the world by kicking a ball.
Yep.
And even back then, even though I loved doing that, I was good at other things, whatever, but it was the thing that I loved doing. It used to get me thinking, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Why are so-called, back in the days, it was like, didn't think they were that bad, but doctors not getting paid more, or people that do better jobs get paid more, and thinking, fair enough, people watch them and whatnot, but this was just ridiculous amounts, bro.
I thought about the Colosseum, man. Like in the Colosseum, the gladiators were treated like celebrities. They even sold their sweat. So when you look at the celebrities today, the sports stars, the Colosseums today, that's what they call them, right? Colosseums.
Yep.
It's the same thing without the blood. It's like people worshiping these, the gods.
Yes, take off the tops here, you go. Take the top, sweaty top. Have it, and the guy's like, yay! Yeah. You just sweated in that top, bro.
Exactly, yeah. Just like the gladiators, man. It's crazy.
I'd be like, give me some tongs, bro, and then I'll pick the top up, and then I'll wash it, and then maybe, I'm literally, who cares second-hand clothes, but fuck, bro, wash it, then give it over. But yeah, it's fuck.
Sell it with the sweat. Sweat still intact for $100,000. Put it up for auction.
Still in the underwear.
Shit stain still on underwear.
Skid marks still on.
Skid marks included.
Auction it off. Get $1 million. Crazy ass fucking world.
Bro, there's whacked out nut jobs out there. They'll probably end up sniffing or licking that shit.
It's I swear my stepbrother, like I adopted him as my little brother in Windsor. He told me he sold some to some guy like with a load in them boxers. I'm like, dude, let me sell a pair. I need money too. Some guy, he did it 2 or 3 times. He's like, should I do it again? I'm like, I don't know. That's up to you.
Bro, let me know hit me up in the DMs. Let me know where this guy is. I'm surrounded by water. I don't even exist, so I'll just send him some stuff from here. Oh god. Yeah, there's workshops out there. Whoa.
I'm not sure if I talked him out of it, but I was like, I don't know, dude. That guy's got your DNA and stuff. Like,
Did you give it to him in person or by mail?
oh yeah, no, he met the guy. So this was like my adopted little brother in Windsor. He would meet him in the alley, like, here, bud, $50, and toss him a shoebox with dirty boxers in it. Here you go, bud.
You need to be careful, bro. Those people, they might get possessive and shit.
Daisy. Okay, Daisy, where do you ever experience curvature of Earth? Can you tell? You're saying you observe it. That is obviously a sphere. So where do you observe Earth to be a sphere? Where do you observe that? Could you explain, please?
Oh, where's my popcorn? Because when I go outside, right, when I go outside my door, I experience a flat, level, non-rotating Earth. And you, Sonny?
Yeah, I experience just as it looks to be and is measured to be, flat, stationary.
Right. Oh.
So I'm just wondering, where is that
in detention?
Where is that location at? If it's obvious to you, that means you're able to look at it. So where is that location where you see it? And why is there?
Server.
Oh, good.
No.
Well, that okay.
I don't know. No, she has detention. Man.
Oh, detention.
Oh, she has detention.
Yeah. Being a bad girl or whatever. We can't verify that statement.
Said it's a he, apparently.
It's probably a he. Probably he, yeah. Okay. Very good.
Awesome.
So that was globe proof, I guess. That's
yeah. I've unmuted her, or him. So Isoles, can we talk about that?
curvature measurement, Isoles?
Well, I wanna, yeah. Are you able to talk? Right. I'm not going to do this in chat. That's unfortunately, but this is a voice call.
Come on, Isoles. Flower power.
So the chat is just for supporting the voice call. So
we're not having a debate. There's no debate. We're just asking to have a conversation. That's all.
So if you wouldn't mind coming on the mic and just talk to us, right?
What is the fundamental? Like, what is it? What do you mean? That's fundamental.
Funds you mentally. He funds you mentally.
Oh, you're drunk. Okay. Good job.
At least he or she was honest.
Nice excuse, though. Yeah. Blame it on alcohol. Yep. That's fundamental. And what does that mean? Hey, that's fundamental. What's the fundamental? What does that mean?
Sound like a mandate. Men that go on dates. Date men. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was flat. I thought that was the fundamental.
I think it's the root word of like fund or found, like foundational, and then mental. So it's like a foundational mental aspect.
Yeah. But it's not though, right? I mean,
or it could be that you're a fundy and you're mental.
Fundamental.
It depends what you fund. Your mental
currency.
Yeah,
Well, that's wrong. The fundamental is that it is flat, but you have to believe that it is a ball. So you start with it's flat, see? But it's a ball.
Nah, then you're just mental.
Right. You can tell it's a ball.
Funding.
Yeah, you can tell it's a ball because it looks so flat.
So flat. Yeah, it looks so flat.
It's got to be curved because it looks so flat.
Right. It's spherical. It's spherical. Like what?
Yeah, that's still no excuse, Isolus. We're not buying that, man.
Oh, by the way, I'm drunk, so...
So you got to slip by and put text in there and be a, what's it called? Chat skank.
Some sweaty jocks for sale if you want.
Intentionally spelled sorry to make it look like I really am. Maybe if I add an E to my sorry. Yeah. Text cuck. No idea what that means, yeah.
What? What does the fuck does cuck mean? Oh, F up. Fuck up. Fuck up,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cuck means you're gonna do nothing about it, I think. Cuck means submissive, I think.
Does? Oh, I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah. You know those weird people that like to get dominated? Yeah, that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just punch them real hard in the face. It'll turn them on. Trust me.
Actually, I think cuck means coupled, like coupled born.
Yeah, well, what does it really mean?
It means you like to watch your wife have sex with somebody else.
It means you're a beta.
Right.
While hiding in the closet having a pull.
Yeah, weird people. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you know how there's people that like stare at feet. I think and they get turned on. Like, I don't know. That's weird, but you know what? That's not as weird.
You guys remember that movie, The Other Guys, with Will Ferrell and what the hell, Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah.
And he's they go over to his ex's Christina or whatever, and he's like, "No, you will have sex with my wife."
That's a weird movie, man. I have that movie.
That's a cuck. Okay. If you were a tuna and I were a lion, I would swim out into the middle of the ocean and effing eat you. Like, first of all, do you know how big a tuna is? Second, cats hate swimming.
Isolus, if I were you and I were drunk, I would come into the voice.
It's okay, we'll be
classic.
We'll be kind. Just speak like a normal person.
If I were
3 a.m.
Anyway,
movies
and-
at-
if I were you and I were drunk, I would not go on The Voice. Not.
Would not go on. Got confused there a little bit.
Okay, needs to tinkle.
I saw a pregnant lady when I was out earlier today, so we know she didn't social distance.
Must have been you're pregnant too as well. What's going on here? I see a pattern emerging, bro. Oh boy.
These words today. Eh? What is social distancing? Oh, in the year 2019.
Right?
It's like the dumbest thing. How can you be social at a distance?
Yeah, isn't that oxymoron?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on? What do you mean? If you went back to say 1960s and talk, and took these terms back with you. You know what social distancing is? Like, man, what are you smoking, man? Let me see.
Right?
Man, what you smoking, man? I hate it.
Stop holding out. Stop holding out on us, man. What the heck?
Just tell these people in the 60s, it's like, you guys are the reason why we go through these oxymorons in the future.
No.
The counterculture.
Yeah.
That's funny as hell. Yeah, if you took that stuff back so even just a short while ago, you'd be like, "Are you nuts? You must
10
be
years
out of
ago.
your mind."
Yeah. Like, look, bro, we're trying to sort out 9/11, man. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Social what? Like, in 9 years, I mean, this will happen. Talking about 2010, bro.
In a world where people believe what they see on television.
In a world where people believe what they read in the newspaper.
I mean, 2016, I found flat Earth. I never would have thought.
Just imagine a world where they never invented fish islands.
Or the TV. Or the camera.
In a world where the curvature of a ball has never been measured.
Or observed.
Or taken account for.
Everybody has to take their turn. Everybody has to take their turn. It's a game now. It has to be started now. Everybody has to say their little statement about in the world. Everybody take their turn.
Sausage, get up on here and stop blabbering. You tinkled?
Check it out.
You
My
went
buddy
to
came
the-
up to me. He goes, "Yeah, did you see that? What the heck was his name? Branson go on Virgin Galactic, and he went to space, and he showed a picture of Earth from space." And I go, "You believe everything you see on TV, don't you? Did you watch the whole thing where the horizon was flat when they were flying?
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, fish islands. And if you were to get a live feed of that camera when it's on the ground, you'll still see the curvature."
Like how everybody was floating around but him, right? He was talking to the kids. Hey, you kids down there. I was a kid once, and now I'm an adult in space. It's like, does this guy know how to talk? Why isn't he
No,
floating?
he's special. That's why he's got money, because he couldn't make it with smarts.
Why isn't he floating around like everybody else? This is your big day, bro. Like, what the hell is this shit? In the world where it only takes 30 minutes to go to space and back.
Well, isn't Virgin have something to do with the record company and the mobile company?
Yep.
It's the same owner.
Yep.
Yeah.
Branson.
So it's like, come on, he's a music executive. Think about it, people.
Entertainment.
But they won't think about it.
Showbiz.
So yesterday, Mr. Branson took a group of people to, not into space, but right before the Kármán line, and they saw the curvature of the Earth. That's what they said on the news. And his stock was up 4 points. Virgin Atlantic.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And I got pictures from that same spacecraft that shows a flat horizon.
Can you put one in that live stream, please? I haven't seen anything yet.
I got one with a concave.
Yeah, I'll read those.
I bet
See,
those.
Brad?
I bet those windows are nice and buckled, so it looks around.
Yeah. Well, the horizon isn't dropping. That's the whole point. You're not going to see curvature from anywhere. You have to look down at the Earth to see the ball, and that means the horizon has to drop. And it
Do you
never
know if they
drops.
can see stars from there, from that altitude? That'd be interesting to find out. They can see stars or not.
Yeah.
No, at a high altitude, you cannot see stars because stars are in the air itself. It's in the sky. They're not outside the sky. They are in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So, what altitude do you not see stars? Like 100,000 or what? Is there a measurement? 120?
I think it's like 8 miles, 9 miles, or something like that.
9 miles is only like 50,000 feet.
Yeah, when that Go Fast rocket went up, it didn't see stars. That was a temperature rocket. And NASA was angry at them because they did what they did. And they released a full unedited video of it.
Are you talking about the amateur one in the desert where it goes up and it starts spinning slowly, then starts coming back down?
Well, it starts spinning all the way up, then all of a sudden it just stops like it hits something. Yeah.
Yeah, like it hit some kind of liquid or something.
Yeah. That's the one where it's supposedly floating around, hanging from a tether because the chute was deployed or whatever. And you could see it panning around, and you could see the sun go by like twice, and it's a complete flat plane. But at first, when it popped, it's sitting there doing all this weird maneuvering to where it looks like it's concave. I'll see if I can find that one too.
It's the fish islands.
Yeah, I posted it in the live stream.
If I can do this, just imagine what you can do if you were a billionaire like me. Yay!
Was it $250,000 to go up there in that little 10-minute ride?
Hey, flat earthers, what if you went up into space and saw the curvature of the Earth? Would you still believe that what you then believe? Branson went up. He knows the Earth is a ball. You want to go up too?
Well, that's the only way you're going to see the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah, sure, Globey. You pay for the ticket, and I'll attach real telephoto lenses on iPads on what are they called? GoPro Heroes, all around the craft, and you can see that it's complete flat.
Yep.
And then we'll have this discussion.
I just want to see the horizon. I just want to see the horizon drop down. That's all I care about. Well, there it is. Nothing to see here. Still flat. Where's Isolus? Get on the mic.
Come on, think
Get
about.
on. Yeah. Isolus, can you please get on the mic and talk to us if you're going to type in live stream?
I would suggest stop his typing privileges and then might have to answer.
S Earth, yeah. Right? S Earth.
Well, drunk and at the pain now is autistic. Well,
let's see. We'll make it to your real plane.
you're accepted.
Hold on.
Start speaking.
We'll make it real clear. No tiki, no washi. No comment voice, no text privilege anymore. Understood?
They've been claiming they have all kinds of questions they want answers to. Now they need time to formulate a question. What the fuck?
Yeah. His question is, your mom gay?
Yeah, she's happy. What about it?
You like he dominates you.
What the hell? Okay, a second. Okay, we'll wait.
Yeah, we're really
I
gonna
put my
because
cricket batty up your batty.
I have my hammer up, so
She says she's autistic, but I bet she looks like Sloth.
Bye, Isolus. Nice knowing ya.
I wonder if he or she was drunk.
but some yes. They're still in the room, so but it's okay. Can't chat anymore.
Yeah, I got triggered from that statement. You know what Branson said? Yeah, I got so triggered from his. I was like, God damn you, NASA, saying the same shit. Like NASA, it's like it's a script, man. It's like same script, same shit.
Yeah, the thing is, they moved it from a civilian agency like NASA because it's science, right, to a private industry where they have proprietary things and they don't have to disclose anything.
Yeah.
And have the illusion.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm not mad at them.
They're in the public. They have to disclose shit.
You know, I'm not mad.
Why?
Because the deception is for those who want to be deceived.
Yeah. It's pissed
More
off.
power
He
to
was
him.
addressing the children, man. It's like, hey, you kids down there. I was like, shut the fuck. They never talk to us, man. You know, they always talk to the children. That's why I get triggered.
What parents are letting their kids watch space flights?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, just watch them.
Irresponsible adults.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're really talking to the grown children who had those children.
Imagine what you can do. It's like, what? Like, what? Who is he talking to? Is he talking to Donald Trump's kids? Talking to all the Masons?
Yeah, here's a wormhole. Find out everything you can about the Nuremberg Code. Like, don't talk about it. Just study
I've
it.
I've read about it. I've got big giant PDF file on my computer.
What is it?
It's long, is what it is. It's basically
You can't talk about it
all
here.
about your human rights.
I'm looking it up. I'm downloading now.
It's a subject we can't talk about.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
It's where the HIPAA laws come from.
Silence is consent, right?
I just stepped outside. I was, what is that buzzing? Oh, yeah, cicadas.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm just glad he's the next block over. Otherwise, it'd be like, that was wah!
So everybody's using this to counter to the
When they knock on your door, if they knock on your door.
Yeah, but it's still voluntary.
Yep.
Just say no thanks. Have a
Yeah,
nice day.
so you voluntarily give them the dossier on history.
No. Just say thanks. See ya.
Just be like, oh, okay, well, I got something for you. Here's a flyer. And then walk away. Shut the door.
Not open the door.
Yeah, I was gonna say, always be polite and just send them away. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah. Thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, it took the census guy like 20 times to try to contact us. Finally, out in the middle of the yard, he's all sitting there trying to talk to me, and I go, I don't volunteer information. Well, what do you mean? I don't volunteer information. Well, we just want to know how many microwaves you have. No, I don't care. Leave. Trespassing. You were not called out. You did not set up an appointment. I have no obligation to disclose information to thee. Right? Finally, they left.
Did y'all hear about the UN trying to sue India?
What?
Yeah.
What-
So
yeah.
how India said
Yeah.
they were gonna force vaccinations, and that they have been forcing them. Well, guess what? They didn't force vaccinations. They gave out for free something called ivermectin.
Oh.
Isn't that what happened to Haiti? They said, we're not taking your vaccine.
No, Haiti's been in with the deep state for decades.
Well, the president just got shot in public.
That's just tying up a loose end. The guy facilitated the Clintons raping kids from there. Like all these people getting murdered are loose ends. That's what's happening there. I don't think that's got anything to do with anything.
You don't think there's going to be any backlash because of it? I mean, that's the kind of thing that starts wars.
I honestly don't really care. I mean, I'm not trying to be snide or snarky or anything. I literally do not care. Because whatever comes on the news, I don't believe anyway. So exactly what source am I going to go to about the assassination of the Haitian president? Right?
Yeah, that's a classic Machiavellian. You know, you hire this guy, right? You send this guy out to rule over the people, right? You tell him treat the people like shit. People get angry at him. You come in, chop his head off. People love you.
People love you.
People love you. Yeah.
I feel like
Classic.
I've read Machiavelli about 6 times. And what's funny is on the Dark Triad, I scored really high on my Machiavellian personality type. And I get it.
Evil.
Like, you always make someone else guilty of the thing that you're doing behind the scenes.
Yeah. And that's
that's all this
why,
is. These dictators who are getting killed, they're going to overthrow the dictators in Cuba, right?
Yep.
That's next. And who's going to be the saviors? The people who've been, in bed with Cuba.
Yep.
The people who helped put them there. You think Cuba existed under the nose of the United States for 30 years? Or for how long? Let's see. 30 years after communism fell. You really think that? Nobody with a brain thinks that they were just down there independently living.
How they're it looks like it's how they're gonna usher in the new world order, eh? By
I've
problem
always
reaction
said
solution.
we need to go liberate Cuba and claim it for ourselves.
We've already got Cuba. All it would be is just placing a couple people there. That's it. Tweaking a few laws. Bam, you got it.
Yep.
You don't even have to have it. They don't even know you have to have them. You can just have them behind the scenes and not even have to publicly have them. The problem with trying to look at their narrative and trying to figure out what's going on is you don't know what stories they're telling you to make you think certain things. For what reason? Who even knows? It's all just smoke and mirrors.
Yes. Jamesy? Have you heard of Jamesy? Kind of new here. Came in last night. No, Jamesy. He's like he's the new chatter. Yeah, Jamesy. He came in last night.
No.
We talked to him last night. He doubted it. He's like, "Oh, you guys have caused me to doubt, things, blah blah blah." Comes back today. What do you guys think about simulation theory?
He's there, huh?
Yeah.
So he knows nothing. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
If it could be a simulation, it could also be flat.
Yeah.
Grasping us. I mean, yeah. Desperation, eh?
Yep. Yeah. Like I said, those who are deceived, they want to be.
Yeah.
People who aren't deceived actively did not want to be. And it's just a crapshoot. It's like a roll of the dice, who is and who isn't. It's got nothing to do with proof either.
Cypher from the Matrix.
Those that have an eye to see the truth will be revealed to them.
Yeah, if you want it, you're going to find it. If you don't want it, then you're never going to find it. And it's just, that's going to be the kind of person you are.
Hide from it.
Yeah.
Those elitists, these globalist elitists, they go around and they have the same kind of philosophy. You project out there more of what you want to come in. So if they're doing evil, that means they want people to come in, right? To where if you want to find the truth, you will find the truth. You don't want to find the truth, even if it's right there in front of you, you'll never see it. It's kind of like you get what you receive, or you receive what you put out.
I don't know. I see the wicked prosper. And what they put out, everyone else has to pay for. And they don't.
It's kind of like that analogy, like you say, when it's placed right in front of you. You know, when you're looking for your car keys and they're sitting on the counter in front of you, and you're
can't see
searching everywhere, you can't see them. Then you say, car keys, car keys, car keys, car keys, and suddenly you see there's 10 sets of keys all over.
Yeah.
Because you've now focused the mind onto, I wonder if it's similar with the flat earth. Like, you're not seeing the flat earth, you're not seeing the flat earth, you're not seeing, then you say flat earth, and boom, suddenly it's like the car keys sitting on the counter in front of you.
You also decide that the keys are lost, right? There's a point when you can't find your keys.
Someone must have stolen them.
They're lost.
Someone must have come and moved them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's like looking for your wallet, and you start thinking in your head, where'd I put my wallet? And you start thinking back to the stores you left. Did I leave my wallet at a store? Did I leave it in a vehicle? You start looking around outside. Oh.
Start sweating a little.
It was on the couch. I didn't look somewhere obvious because in my mind I had already decided that it was lost. And so I was just not going to look anywhere obvious because I already knew it wasn't there. Right? It's a human.
Yep.
I know this much. Every time you're looking for something, it's always in the last place you look.
Well, what kind of mongrel keeps looking for something after they find it?
Exactly. Exactly.
But it is a great feeling when it's the last place you think of looking and it's there. That's when it's a good feeling. And you're like, my brain still works. Yes. There was this one time I had to think, I had to say to myself, think like a 3-year-old. And I walked into a bedroom, pulled open a top dresser drawer, and found my wallet. I thought, boy, I should try that more often.
Start opening things.
Yeah.
But it comes with observation. So your kid was probably at a stage where he was just pulling himself up, starting to open things. So you went in there knowing his stage. What would I do if I was like him? And then it makes a lot of sense.
Yes, exactly. It's because I had 3 kids and this was the 3rd kid. And it finally sunk in. You start thinking like a kid. What's the most retarded thing I could do? Oh, put it in a drawer. Sure enough, there it was. It's hard to get away from human behavior, man. You're programmed that way. And that's not even the social programming.
Yeah.
That's just the programming from the creator. It's like, I'm kind of a troll. Here you go. Thanks.
So, Mim, I took your advice. We were chatting about how to break this information to children, right?
Yeah.
So I went to my 7, almost 8-year-old daughter, and she started asking me about, like, here in South Africa, one of our ex-presidents is going to be sent to jail because he stole a lot of money. Yeah.
I thought he was in jail now.
Yeah, he is, and the whole country's rioting to have him released. And they're saying he's too old now. He shouldn't serve time.
Yeah, because y'all about to have a civil war there or what?
I think so.
Awesome. Okay, so go ahead. Finish your story.
Yeah, I could post some videos that are quite crazy if you guys want to see them.
Sure.
But it's insane. So she came out to me and she's like, why are we putting the president in prison? So I explained to her like a very basic overview of the government, that they're there to sort of supply roads and public things like schools and hospitals, but that most of the time they take a portion of the money for themselves and then execute the desired goal with the remaining balance, either through salaries or through theft. And then she said, but so why are you guys still giving the money to them? And I thought, even an 8-year-old can see that this system is severely flawed, but the average 25, 30-year-old basks in the glory and wonder of what
they love it.
What we've created.
Yeah, they love it.
you can teach puppy tricks, but it's really hard to teach mature dog tricks, right?
Yeah, but I would also think like a mature dog would be able to learn much more than a small puppy that would only learn like 2 or 3 tricks. Like, you know, potentially the older dog has greater maturity that you could train it into them. But
yeah, well, it's easier to train a puppy not to poo in the house, right? But when the dog grows up and has never been disciplined and still poos in the house, nothing you can do can break him of that. Because he's already got it in his mind. This is all right. I've been doing this my whole life.
But to me, it was exciting because I've been trying to figure out how do I portray what I'm thinking to my child without coming across too like against everything else that everyone else tells her, you know. But by presenting both sides in pretty equally balanced, she saw the inconsistency within probably 5 seconds, 8 seconds. And I thought, you know, I say the same things, almost identical to a Glober, and we'll go around in circles for 2 hours.
That's pretty funny. I think I was proudest of my daughter. She was in, let's see, grade, second grade. She started a riot in her classroom that spilled over into another classroom. They had to send a bunch of kids home early. She was saying, they're not our parents. They can't tell us what to do. All this other stuff. She was on the desk. That's my daughter right there. Obviously, everyone else thought it was bad. I thought it was great.
Did she get expelled? Like I got expelled for starting a riot?
No.
That's BS.
This was a little kid riot.
Oh yeah, the one that I did was in high school.
Yeah. No, this was just bedlam in like second grade classrooms. And the kids realized they didn't have to listen to anything they were told.
It all started with student body walkouts. And they said I'm dangerous because I'm teaching people reality. Look, all I was telling them is, hey, look at this. This teacher that told me to be quiet about what I learned about world history as it being a lie because the history books say something different than what the curriculum is teaching. How many of you have gone down this road? Well, did you know that it wasn't a group of Sons of Liberty that did the Revolutionary War? It was the Freemasons in a Freemasonic hall, and they dressed up as Indians. So, I mean, why would they sit there and give you a different narrative? You know, it's like a false sense of power, you know? It's like, oh, these individuals did not like the way their country was being treated, so they made a change.
More than that.
Yeah.
More than that. More than what you just said. There's more countries that are way worse than us.
Oh, I know.
Way worse.
And this is what caused the student body walkouts to go all the way down to the school district and picket them. Officers wouldn't do anything because they knew what was what. Next thing you know, they pinpoint me as being the main dissenter of information, and I got expelled from all public school. So then I decided to go to court school and graduate a year early because I knew all the stuff that's in the books are lies. They just want the right answer that they are telling you. They don't want what's real. Once you learn that, you can ace any scholastic test. Except for the SATs, those are a little different. That's like psychological stuff.
I thought you said there would be a civil war. That really looks like that's right on the edge of civil unrest right there. Like somebody was joking,
Yeah.
saying it looked like a BLM riot. That does not look like a BLM riot. That looks like a whole country in chaos.
So the military have been deployed, but they were saying that like military don't have civilian orders. Like military are only told to shoot to kill, and they haven't been given that order yet. So what's going on at the moment is that they're saying once again it's the white man that's destroyed the economy. So they're going to loot all the stores to take.
I thought the
all
white man was out of power there.
We are. We're like I think at this point now we're about a
Second-class citizens there.
18%, 18% or 15%, and we don't even hold the power. But it's the misunderstanding. So they're saying, they're starving now, so they want to start looting to claim. But it's in coastal towns where you have a high proportion of real poverty, like 1 million, 2 million, 3 million people below the bread line. And if someone's got nothing to lose, now all of these stores, like the looting and stuff, that stuff's insured. So the store owner, they got some damage and whatever, but they're going to claim on the insurance. So it doesn't really hurt. And I think the government kind of knows that. So they kind of turn a blind eye. And then what's happening is they loot at multiple places all at the same time. And then as the police move from location to location, they go back and clean out the remaining contents. So
I just showed videos to my friend. He said, what's the South African guy doing in Chicago?
But it is like the BLM, they're trashing car lots and stealing baby clothing and like anything that they can take, they're taking. And it's part of what this whole lockstep is designed to do, is to create this public unrest and this public pushback, and then for them to be granted the right to go in with military power. But it's ludicrous that they're still fronting this kind of destruction and stuff as free the president, when it's actually just each man for himself. And the government is kind of they're not enforcing the law. They're kind of standing by and watching these numbers just pilfer.
Isn't this the final phase of the communist collapse, though, where the communists turn against each other? Because this is just two communist camps, right?
No, it's bigger than that, man. It's bigger than that. I am a firm believer that all of the Mystery Babylon nations, which are all nations that have Freemasons in control, where Freemasons has a temple, which is every nation on the world. It's one of these things to where they have set everything up so that it will be burned, and out of the ashes a new empire will be forged. It's the whole Phoenix paradigm.
The problem is it's been going on before there were ever Freemasons.
Do you think Freemasons is something new? In the time of the Bible,
Freemasonry is a bastardization of something ancient.
The sons of Mahon, right? And that's about.
I know, but here's
Nimrod
the thing: I have to disagree. I don't think they have as much power as everyone thinks they do. In fact, I used to think they had all the power, and now I think they have no idea what's going on, and they're not in control.
They know nothing.
They pretend they're in control. They try to project that they're in control, and they try to project that everything that happens is because of them. They are not in control at all. They don't know what's going to happen any more than you or I do. What they do is they take every crisis and turn it into an opportunity. That's what they excel at. They
paint a face on it.
They are storytellers. They have zero power. They have zero power. All of their power is in the stories that they tell. All of it. It's all in their narrative and their dialectics. That's where all their power is. It's all an illusion.
And it's so like the memories are so short. My domestic assistant, so someone who helps me clean and stuff in the house, she is from Zimbabwe, and I was asking her, like about this whole thing. And I said, what happened in Zimbabwe? Some Mugabe came in, stole all the money, and held this position of power. And every time they tried to put him in jail or prosecute or anything, he was always defended. And then the country crumbled. And I said to her, well, now we're in a situation where South Africa, we've got this figure, Zuma. He's stolen hundreds of billions and helped enrich many people, the elites around the world, through this country. So he's obviously well supported by these people. And they're funding some of these riots. They're busing people in, and they're handing out new shirts and food parcels. So if you're willing to come and riot, so they're putting wood on the fire, stoking this thing to cause this kind of destabilization. And it's all intended with these knock-on consequences, but yet everyone here, especially of the African persuasion, they are all in agreement that yes, he's so old now, because there's a deep tribalism in African people. So like your king is your king forever. And if he wants your land, you give it to him. He's your king. So when you have a president in that African mindset, it's like a king. He's whatever he says or does is you can't question it. He's the king. And that's often why they get these really horrible African dictators, because no one questions that authority. There's like a blind obedience to the king. So they're taking this same stance where absolutely, like I would say, at least 99 out of 100 are agreeing he should be freed. And it's like, but do you understand that this country has, before he took presidency, Zuma, South Africa was on the pinnacle of breaking back into all the top 10 on most of the things. And when Zuma took it, we were at about, I think, 8 Rand to $1 or 7 Rand to $1. And in his 4 years or 8 years that he was in, he took us all the way to like 27 Rand to the dollar, almost 30 Rand to $1. Then now we've come back to, I think we're at about 12 Rand to $1 now, through a lot of hard work, but we're still miles away from where we were before this man took presidency. But the average simple person here only sees it from the tribal narrative of he's our king. Free the king, man. Why are you putting the king in a cell? Let him out.
Well, through tribal narrative, a thief gets his hands cut off. So his hands need to be removed. And then he has no more hand of powers.
Well, they direct it towards the white man, and they go and steal from the white man because he's the one.
The white man didn't steal it. It was their own king that stole from them.
Yeah,
their own king, them in poverty. Their own sovereign. So that sovereign needs his hands chopped off. As an example, anybody steals, you get your hands chopped off, right?
Yeah, I think there's a few tribes that do that, but not all the African tribes. But it's a just, I would say it would be a just development. But when you see the people that Zuma was connected with, he's enriched people by hundreds of billions. He sold massive chunks of the land to the Chinese for, I think one bribe he got was $100 million. Confirmed. So, like, he's taken stupid money, but we've got such mineral wealth here in the country. So, like, Russia was also on the list, and various other places were trying to buy this chunk of land. And, so he's literally sold his people out, sold out the future of his grandkids. And they calling him a king, and they burning the country to release the man. It's like worse than arguing with a glober.
See, I have to wonder, like, you have the Spanish Revolution, but then there was a counter-revolution, and Franco banned Freemasonry. So, like, I mean, clearly they don't have that kind of control. Freemasonry comes from the Templars, who promoted communism and democracy, in the form of democracy, I should say. They're the creators of democracy. Before that, you had actual, like, stable societies. You know, you can say, oh, kings are immoral or whatever. Yeah, but, you know, at least you know what side your bread is buttered
Yeah.
on.
Well, our present president, Cyril Ramaphosa, is a Freemason. So is Julius Malema. So was Nelson Mandela.
Yeah.
All confirmed, above board, high ranking Masons.
And Mandela
So
was
it's
the
part of the
worst
club.
terrorist you could imagine. He was the kind of terrorist you did not want to get caught by. And he was brutal.
Mm. Well, there is it's a strange thing. There's like a zero value for human life generally among the African tribes. So they'll go in and slaughter, and it's just that tribalism type mentality where even some of the horrendous crimes that still happen in this country, it's simply done by
do you know what those
by a
tribes
person just doing whatever they feel like cutting off limbs or. Hey,
wasn't Mandela nominated for the Peace Prize?
Yeah, Mandela was wicked. He was evil.
Well, his prison number when he came out and he became famous and he started doing all the Nelson Mandela tribute concerts and all that stuff was 46664.
Yeah, it was a
that was
publicity
his
stunt.
prison. So on every document that the Nelson Mandela, it's 666 with 4s on either side. So there's a 44 and 666 in the number.
44 is 88. So
destruction.
So it's
I'll tell you
they called it 46664. So everyone's like, no, that's Kif. 46664. Because if you said 666, everyone would have gone
46664. Yeah.
If you turn the 4s upside down, they look like 6s anyway. But continue.
I was gonna say, you know what the tribes over there remind me of? They remind me of two things specifically. One out of history and one recently. They remind me of the Vikings, and they also remind me of the drug cartels. Because the cartels will literally skin you alive. I am not skin you alive. Not as an expression, literally skin you while you are alive. And the Vikings did stuff like that too. Like they were super, super tribal. I think all tribal religions in the end.
So did the Mayans.
Yeah, the Mayans also. That's what I'm saying.
They had a deity.
Go look at the cartel tattoos. What religion are they? They're Mayan. They're not Spanish.
But back to the whole how the few control the many. It's such an amazing thing to watch. Firstly, how they steer us being the minority themselves, obviously through money and incentives and whatever. But even if you look in prisons all around the world, the prisoners run the prison. The prisoners dictate to the prison wardens how certain things are going to happen. And the prison wardens go along because otherwise they're going to get shanked. So in a small microcosm, the prisoners have already reclaimed their sense of control because they are the majority. But in the broader sense of society, we haven't united to really put them to the coals, put their feet to the coals. That idea that the majority, the amount of power we have if we just say no enough, in enough volume.
Yeah, but that's the dangerous part, right? Just because, I'm a little bit superstitious about that kind of thing. Because there was a prophecy about a
superstitious in what regard?
A beast coming out of the waters, and the waters being people, multitude, and tongues. So it's almost like out of all of these riots, there's going to be a great leader that arises up, and that's game over. Because he'll have the hearts of many under one cause, right? That's what I'm thinking is being set up right now for one person to come forward and claim command over everything and have everyone listen to him, almost like how you have these AOCs or even these politicians that are speaking out against a certain race of individuals because the power structure has historically been in the hands of that particular race. You know what I mean?
And how is that superstitious, though? I see that more like as the religious prophecy.
Well, because about the whole thing of, well, we all need to get together and we need to say enough is enough. I think that's a danger. I'm a little superstitious about gathering together and doing that. Because I know that my Father will protect me. There's no weapon that can harm my eternal soul. They might destroy my body, but not my soul.
And don't be superstitious, bro.
Only your wrongdoing will destroy your soul.
If you don't stand up to it, then that's what will impact. That's it.
Don't take the battle, because once you raise the sword against them, you are equal with them.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
how
but
I believe in God, that He protects me. I don't need to protect myself. He protects me. I don't
I
need
mean,
to do anything.
why do we need one leader, right? If we all just say no, that's the whole deal, right? Not looking for a
That's
new
all, bro.
leader, just say no, and then it will stop.
That's it.
It'll never
Man
happen.
can beat me. Man, sorry, go ahead.
It is mankind's curse that he is going to do what he's told in general, and that it's very few who are mentally free. Very, very, very few.
Yeah.
And it has to be that way because that's just the way it's got to be until the end.
His word will be fulfilled ad literam, every letter.
What?
Even the comma.
Fuck. These people strip the brand new cars at the dealership instead of just getting the keys and driving them out. Oh my
yeah,
God.
what's going on? Why strip the car? Just take the
They're
car.
not intelligent. They're not intelligent. They're angry.
Well, hey, let's be fair. They're socialist and communist, so you're right.
He starts the fucking car on fire in the dealership. What a moron.
Greatly benefit from
You want
having
to
a new
drive the car while it's on fire. Sorry, bro.
I'm pretty sure that new car has really good air conditioning.
He wants to be on fire while he's driving it, you know?
Like I'll post another video where there's a reporter on site, like watching the looting, and they literally standing there watching people trying to stuff 58-inch and 72-inch monitors into cars that are too small to fit them. And this guy tries the box this way and that way, and then he tries to shove it in and almost breaks the TV. And then he opens his boot and realizes the boot's full, and like the whole time, and they're recording this guy, and everyone, guys are taking bicycles and microwaves, and they're hitting like a Walmart type store, and anything that can be carried, it's gone like locusts through a bushveld. It's like there's stuff there, and 20 minutes later, it's like stalks, and everything's flattened.
I said this to you guys ages ago. The only way it's gonna happen is if people turn against people. That's how they'll achieve it. Because
the
Afrikaans,
Afrikaans community is like a very small minority within the white. Well, I wouldn't say it's a minority anymore. It's probably larger because most of the English population is immigrated back towards London or Europe or Australia or New Zealand. So anyone who's English and can communicate with the rest of the world, they've gone. And now there's a larger proportion of the Afrikaners who, if they speak Afrikaans, they don't want to go live in another country where they've got to learn another language. So they've kind of just all stayed here, and they don't have that European tie anyway. They're here of this land. So the Afrikaners are kind of like the southern states in America, where every Afrikaner has a gun or 7 or 10 and has 3 different hunting rifles. And so within the Afrikaans community, they created barricades and literally sat there with rifles saying to the looters, if you come any closer, we're going to shoot you. And once again, they've turned that into a racist thing. So when you do defend yourself, you're racist. When you don't defend yourself, you're racist. It's like
I think it's time for me
lead to racist.
Head to South Africa and solve the problem.
Come on in, bro. The water's nice.
See what they say when I kill a lion with my bare hands.
Yeah, you can do these lion walks here in the bushveld, where you go literally just walking with a guide through the bushveld to go into the lion pack, the wild. It's I'll post a video for you guys.
Yeah, that's kind of scary, huh? Because they're wild animals. They're not like domesticated or tamed or defanged or anything like that.
Yeah, if you run, you're dead, basically. So you got to stand your ground. And then these lions charge you and shit, and elephants charge you, but it's part of, like, you know, just culture. When you're small, you go camping and you go on the bushveld game drives, and so you kind of grow up with it. So you kind of, you know, we do sometimes take it for granted, I would say.
That's like a proper education, you know. Hey, with these dangerous animals, if you conduct yourself a certain way, you'll be safe. But if you run like a coward, you're dinner.
Yeah, I'm posting a lion walk and a elephant walk.
What do you think would happen when all the animals start talking again?
See how fucking close that lion could be to you? You wouldn't even notice him. Like when he goes back into the woods, how fast he disappears, but he's right there. Fucking crazy.
And you must put your speakers on loud and listen to that growl. Like, imagine hearing that behind the tree. Like, you really, I don't think the speakers quite do it justice, but there's this deep vibration that just it makes your entire body rattle. That vibration like penetrates you. But I think it's the same with government. If you turn and run, you pray. If you stand your ground, they're confused. And they stop attacking. Or they have
And
to
then
try
they
a
put
different approach.
PR campaigns out against you to demonize you. Because that's all they can do. You know, it's kind of like I don't know if you guys are on Facebook, but they just put out a campaign about you may have been exposed to extremist content. It's like, yeah, everything that's on Facebook is extremist content. The ringleader, Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, we've got Facebook and all that stuff. It's pretty first world in the city. And then you go into the rural area and you can find giraffe and lion, leopard, and pretty cool shit. But yeah, that Facebook crap is
That kind
so
of stuff.
peculiar.
Extremist content. What does that even mean? Extremist to who?
I think it's actually backfired. But I think it's backfired because the amount of women I've heard saying, you know, they were very blue-pilled before, and then they've tried to post stuff and their stuff has been banned. And they don't know anything about what's going on with the whole censorship thing. And then they were like, why was that message banned? Like, I'm not a bad person. And then it's kind of made them take half the red pill. And then they start to slowly open their eyes a little bit more and more. So I think the tough clampdown has actually could have woken up many more people.
Yep.
Kind of like when you got those banned videos from YouTube and then you wanted to watch them quick before they get banned again, you know, and it's like those things spread like wildfire.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of
Based
like
on red
you know,
pill.
I have a testimony about that. Like, I've had a couple of women on my Facebook page just, you know, around because everybody, all the guys that I know will sit there and say, "Oh, you're beautiful," and play into that psychological game. Now they're all like, "I see the world for what it is."
Niggers! Nigger!
Shut up, you spastic rate. Sorry about that. Just wanted to.
What the? I just on Deafin, I just finished watching the elephant thing, and that's what I heard. What the?
Just stupidity.
Anybody got it?
That is grandiose.
What a waste of that guy's time.
What a moron.
How long the verifying and all that for that BS? What a loser.
Is that a response to? Is that a response to leopards, lions, tigers, and giraffes? I don't get it. What? What?
Fucking. Oh.
He's not allowed. No talking about wild African animals. We don't debate. So we'll.
I gotta tell you that elephant one. That was something. Dude just stands there like doo doo doo, and the elephant's just and doo. That was very interesting to watch.
And like you're shitting yourself for him, hey? And he just stands there so calm. He does it like day in and day out. I got charged by an elephant in our vehicle where you're allowed to go on your own game drives. And then you can go scour the whole park and you can look for every animal. You can even do nighttime drives and But by taking your own vehicle, you're obviously putting yourself at risk. And I went to this water hole, and they told us, look, the male elephant is in musk, which means he's trying to cover all the females, which means he's very territorial. So if you see him, just enjoy the view from far, but don't get too close in his space, because he'd apparently rolled one or two of the game driving vehicles. So to me, I don't really have boundaries. I say, all right, Kif, let's see how close I can get to this guy. So eventually I park and I see the whole herd of females, but I can't see the male. And then I look to my left and he's standing maybe 10 meters away against the tree that's right by my vehicle. And it was literally like, you know, I was sitting there and I was thinking about that Jurassic Park where like those velociraptors come from behind, sort of stick up on the prey from either side and then kind of clamp down on it. So I look to the side and I see this giant elephant. So I put my car into reverse and I start reversing backwards, and he started charging me. And he followed me for about 300-400 meters, 500 meters. I hit a T-junction, turned up the T-junction to try and get away, and he cut across the entire corner because he can flatten trees. So he literally missed me. It was myself and my wife, and missed our vehicle by maybe 5 meters, maybe 10 meters. But, you know, it happened in such a moment, and I still took out my camera and wanted to capture him charging at me. So I got 1 or 2 good photos and then put the car into full speed. My wife was slapping me and telling me I'm a moron and I've just endangered her life. But I'm like, I can still get another photo. Wait, I could get a video. She's like, just drive. And then eventually he just stands still like he does in that video. Eventually they just stand still. And then at that point, I think I was doing like 100 kilometers on dirt through the bushes. Like,
yeah, but if you didn't say cheeky bastard, you missed an opportunity.
It's not every day.
You never win with the women, man.
That dude with that elephant, that's astonishing. What? That's amazing. Stand your ground, huh?
But we can communicate with all animals.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that we've lost. Like, there's people in South Africa who have pet hippos, and people who have pet giraffes and pet rhinos and pet elephants. And when they're your pet, they are affectionate like you won't believe. Like a pet lion or a pet leopard. They want to lick you. They want to lie on top of you. But they're obviously massive and they're very rough. So to them, a slight nibble can end up with you bleeding. But to them, they just like being a bit inquisitive, maybe juvenile. But to watch the bonds that can be created, and there's a woman who even trains ostriches. And, you know, it's like, you don't look at these creatures and think, okay, I want to go stand in front of one and try and tame it. But yet each one can be tamed.
Yo, birds scare me. Like those ostriches and emus, those big birds like that, they scare me. It's almost like the shoebill. That's the scariest bird right there.
They're gnarly. There's one, I think it escaped from the freaking zoo or something. It's like an ibis or something. It's about 5 feet tall and its legs bend the wrong way. And now it's taken, which I guess it used to be a water bird. Now it's taken to hanging out by squirrel holes. And when the little squirrel comes out, he throws his head at the hole and bam, I've seen them actually eating baby squirrels.
Dude, they don't.
Did you say ibis?
It's some huge gray bird. Yeah, a huge gray bird.
The ibis, I believe, was the Osiris bird, the phoenix. Or no, I'm my bad. That's the Bennu. The ibis is toad.
One of those large birds. I could be wrong on which one. Let me look. Let me see here.
Oh, see, like ostriches and stuff, their beak isn't the kind of beak that scares the shit out of me, even though they're huge.
No.
When it comes to birds, like my dad had a
That's
blue
not-
and gold macaw for a while, and like, dude, like nothing would just break through walnuts and stuff, and like, I don't know, like, there's no way I was putting my fingers in front of that beak. You know,
I
what
hate
mean?
birds. I hate birds. There's something about it. Like that little thing tries to bite me. I could snap its neck with 2 fingers. Like, don't bite me, little guy. You know, if it was a dog and it bit me, I punch it in its face and then it doesn't bite me again. But like to a bird, if I punch it in its face, I'm gonna crack its skull. So you know, it's like
racist.
I don't know which bird this is. I don't know which it's. I'll have to research it because no, it's not an ibis. It's
Sorry, bro. I had to throw that in.
I think you said a different name the first time, Sonny. Did you say emu?
No, it's more like. Hold on, let me pull up this waterfall.
Ostrich.
Like South America?
Find it. No, I'm in Southern California. But great.
Penguin.
Okay, here's what it looks like. It looks like a great
white shark.
It looks most similar to like either a reddish egret or a glossy ibis, but its beak didn't look as long as that. It was huge, though. It looked more like a blue heron, I swear to God. So here, I'll put this. It's something, I think it escaped from the zoo. Yeah, there's a zoo. It's a zoo right over here.
And very cranes, but they're small.
It's got a fairly long beak, but not as long as a ibis. So, and it's taller. It's a big, tall bird, like literally, like it looks like a blue heron from this chart. Looks something weird like that, or the reddish egret, something like that. But it throws its whole head at these holes, and I'm like, isn't that supposed to be a water bird? So now it's chosen to eat whatever's available. So baby squirrels apparently are quite tasty.
What?
Could be a great egret, but it's gray.
Yeah, like a crane.
Yeah, it's gray. It's completely gray, like the blue heron in this picture. It's like gray.
We got those.
Like a Ukraine?
Yeah, we got a lot of the.
But they don't.
Now you're being racist again.
Don't get the ground squirrels. Though.
Yeah, they eat the ground. These are eating ground squirrels.
So Ukrainians eating ground squirrels.
The roadrunners out there eat the ground squirrels.
Meep meep.
Is Chemo around?
I need to go into the hospitals.
I'm just
Chemo.
Cool. Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Top of the world.
Good.
How's things your end?
Good.
You
Yeah, not
surviving
bad.
surviving gem server.
Yeah, I mean they're just completely lost. It's kind of like banging against a brick wall.
So they're kind of spiraled out of control beyond any kind of savior at this point, right? They're like spiraled, the hyper hamster wheel.
Do you still see them? Do you still see them, Chemo, as like these lost souls that I remember when you were on Nathan's show and you were trying to explain, like, we just need to be soft with them and sort of hear their pain, you know?
Yeah. I still think that because I was going to make the point. Is it their fault or is it the the government, their propaganda, the weapon of, television and the media. So they're being bombarded with this every day. They've just had the Richard Branson. So it's kind of not their fault in a way, if you look deep at the cause of their effect.
I saw what you did there.
So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but yeah, to me, they get deeper and lost in their delusion, like I say, with Richard Branson. That hyped it up.
Do you know, it's like you can't rescue someone who doesn't want to participate in their own rescue. You can try and save someone from drowning, but if he wants to fight you off, what can you do?
Yeah.
If they're not willing to participate, and they certainly are not willing to participate, it's amazing how they're almost...
Tomorrow with Speak Truth, the ex-Flat Earther.
Oh, wow.
Tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, London.
He must have seen Randy's footage.
Oh, no, not yet.
No, him. What converted him back to the globe?
Oh, right.
Was it Randy's footage?
Way before Randy. But that's what I want to find out. I'll try and find out what compelled him.
But it's kind of like with religion. You have young children who'll join a church and call themselves something, and then later on turn around and say, nah, just kidding, I wasn't really that. I'm actually XYZ. So people pretending to be something that they're not. Once you've seen the truth, it's like that movie They Lie to You. Once you've looked through those goggles and seen what those messages are, you can't unsee that shit.
So we had a good result yesterday in there, or 2 days ago. So there was a girl in there, 20 years old, Emily. She was all like, but it's not flat or whatever. So explain to me why it's a flat earth. And I said to her, look, it's not what I tell you. You don't want me being your authority. It's like you've had other authority. We're going to teach you how to think critically. Think about these things for yourself. And she's kind of never thought of it like this before. And she's like, yeah, I get what you're saying. You're making really good points. And then she brought her brother in yesterday. And then we had a little back and forth. But the young people are definitely getting it. They were freaking out in it. And
Yeah, demoralized. They've been demoralized
Demoralized, yeah, I mean,
to the nth degree,
They automatically assign it to, oh, there's another crazy that I don't have to pay attention to. And they go back to their comfortable belief that they're absolutely right on everything. Everything that they've known is true. No one close to them or unrelated to them could ever lie or would ever lie. But cool, nice using their room against them. Well done.
It's kind of, yeah, I agree with you. There's some of them that are that would take the stance if that bit of them wasn't sort of plucked out of them bit by bit, if you get what I mean. When you just get put down, if you have some to offer, but because you're not part of the social convention or whatever the dumb shit of the day or the year is, especially in these times, they pluck away at it. And the other ones that see people who are smarter and they get taken down, they feel even more threatened. Does that make sense?
yeah. Yeah, they're absolutely petrified. They hate when solar goes and they just hate when any of us start.
Yeah, they call me a liar on everything. Like they started calling me Flat Earth so liar. And everything that I say, oh no, it's false, no, it's untrue. And then I post exactly what I've just said. No, well, look where the full stop is
you're
placed. It's because I'm white, bro. You know, all outcomes lead to racism when you're white. So,
What you think? You were saying that you think I should be harsh, not like need.
no, I've always admired your approach with that, and somehow they kind of, I don't know how to word this, but it's kind of like they're not too offended by you because you're always calm and putting your point across in a fairly polite way and stuff. So they kind of, you know, when a Witsit goes in there, he just tries to scream over everyone, get 1 million words per second in, and then leave the chat. So then they're very, like, they all come against him the moment he enters the room, whereas I've often heard...
Keep in mod so that doesn't happen. So we can just mute whoever...
What was the name of that movie where the kid was stealing the car and they stop him and it's 'cause I'm black, isn't it? And the cop's like, no, it's 'cause you're 12 years old.
It's like that Chappelle skit. It's because I talk like this, hey? It's because I talk like this, hey? Oh, that's funny as... You just make up whatever you want. I think most people, you can tell if they come in, if they're genuine and if they are going to listen or not. I mean, sometimes they come in here and try to shit stir us, but then we do that, sometimes to them. But I think most people in here are intelligent enough and have the discernment, spiritual awareness to pick out who is what and how to convey thoughts and certain things across to the other side.
Yeah, I like to flip the script on them. I'm like, it's because I'm Asian, huh? Hashtag erase Asian hate. Come on, guys. And that triggers them. Well, what do you mean? It's like, my mom was born in Japan, so that makes me Asian. I identify as an Asian, even though I look white.
I identify as a pink, yellow unicorn. What can you do? I'm trying to push a little, like a name for myself, like a Zizu thing for the pink, yellow unicorn. Maybe they'll come up something for me.
Just tell them it's because I'm an Iggs, right?
That's it. It's because I'm an Iggs, yeah. That's your problem. Like, I don't think nobody... The thing is, nobody cares. Not me, not you, not anybody cares what... Like, if you're going to be silly to yourself or do whatever, yeah, all right.
Well, see, I was part of that generation that grew up to be afraid of AIDS, right? And we recited Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech every year until high school. And then they want to sit there and flip the script on us. Well, it's time to flip the script on them. Be like, let's look at the hatred that's in your heart. Let's look into your own self so we know why you're projecting all this hatred. You know, I mean, it's like one of these things where they were told their whole life that things aren't fair. I've been told my whole life that things aren't fair, and you have to forge your own life in this world. Which means, you know, forging, it's not something that's easy. You have to sit there, you have to dig the ore, you have to smelt the ore, you have to make a pattern, you have to rattle the pattern, get it all nice and good to where you have a mold that's proper, and then you pour in the metal and you forge your life from that. Just like a forge, you would forge a piece of metal, you know, or that's a foundry, but a forge is, you know, you refine it by
I get you, brother.
heating. You know what I mean?
Very tough work, brother. Yeah.
But it's that concept, extending it, like the forge is being placed into the most harshest environment. You're in the middle of that fire. It's not a pleasant thing. But what's going to come out of there is a much stronger steel, a much more hardened, tempered steel. So it's that process of almost like burning off the impurities in you. Like the analogy goes so far. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
And if anybody thinks that it's easy to forge something and that they deserve something for nothing, that's entitlement. That's self-worship. So I deserve it because I this and I that. It's like, that's entitlement. And why are you taking that name in vain? You're saying you are this and you are that, even though you're clearly not this and you're clearly not that.
If people knew what actually happened before, it'd be a much different thing going on. I'm not going to open up a can of worms, but everybody's been through whatever, and ancestors going back from each side. The thing is, these people or whoever needs to comprehend that, you know, Americans, they go around blowing people. You didn't do anything to me, bro. Nobody from South Africa did anything. Nobody from, you know, the Middle East, whatever that means, did anything to me.
Yeah, and the basic thing
you can't have a hatred towards somebody that hasn't done anything to you. You're like, that has to be browbeaten into you for some reason. Like that might have happened maybe 200 years ago, and for some reason is being passed on to generations because of something somebody did or whatever.
It's kind of like the forced labor camps that they threw all the Japanese in during World War II in the United States. The United States had concentration camps, but they were called work camps, right?
And they were like American citizens.
Yeah, and then before that, they were American citizens. And before that, they took all of the native children and put them into these schools, and it wasn't just the United States, it was everywhere. Even Australia,
Canada,
they took Aborigines and put them into English school, right? And that was a concentration camp.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, anyways. And it's kind of like, you know, what is indentured servitude anyways?
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
If you want an opportunity somewhere and you can get a ride, you just have to work for X amount of years to pay for your way over there, and so that you can have a knowledge base to where you can forge your own life in this new land, right? That's kind of what that whole thing was about. It's apprenticeship programs.
Yeah, apprenticeship is there. Well, I know my great granddad went to the USA. He was like 1850s or whatever. He went there on a boat. I don't know, however long he stayed there. He worked his butt off, and this has been passed down orally. Granddad wasn't that That's all. And back in those days, when they used to have the factories, there's no full-time, part-time work this day. You rocked up at the front, first in, best dressed. Otherwise, you don't have a job. And because he wasn't that, tall, he was finding it a bit hard to get pointed out to get work. So after, I think it didn't even take him like a week or so, he rocked up with a chair. Stood on the chair. The guy's like, "Hey, you come here." Went inside, even though when they saw him, he wasn't that tall. He did a good job. He worked. He made his money. Wanted to go back. We went back. If he wanted to stay there, he could have stayed there. But he went there with English. That's 1,000,000% sure.
Yeah.
And doing a thing like that, you know what I mean? Some places where you don't know anybody, you've got no support, no place to, to stay. Probably would have been classified as a, I don't know, as a slave, because you probably would have asked to stay at the place where they actually owned the factory. So it was a
those
different
factory
thing.
workers, they were treated horribly. Child labor
I know.
laws were non-existent. You'd have women locked into a room sewing, and like fires would break out and they would all die and stuff like that. It's just things like this. It's capitalism. It's the
It
love
just
of money.
happened in Bangladesh. 52 people died inside. The doors were locked, and they shouldn't have been. They were like barricaded somehow, where the workers couldn't get out. And I just heard about this. It just happened 2 days ago, maybe. And I dated a lady. Her dad was from Bangladesh, and her mother was from India. Yeah, breaks my heart, man.
When did they put in the child labor laws? The first ones were in like England. It was like in 1920 or something, and was it like you couldn't? The child was like the minimum hours was like, I don't know, 14. Like you couldn't go over 14 hours or something. It was something ridiculous. So like children were going out and doing chimney sweeps and doing all these, and doing apprenticeships and stuff. I know even my granddad back in the homeland, he started his apprenticeship at like 9 or 10, and his apprenticeship for the first 2-3 years was looking after the what's it called? The guy who was meant to teach him, his craft, his children. And then after 2-3 years, you got to touch tools. And he went to work with a slice of bread and margarine. That was it.
I saw an expose documentary on like how Dubai is built, like the condition of the construction workers and how they live and are treated, and they're building these luxury hotels and buildings and shit. It's appalling.
Oh, especially in the are you talking about the UAE, bro?
United Arabs, like Dubai and shit.
Yeah, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. They especially get people from Pakistan, India to do to do the labor.
All the third world countries, yeah. Or, well, they're not, to me, they're not third world countries. They're just treated like third world citizens. Like, we got natives in my country in Canada, they're treated like third class citizens, you know? It's ridiculous.
That's been the thing, and I wanted to bring this up before. People haven't realized that the people from the actual land everywhere around the world for the past 100 years have been treated the worst. And I want everybody to just think about this. Everywhere have been treated the worst. And even the ones that so-called whatever went there, conquered or immigrated first, even they got treated crappy. They waited to get more and more people in, and they kept on stomping on these people more and more and more, and they let the other guys do whatever. Look at, any, I don't know, wealthier country or bigger country, whatever you want to classify it as. It's happened in most places, and they've forced it in the past. Let's go back 30 years when they've just stepped on the pedal. So you have everybody that's living in the, place of origin, going to another place, expecting something better. The people at that place are getting treated like crap, because these people, for them, that's better than they had before. So they view it differently. You can't. This is why they pull people in and out and do all this stuff. They don't. Even the people that live in the so-called country don't know the law, but especially somebody coming from outside in, they're terrified, man. So then you have people being pissed off at other people that don't even know how to say their own name in wherever they've gone to live. Just something to think about.
Hey guys. Hello.
Welcome to the server.
It's me. Are you guys seriously quiet because you thought I was someone new?
Oh, sorry. No, I barely even heard who
Yeah, I barely heard you, bro.
State your
Sorry, Jack in the
State your intentions. What
I'm new in here. I just felt the earth spinning beneath my feet. Can you guys prove that?
How many shots of tequila have you had, sir?
6.
Have some more.
All right.
Those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those numbers up.
That checks out. It should be spinning.
It should be all right. Yes.
So I'm kind of upset, right? Because, well,
What'd you do, man?
I talk about how I was into or paying attention to politics for maybe like 10, 12 years. Am I bugging? I am bugging. Not 10, 12 years. More. Wait a minute. More like 6, 7 years. 12. I don't know what I was thinking about 2 presidential terms. But anyway, so I'm listening to Glenn Greenwald detail the issue with the liberal left, and I'm realizing it's the same issue I've ever had with anyone that I was trying to call out for something. It's the same thing with anyone who's trying to blow the whistle.
on anything. And what it is they use smear tactics to divert attention from the actual information, right? And I see us playing into that psychology, and it's frustrating to realize, because the main thing that I honed in on that Glenn Greenwald was saying was basically that what was it? Like you'll like someone will do something, you'll look over the information, and you'll report on it based on the information. It'll be nothing about your opinion. It'll just straight up be telling the facts. And instead of addressing that, each time you come to criticize something that they've done, they'll just bring up the same old smear. Like, for instance, if I well, most of us go into Jim Pandas and provide a good argument, they'll just say, oh, you're a Nathan Oakley puppet. Oh, okay, so you're just quoting Quantum Eraser's scientific method. Things like that. And I'm like, fuck, this dude is right. And the biggest thing that annoys me is the fact that when people come in here and ask any of the questions that sound anything like, well, how do you explain this on a flat earth? Right? Subconsciously, we've already given the green light for them throwing a model onto us. Because the way I see it is, it's disrespectful because it's not their fault. But if I was talking to someone with the authority, I'd say it's disrespectful for you to pretend like the thing that you're defending by asking me questions in the way that you are. You're pretending that I've come to my conclusions based on something that I've never said anything about. And in this case, it would be the flat earth model. I don't even know what that is. As a new person, I wouldn't know what that would be. So what I'm saying is, each time we condone that kind of conversation, we sort of kind of say, it's okay for you to pretend like I'm not here because I kind of heard someone say that there's no evidence for the globe. So I looked into how I can validate it and found that I couldn't. That's where I'm at. But every time one of these globers come in here, that's not what we're talking about. But that's all we should be talking about, because that's how all of us got here. None of us woke up thinking, well, I live on a flat earth and there's my model. I love it. We'll go with that. But we let them pretend and argue with us for hours as if that is the case, even when we tell them to their face, we don't have a model. Listen, this is my position. Forget what you've heard out there. This is what it really is for me. I don't think it's okay to let people pretend, because we're losing a psychological game that's not even the fault of the people that come here, because we're playing chess with the people that are putting this shit in motion. And they're dictating what we do with our energy by sending these grunts here to gaslight us, smear us, and do all of these other tactics that have nothing to do with us coming out asking the mainstream pushers the question in the first place. Then we ended up arguing with each other. No. Wait a minute. All of the people that my tax dollars go to, what the fuck is up with these inconsistencies? And when are you going to fucking answer it, instead of answering vaguely on some program with, oh, flat earth is such an archaic concept. I don't know where flat earth came from, but you know, they used to believe that this, and then they go into that story as if I'm supposed to pretend that that's a valid argument or has anything to do with why I'm coming to them with questions. So it insulates them. I know I'm rambling on, and I hope I made sense. Because
No, you
we
did.
cannot carry on the conversation this way.
Thank you for that.
Do you have any specific examples? I don't know the last time anyone's talked about like
Just
the
gave
sun
like
or the
3.
moon. No, like you're saying when people come in here, like people aren't talking about the 3 points. They're like talking about
Yeah, sun,
how
moon, stars,
seasons
this, that.
seasons work on the flat Earth, and I'm just saying like when was that? 'Cause the last time
you
I've
want me to
checked,
just you're asking why are you now I'm
For an
doing what the
example.
Globers do. Are you asking
No,
me?
no,
Because
you're
instead
saying
of answering your question, I'm trying to figure out what you're really asking me. But I guess you already asked me what you're really
well,
asking me.
I guess I'm trying to figure out who you're talking to because I don't feel
Oh, yeah,
like
I
a lot of
began-
us. I don't feel
I
like a lot
began-
of us even bring up like other stuff other than the lack of globe evidence. So I'm just
I began the conversation with, "Hey, I'm just coming off of watching a video from Glenn Greenwald, and I thought about my interest in politics, and I thought about all of the fallacious arguments that I've been upset about, and the reason that the problems don't get fixed is because the problems don't ever actually get addressed; they get deflected away from." And then I realized, holy shit, the reason we're still arguing today is because we let them pretend when they come in here, right, that we have a model.
But
And it's
that's where I
some-
disagree.
and it's,
That's where I disagree.
How the
Because
hell?
we tell them so many times that we don't have a flat Earth model. Like I have it tatted on my ass crack. Like we don't have a flat Earth model.
I'll
Like,
take
I
your word.
literally-
Well,
Oh
we
Do you need evidence
we
for
say
that,
that,
Elijah?
but we say that, but guess what? We relent. Do we or do we not?
But so
Yeah,
that's why I'm
people-
asking for like an example because I don't think any
No,
of the
I'm
well
telling you,
refined.
we say that. I say that. You say that. We all
When's the
say
last
that.
time I said we have a?
You're not hearing what I'm
The
saying.
only
'Cause you're not
the only model we have in here is.
now you're going to continue
Yeah,
talking
come
even
on.
though I'm telling you you didn't hear what I'm actually saying. So what I'm saying is when we tell them that we don't, I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I'm saying when we tell them that we don't have a model and then they ask us a third time, how do seasons work or any one of those questions, someone relents. And this is when we talk and this is when we begin to pretend that we have to lend credence to anything that the mainstream actually put out there. Because that's where these questions come from what the mainstream has put out there. And then we give it credence by relenting and ultimately trying to explain how things work.
Okay, that's see again, but I'm like, unless you maybe new flat earthers like will try to like bring up like the little sun spiral thing and they'll try to be like, oh, it's circulating the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer. I learned like 6 months ago you don't do that. Now some flat earthers like David Weiss want to do that, but I get it. He's trying to be like the Hershey's of flat earth and just be like, you know, applicable to everybody, applicable to every audience. But obviously here, this is like more intense. Like this is like
that's a problem. But see what look, whether it be us, whether it be whoever is having the conversation, the fact that it's continuing the way that it's continuing is a problem for us all because it's a psychological game that we're not aware of that we're losing by participating. So if I say, well, you know what? I don't do it, but Dave Weiss does it. And you know what? I see what he's doing. And you know what? It's okay. It's not because
Well,
I
then
just said, because
go
I
in his comment section and DM him, dude. I'm just saying here, I think everybody knows to not say we don't have a model.
I'm just spreading a message. I'm just sharing something that I've become aware of. I don't know why you're pushing back on me. Like I'm saying something that's
because
not
you're
evident.
saying that we participate in this, and I just was going to say I don't speak for all of us because some of us are really like again. I have it tatted on me, dude. I don't let anybody get through the door thinking we
And
have
what
a
was
model.
And what was my response to you saying that? Because I mean,
You're
maybe you-
still you're.
no. What was my
That's
response?
the
No, because
reason I
you said
spoke
that.
up. That
You
was the
said
reason I
that.
spoke
You
up.
said that 5 minutes ago.
And then you
That
said what
exact-
will happen is someone will get it, like someone will still talk about it, and then we'll give in.
Exactly. Where am I wrong?
I'm saying I don't give in to that. I was just
I
in a
didn't say
debate
you
on
did.
Chatterbox.
In fact, I said I'm
you
not
did
saying
though, bro. That's why I said be specific because no.
How did I say
Bro.
that? You did because you spoke up because you felt like I was saying everyone.
Because you were.
Eventually,
it's on the live stream.
So anyone else listening, can you chime in on this?
Yes,
Yes,
I will.
100%
I
you're
will.
correct.
Hold on.
Everybody's done it.
Just chill. Just chill. No, it's all good. Everyone has a style, man. Like you know what I'm saying. I've been here for a bit now. I'm not sure. Let me check the panel. Besides Bong Sao, I do not know. Well, I'm Platypus. I'm not sure if there's anyone else on the panel here that's been here before us. So listen, we've been doing this for a while. Everyone has a style, man. Like I'm a weird cookie. I'll let him get away with G because I want to take it to Narnia. I want to go to Space-Time Continuum. I want to go to Big Bang personally. Those are like part of my tactics. So if it's like part of your tactics to talk about the seasons to get to the container, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? So I think everyone has a different style. Do what works for you. That sort of thing. That's my opinion on it.
I didn't say don't do what works for you. I said it's a problem. And then I detailed why it's a problem. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't think it's a problem. No, I don't think it's a problem.
You don't think it's a problem you don't think it's a problem to stop, not you, but like, for example, Dave Weiss. When people say, how do things work on your flat earth model, right?
Okay.
And flat earth model, and flat earth is a trigger term for the people that have already been indoctrinated to not think about this, right? So when you have these people hitting the mainstream areas, and then people say, well, how does it work on your flat earth model? And then you begin to answer without actually detailing, I don't have a model. Well, it's not even about really detailing it because it's kind of like you're being straw man.
Yeah, well,
from the beginning.
It depends on the person.
So what I'm saying is you don't see it as a problem. You don't see it as a problem if it doesn't get addressed. If you just answer the question anyway.
Yeah, man. Some people are straw manning you with the model. Some are not. Some are like coming in like, the globe earth model. Okay, then let me see what you guys have worked out. However, that's not all of them. So I just try to decipher. I just stay quiet, kind of decipher the person. It's like, okay, I know what kind of person this is. Now I'll approach. So it is a problem if you're getting set up and you address it. But if the person is just doesn't know any better, those are the sciencey words they know model, then you can address it softly, I guess. Or not. Or not. It's up to you. I think any progress we make is positive, man. That's my opinion.
The progress about the model is why we have to tell people, right, Kai, that we don't have a model. So I wouldn't agree with that last statement. I'm just saying I wouldn't agree with that last statement. But I'm not saying people shouldn't do what they do. But I'm also not going to not think about ways that things can be either detrimental or helpful to the overall point, which the overall point for all of us is one day I was fucking minding my own business and then someone like whispered some weird shit that the earth might not be a globe. And then I looked into it. No one thinks that that's how we are here. They think we're just some weird group of people who just already existed that have this model that they grew up with. It's weird. And I'm tired of telling people that I have nothing to do with that.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Bro,
because
I went through cycles, man. Sorry, Iggs, go ahead, man. Didn't mean to
sorry, bro. I just wanted to say it's because this is my thoughts, and I usually get castrated for this. People bring in religion. It says this in this book. It says this in that book. I don't care what anybody thinks. That's your personal, private thing, and everybody is entitled to it. But for doing science, as far as you know, you're an engineer. There's no belief or in your personal book, engineering book, it says this.
Yeah,
so it might be like that. You know? The fact, there are facts. It's not even a truth. They're two different words. I don't like the word truth because the truth is I'm losing words now. It's due to perspective. A fact is it's demonstrable. All the time it's like that. You can't escape it. Me personally, I hate that word truth because truth is your own objective view on something. Mostly, like this
Oh no,
societies.
Like that, the Globers are on with that, man.
Sorry?
You start saying that truth is, if you're saying that enemy, like you don't like the word truth, Globers are gonna run with that.
Or just look up the definition. Me, I'm just one of those people because you cannot run away from a fact.
Is it truth?
People do it all the time.
That which it is?
Oh, fact means
in the first place.
Fact means
argue like this
evil
weird
deed.
thing.
Yeah.
I used to
Oh no, the coconut
argue
preachers
something
here
about
were fucked.
argue something about being like it because science, everything that we ever do, like when we're talking to someone, everything that we're doing is to determine if something is substantive or not. I think you can swap that word with true or not. I just think like, because the scientific method, okay, is it true that this nut that wrote this paper, is it true that this phenomena is caused by this? And then there's a method to actually figure out, okay, he's telling the truth. Fair enough. Verified. Like, that's basically all we're asking about. Are you fucking telling me about something that exists in reality, or did you make this shit up? Let me know. You know, that's it.
Oh, I just wanted to say earlier,
That's what that
guys,
is at all, but from my view, I see this. I'm falling backwards or whatever dumb shit. Go.
I just wanted to say earlier, sorry, Iggs, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm on my computer now. But I don't want to diss David Weiss because even though I agree, Elijah, I don't like his approach with having an illustrated model. But I think he does some of the best work for the flat Earth community. More than like literally top 3 people. So
he does.
Can't really dog on his style because he tries like harder than like everybody here. Maybe other than QE, he does like, you know.
Maybe even more than QE. Because again, I thought about it I thought about it in terms of like characters in a video game, like a fighter game, like a Street Fighter or something like that. And it's like, you know, you're gonna pick Nathan Oakley or one of these characters, QE, because they're the boss and they're overpowered. But it's restricted to certain things in that reality, right? Like, okay, I want to fight with this boss. However, I'll only be able to fight with this boss at this location. I want to fight with this boss. Unfortunately, this crowd is a little PC. So whether he wins or not is really not going to matter because that's not what the crowd is scoring him on. Like, you know, like there's certain things I think about, and I think about that because that's the way I see it. When Dave Weiss goes out there and he has an interview, he can reach more people because he's trying to. Like, I mean, I don't know how else to say it.
He's like the Barney. He's like the Barney for flat Earth.
Yeah, oh God. Like, trust me, I'm not shitting
But
on
he
Dave
really,
Weiss.
like,
I've been on his comments like all week. Like, I've been watching all his interviews. Like, yo, where's this? Like, I'm so happy that like I can look at comments on like not like he was on Killer Priest podcast and there was like 4,000 comments, and as long as you could scroll, it was all criticism against the guy that wasn't actually dealing with Dave's point. So that audience realized, well, this guy doesn't sound like he's crazy, but this other guy is just fucking, instead of answering him so that I can feel like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That's why Flat Earth is dumb. Instead of doing that, they did the same thing that Globers do here. And people are starting to catch on. And I was really happy about that. But at the same time, I was like, damn, what if that was Quantum Eraser educating people on fallacious logic and the scientific method instead? Like, how would people utilize that information to maneuver through these, you know, social circles? I'm not shitting on him at all, but I also wish that we were as good as him.
Because not everyone can handle, like, not everyone can handle quantum. Quantum is like a shot of fireball. Like, not everyone is prepared. Like my mom, if I'm going to show her Flat Earth videos, I'm going to show her David Weiss's stuff. I can't show her QE stuff. Her mind is just going to implode on itself.
Whether it be the Numpty clips or whether it be his master class on the science, it's either way you're going to be like, huh?
QE is best reserved for like the academics, because
advanced
anyone else won't really understand. Oh, that's, you know, I don't know. That's my personal approach. But
I've always wondered, why did Mark Sargent always get the first request for an interview? And then what I saw is that he doesn't go into the interview trying to win anything. He goes in there just to kind of have a good time. And so because he's a little bit non-threatening, people invite him back. Now, when they invited ODD or one of those guys out, those guys would hammer it hard on every point and keep it pretty serious for the whole interview. And I think then you don't get second interviews because they've seen how you handled the interview. So there's like this really interesting fine rope that they walk, like where Dave he often starts off explaining exactly how much he hated the flat earth, and that it kind of gets the person on your side. Okay, cool. And then you also kind of understand what I'm thinking right now before you go forward. So he's kind of softening the blow, but in that regard, he kind of puts cotton wool around everything. So I think that you're getting upset that there isn't the sharp corners that really slice into it and prove the point, and he's kind of making it
I wish that was the case, but on some micro scale, perhaps that is true. Perhaps I'm like, you know what? Maybe I wish, but honestly, no, I don't dislike anything. I don't dislike his style. I don't dislike the way I love the way he presents his information. But what I'm saying is I see a pattern between how I was propagandized and how I was manipulated to have conversations in a certain way, in a certain vein. And I'm seeing that pattern with this conversation. And I'm trying to point out, wait a minute, there's a mechanism that we should be paying attention to. It's not really about the personality. It's about the psychology. It's about what's underneath. That's what I'm trying to illustrate, because I see similarities in the mechanism itself.
Can I comment real quick about solars, flat earth solars? Comment. They did a study on mice a while back. I forgot what the fuck the study was or what even it was about, but the summary of it, the conclusion was they were matching up like a really strong mouse to play with like a little weak mouse, and they discovered that if the strong mouse did not allow the weak mouse to win about 30% of the time, you know, if he won, which is like 100% of the time, the small mouse would just not want to play anymore. But just by letting him win 30% of the time, he would keep on playing, wanting to play. So I wish Midi THC was here right now, because he picked up onto this like earlier. Like, man, I let him get away with gravity. It was like, dude, it's cool, man. It's like, wait, because I got equations waiting for you at the end. Like, God, what the fuck are you gonna do with little G and big G? Go ahead. What are you gonna do with that? I'm waiting. Like, I'm just here. I'm solid. Go ahead, dance around. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I took that study and I extrapolated that shit in real life. If you win, if you're QE, no, the small mouse is not gonna want to come back and play. You see, but you gotta let the mouse win 30% of the time. It's been proven.
Of course, the arena completely. It just ruined any chance of any of the staunch Globers coming back. Or maybe we're the reason that maybe we banned. I don't know what exactly, but
I don't know what happened to it, man. It was still up. It was still running when I left. I don't know. I came back. It's like fucking gone. Miggy's gone. It's like whoa. What happened to it?
So again, like giving someone gravity, at that point you're playing the pretend game. Okay, let's pretend that because it's not. They're not. Okay, here's the main.
That's how they got here.
But here's the main
pretended.
issue.
They fucking danced. You know what? I'll dance. I'll put on my snake face.
But the main issue is they're not making a claim. Right? That's when it becomes a problem.
They are, though. Because the globe model is a claim.
No. Of course they're making. That's not what I mean. Okay, so please try to understand what I'm saying, and I'll try to reword what I'm saying.
Okay.
If what I'm saying is not.
I'll read between the lines.
Now, what was I saying? Oh, okay. So it's not really about them explaining gravity, even though we get them to do that whenever we can. It's not really about that. They bring up gravity because they inevitably heard somewhere that we don't believe in it. So now we're forced into this false dichotomy in the mind of this person, right? And this person says, well, gravity does this thing to this earth that I think is a ball. This is how things work in this reality. Because I've reified it, I'm going to beg the question, I'm going to do all of that, right? So when they ask you the question, they'll say, okay, well, if gravity, the thing that's real, the thing that affects our world, the reason why things are spheres in the sky and on the ground that I'm standing on, then you tell me how it works. And then we say density, buoyancy, or density or relative density. And then it's like, yeah, but that's kind of a red herring to the whole issue.
Can I?
It's not a red herring.
Can I give my opinion?
Yeah, man.
I feel like, are you done? I think the second point and the third. I think gravity it's a red herring. You know, I think if they can't give us curvature, then they're done. It's not a debate. You know, I came into this saying how can identifying the shape of a basketball be a debate? it's not a debate. It's not something to argue over. If there's no curvature, then they've got nothing. And that's where it should end, because that's where it starts. And without that, there's no debate. I mean, they're all just red herring us here and there, and not addressing the actual thing that we're trying to identify. So I think sticking with curvature is the only thing that we should be focusing them on, because they don't even understand the black swan. Therefore, they don't understand that the globe is supposed to be a certain size, and that curvature is supposed to be showing itself. They don't understand that they're seeing flat. They're told it's flat, taught it's flat, but they have to assume that it's a ball. They don't understand that. They don't understand that the model is based on a flat surface. So the Saros cycle, all the predictions. They don't know that. So by focusing on curvature, it brings everybody back to what matters, to what we're really here to talk about. And all these other red herrings, I think it's just a waste of our energy and time. And I don't want those idiots to come back, because what are they going to come back with? Waste our time
some
somewhere?
new people in here, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead. But you know what I mean? If we stick with curvature, it's done. Yeah, that's my opinion. Go ahead. Thanks.
If you want to practice, if you want to practice on those guys with curvature, we got a couple new guys in here.
Well, it's so simple. That's the thing. Yeah.
Stu and Seek, right? No, not Seek. I'm sorry. What the fuck? Senpai Lake. Yeah, Senpai.
Sometimes when we get the point, you know what I mean. When we kind of get the point across, the mind wanders. Because I did that too. Like, but what about this and that and this and that? You know what I mean? Now we're going off into the red herrings after red herrings instead of just sticking to curvature. Sticking to curvature. None of that matters without curvature.
Well, I think we need 3 points, but I'm not going to tell anybody how to debate, because I don't think we should all debate the same way. I really don't. I think get a uniform way of debating is going to actually kill the community. I think diversity is great, because the more diverse the community, the more people we can reach. Everyone has different angles.
But as a matter of fact, I'd like to say,
you can't have. Go ahead.
I'd like to say that. Well, number one, I'll mention that you are. If I'm not going to mention anyone else, I will mention that you. It's very notable that you stick to these things. Maybe even more than me. I don't know, but because I've never heard you actually talk about anything else. Now, you recognize that gravity is the red herring. Yes.
Me? Okay.
Because they'll try to talk about gravity and you'll bring it back away from the red herring that is gravity, which seems like it's related to the atmosphere, but actually is not. But you'll bring it back to, okay, so what happens when I smoke a joint? But a lot of us will be like, well, gravity is this and that, instead of staying on the third point. And that's what I mean. Like, we let them pretend. Even me. I'm not.
But if we just only talk about curvature, like, it just is going to be
gas
boring.
pressure without
It's not a game, man. It's not a fucking game. It's not a game. It's not. We're not here to debate.
Public service announcement. I don't need you to teach me how to debate, dude.
I'm not asking. No, this is what I'm trying to say, right? What I'm trying to say is that if you recognize that it's not a debate. Without curvature, there's what's spinning a disc. Without curvature, okay, they can come up with all kinds of arguments about pressure, gradient pressure, and then we're off over there. Nobody cares about curvature anymore. Nobody knows the radius.
You only talk about curvature. How about that?
No one knows the radius of the Earth.
You want to tell everybody you want to tell everybody what they can and can't talk about, and by doing are you Google now? Are you Google?
What?
You're trying to tell us we can only talk about curvature.
I am not saying you can only talk about curvature. Oh my god, dude.
Yo. All right. Let me hold on.
Sorry, open my mouth.
Too many people talking at once, man. Okay, chill. Okay. Let me just comment on that real fast, and I'll just shut the fuck up. So when I came back, I've been gone for like a year and a half, something like that. When I came back, Mike is the only one that addressed the real thing that I saw. Is when someone is driving a point home, whichever style you're using, please shut the fuck up, including myself. Please go on, like, just mute yourself. Don't hop in. No one needs your help. Let that guy finish his point. Whomever is talking, person A and person B from Flat Earth, okay, and the other one is a Globie. Let them drive this point home, and then go ahead, open up your mic. But it is extremely difficult when 10 people are talking to just one Globie that hopped in here, and everyone, is going to attack him from a different angle, and the Globie has to answer to all 10 of us. It's ridiculous. And that was the thing that I really realized. Like, I couldn't even fucking talk when I got in here. You know what I mean? Like, because no one knew who I was. Like, everyone on the panel was new to me, and I couldn't get fucking 2 words in. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck is this? This is chaos. So we need to tune down the chaos. But everyone, please do your own style. It's up to you. You go ahead. You play whichever chess game you want. But let that person finish their chess game first, and then politely, hop in. And mods, of course, can rumpus the fucking conversation, because that's what mods are here for. And then shut up like right now. All right, that's it. Peace.
Just like your wrestler.
What about Job? What's Job here for?
Huh?
Perfect.
My name is
We're
Jeff.
those cats that eat people.
Just don't bring up Antarctica, whatever you do. Then I think we should tell him to shut up.
Gravity is the truth.
If you bring up Antarctica, I'm just like, shut the.
Musk, have you
Wait,
seen
what
the
happens
wall
if you
yet?
bring up Antarctica?
It's
Where's the,
completely irrelevant. It's nothing to do. No one knows anything about relevant.
Stays in
Musk, have you not
Antarctica.
seen the wall yet?
I wonder how many
The
Globies
wall?
think there's polar bears in Antarctica.
Yeah, the wall.
Oh God.
Yes.
How do we know
Trump
there's a
is building a
wall?
wall there.
We have new people. If someone
Oh,
wants
you
to
thought
talk
I was
to them,
referring to Antarctica?
please address them.
It's not a real wall.
Oh boy.
Anyone want to take on the newcomers?
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, what's the radius of the
I'm not
Earth?
qualified. I think we should let Bong take it.
What's the radius of the Earth, Glover?
You're not qualified. This is
I'm not
Yeah, Glover.
Glover, type the radius
think
of
you're
the
plenty
Earth into
qualified.
text, please. Let's start
You
with
could
that.
only talk about the radius, though.
What is
Sorry.
gravity?
Anything else, you'll get banned.
And why do
Only
things?
curvature.
Why do helium balloons go up, fall up?
Are you not talking about curvature? Boy.
No, I'm taking your guys' advice. I'm gonna leave curvature behind and explore gravity and
Come on, man.
pressure and spin. Yeah. So what is
8 inches
gravity?
per mile square.
Boys,
Who's the
what is the gravity?
So who's the
Why
Glover
do
that still
helium
has their
balloons
cherry?
go up? Right.
Dude, we have plenty of people in here. All right, so let's call them out. Here, Senpai. How do you say that? Senpai Lake. I don't know. Sure.
Yeah,
can you-
no, I'm at work.
Yep.
I can't. I don't have time to discuss right now. I'm at work. I'm just here to listen.
Oh.
Okay, sounds good. No problem.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'll
speak
hop
whenever
in
you
later
can.
if anybody wants to do any of that.
Yep.
That's
Sure
right.
thing, man.
We'll
All right,
tell you
do your
if
thing.
So you're at work, but why do you think the Earth
Don't
is
work
a
too
ball?
hard.
Well, you said he's listening, so you don't have to put pressure on him. Sam, DBVU. I don't know what that means, but hello, Sam. Okay, Sam is shy, so we'll leave Sam alone. Anyone else? Oh, good
Ask
night.
them about the second law of
Yeah, good night.
thermodynamics, bro.
Is this guy called?
Who? Ask who? Ask you guys?
Ask the teenagers that come in here. They should know.
Make sure he knows that we definitely have a model. Definitely have one.
Yes, yes. I have a thermodynamic model of flat
The
Earth
Earth is curving.
sitting on my desk.
It's so obvious.
Oh, let me take a puff of this entropy machine that I have. Hold on.
It's no problem. As a matter of fact, I have a picture of my model. It's all over Google.
Oh, perfect.
Is Lee next? Wait, which one is it?
Can you put on a T-shirt, Elijah? I need to see it.
Is it your profile pic?
You can use any one of them. Seeing as the globe can use different continent-sized balls and shit, we could use all of ours too. Just whichever one makes sense for the time being.
Elijah, bro, I want to ask
the
you
nearest
something.
dinosaur.
If the Earth is a ball, then what are black holes?
So where did you said you were watching some politics stuff, or you've heard, right? But yeah, that's how you opened up the convo. What was that?
Yeah.
Oh, you're roboting hardcore, bro. Hold on. Try again.
I was watching some debate about how leftists interact.
Okay, so, yo, Elijah.
Mic check. I was in an elevator.
Okay, yeah, much better now, man. Yeah.
Second time, bro. That's warning.
Okay, so
Sorry.
So yeah, I was saying that, I eventually stopped looking at any of the mainstream news like it was credible just because they put it in a newspaper title or just because, some news pundit said it, because they all ultimately give their opinions while making people think that it's fact, right? Like, but then you read into the article or the actual source and you realize the source is either bullshit or the source doesn't say anything that they said. And so I thought that I could make a difference. I thought that I could go to rallies. I thought that I could put in a little work and do my part. And I realized, left, right doesn't matter. The people that, like, if you want to get into it, you have to play the game. You have to be a part of the system that is ultimately going to shit on you because it's corrupt anyway. But everyone's pretending like their side is a little less corrupt and that they're going to be the ones to change it from within and blah, blah. Anyway, the point is I went looking for other independent sources so that I could get my news from people that were less biased and were just trying to give me information because I just like learning.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing.
Yeah.
Less biased? I don't know what that means.
So that led me to podcasts because I was just like, well, I just want to listen to people talk about interesting things. That led me to Joe Rogan. That's when I first heard, what the fuck do you mean that the moon landing was fake? You bald-headed motherfucker. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that was my idea. But then I thought, after hearing everything I heard about it, I was like, that's not true, is it? And that's where it all began. And then I saw the interview with Eddie Bravo, or the podcast with Eddie Bravo. He's like, there's no pictures from space. And I'm like, no way. So in my mind, I had an idea of what a raw image of, or a raw picture of space would look like. Because I already thought when he said that, I was like, yeah, I don't want to see any of the other like neat looking, nice looking, artistic looking images. Like, I want to see the raw, unedited, real Earth, all rocky, all whatever I thought it would be. And when I saw all of the pictures and the Google images, I was like, oh no, I really have to investigate this. And that's when it all went downhill from there.
All right. Yeah, man, I don't do any politics in my life at all. Zero. For many years. Keep that shit away from me.
Or it could have also gone uphill depending on your perspective.
Uphill? What's going uphill?
No, he said like that's when everything went downhill. He said that's when everything went downhill. I'm just saying, like, you've cracked a huge key of, like, most people will never figure out. So I think it's uphill.
Can I just correct? Can I just correct myself real quick? I think about hey, what's up, man? I think about curvature, right, as a pistol. Okay, this is my pistol. Okay, like the spin of the earth, that's my shotgun. That's in my back. Okay, all these other things, like those are tanks behind me. But I only need this pistol to win this gunfight that this guy brought a knife to. This guy brought a rock. This guy brought a freaking paper knife. And I've got a gun called curvature. Now, I'm not saying you can't use anything else. They're right there, right behind you. But all you need is this curvature gun, bang, and it's over. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you have to do stuff. Come on, guys.
I know what you're saying, Bong. It's just I found it funny when Mrs. Musk was attacking you about curvature, so I hopped in. Because I can do that too.
How powerful it is. That's how powerful. Yeah, that's how weak their bullshit is, and how powerful this one little truth is.
Simple sentence. One is a nuclear weapon.
And you know
coconut cannon, bro.
And you know why it's so powerful? It's so powerful because it's not a flat earth truth. Because there's no fucking. Oh well, we're talking about the word truth, but I think about it like there's. What do you mean flat earth truth? That's like me. I'm standing across the street from a tree and I'm like, yeah, that's the tree truth right there. It's already self-evident. The only problem is what people believe is the opposite from their experience. I'm not going to let someone tell me that I'm presenting a flat earth truth. Fuck you. What I'm presenting is the decimation of your mathematical globe earth model. That's not really actually a model because I can't get my hands on it and look at the entire universe. No.
It's just a matter of time, and then our satellites will reach far enough out into the universe to be able to capture that first image. So just hang in there, Elijah. Won't be long now.
Keep this. Hold on, let me post.
Hey, Blaze. What's going on? I'm still working on that list for you, by the way.
Look at.
I'll make something nice, complex tapestry for you.
Okay, thanks. Hi.
I got you. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Blaze?
I posted that in sorry. And hello, Blaze.
Yeah, I saw that. What's up with that?
I'm just saying it's funny because Flat Earth Solar brought up that point.
You only chilling biblical now, Blaze, or what? I don't think I've heard your voice in like 2 years, maybe something like that. Right?
Come down here and listen and try to get some some information to be able to effectively share with friends. But I like to try to keep it simple, so I thought I'd just come down here and just listen. And then I get called out. I'm like, I do it to people all the time down below, so it's funny.
You already know.
I mean,
Blaze.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Blaze?
Hey, long time.
Well, Blaze, how do you do your thing? Like, what's your go-to?
For me, it was I essentially wanted to know the why. Like, I wanted to kind of get around that, so I ended up researching the researchers and how they got the letters and who created the science departments and who created NASA. I kind of went that direction. So I don't know any of the technical things that these people allegedly created, theories or theory of relativity, the theory of gravity. I'm not really going to get into that because it's not duplicatable to me. And for me, I just want to enroll people into their speaking, meaning find out like what they know about the shape of the earth, because that's what you guys battle all the time. They don't know their model. And for me, I just want to get into their speaking and see what they do know and speak to that. And I had some luck last week. So, but I would like to, know a few technical things, but I don't know. I just don't know that people would understand it.
No, I think that's well said, because like if you're speaking to what they know, it's like you're at least forming a foundation to build off of. So you're not just trying to like grab their mind to a different place that they haven't considered. You're like taking what they know and then asking them follow-up questions and open-ended questions so they can build on what they know and then like scratch their head a little bit about what they actually do perceive.
Right.
Makes a lot of sense.
Well, and get related, because we're all on the same side. It's just that these world leaders and these whatever that you want to call them, bad people, are trying to divide us, and sometimes I hear everybody arguing with people, and I'm just like, I get it. I used to argue all the time, and it's not that I don't.
They divide us by inundating us with the way they carry on conversation. We, as the little babies that grew up and watched TV, mimic how our parents talk to each other, mimic how people talk to each other, and mimic how the arguments on the TV are had, right? Like that, and that was my point about what I seen, with politics is the same thing I see here, because like there's an actual issue, and the actual issue is, why isn't there any evidence? But instead of talking about that issue, everyone wants to talk about the psychology of flat earthers and shit.
Well, here's the thing. They think that there is evidence. See, that's the problem. I think we are deficient in, there's like so many truthers and flat earthers in here. It's just like we pummel everybody every chance we get so we could be right and all that stuff. But is that really our goal here, is to outsmart them and let them know how smart we are? Because they're not very smart in this department. I just think that sometimes we lose. Huh? Pardon me?
Because remember, you said that we are. It's really us that they're pitting against each other. But how are they doing it? Well, they're not like physically doing it. We're doing it to ourselves. And the reason that this is happening is because we apply flawed logic. And what I'm saying is that's what they deliberately show us in these news segments when they have someone go back and forth on a topic that they deem very necessary to talk about. So they show us, this is how you settle issues. But issues never really get settled. It's just two opinions, two opposing sides, and it's not really like they actually debate the problem. And it's like,
no, you're right.
Kind of what happens here.
Well, and I'm saying that we use information as a weapon sometimes, and this is our house. And I know when I invite people over to my house, because they don't agree with me, I don't rip them a new one. I want them to come back. For me, I'm trying to change a little bit and soften my approach. I mean, listen, down in biblical, I have a reputation, but I'm, hopefully growing. And, I had somebody that we don't agree on a lot of things that reached out to me. And I was like, that's great. Because just because we don't agree on things, it doesn't mean we have to be enemies. And we have a lot of globies. I love that, Cyrus. Globies rather than globers. We have a lot that come back, but I think we should have more. Because when they see us, I think sometimes I would be intimidated if I was a globie coming in here, I don't know. Maybe I'm just turning softy, or I'm really looking at the scriptures.
You're 100% right. I curse these people out probably at least every other week about the same exact thing. And I'm constantly stopping the conversation to curse somebody, which is not something that I should be doing, by the way.
Well, but here's the thing. I'm not in here as much as you guys saying the same thing over again and over and over. And then they're saying the same thing over. I mean, I don't see how you guys do it in Thunderdome here. It's got to be so old, but I'm just saying this is our house. And I think that when we invite people into our house, or when they come into our house, I just think that, ultimately we want them coming back, because you guys are up here. You're in this room for a reason. You guys are really nice and you care about people. You want to help educate, especially everybody, and I'm not trying to make anybody wrong, because it must be so frustrating. The same thing over and over again.
I agree with you 100%, but that's what what I was saying was, I curse the flat earthers out in here. I say what you say, but kind of, I guess, ruder, because I want people to feel like, I just want it to be a reasonable conversation, I want it to, it just has to be a reasonable conversation. I think we all know what reasonable is, even if we don't practice it all the time. Just let the conversation. Don't look at them like they're globe earth troll. They're
the enemy.
People are.
No, they're not the enemy. And things will change when we change a little bit. And again, it must be really frustrating. Even for the ladies.
You're not going soft, by the way. I just think I think, because I feel the same exact way. So I think it's just the seasoning. When you've went through thousands of people that hop through in here and had all these conversations, or even just listened to him, you're okay, I think you develop a different approach, because you understand the hammer just doesn't work every single time. It works, but that's not the point, actually, right? What is the point? What are you trying to do? You're just trying to win? Then look, hammer. Sure. Right. Silver bullet every single time. Yep. Okay, I win. But if you're trying to, because some people stay. Hank, man, Hank Hill. Hank, I'm telling you, everyone needs to follow this guy's approach, because he was on the fence for a long time. A while. When I was silver, I think he was on the fence. So it's a while back, and
it's a weapon.
Hank was on the fence
for a long time, my friend.
A long time,
dude. And then after, right, because I was gone, then I can't come back, and I click on Hank, and I see Flat Earther, and right away it's Hank, tell me what did it for you, and lack of evidence. Yep. Anyways. But I share Blaze's philosophy.
And Bong is right. It's a weapon, and these people, bless their hearts, man, they're just deceived, and they just haven't had their eyes open yet. I mean, me personally, my eyes weren't open until 2008, and even then, it seems like it was a while ago. But I mean, look how much time went by, and I didn't know all this stuff. So that's what you guys are doing. You're here to help people open their eyes, I mean, and I like down below. It's I like to welcome people like you guys do. And then sometimes you just get their story. Sometimes people are lonely, how they found flat earth, right? And gives them a chance. I like last Thursday, we had 2 new people below. Man, great conversations. I'll remember it forever, because I didn't think about something they said. It was just a really nice conversation, and I just want to be welcoming. But see, that's different down below. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm not trying to make anybody wrong.
But it's not really different down below, because I remember when I was being made a mod, one of the main sentiments that was passed down to me was that the live stream should be reserved for newcomers who are wanting to have a discussion about something that they didn't know was the case. And they might come here thinking, well, flat earth is this and that and third. And we're here to say, well, I understand that. However, this is what we're about. You have any questions, this is the calm, casual portion of the ginormous server that we're not utilizing the way we should, by the way. But this is the part of the server where we welcome people.
Amen.
To have
Right. I like it.
conversations,
Yeah.
you know.
And
But
it's a great
sometimes we
place
get
to
away.
do
It's
that.
like, you know.
I just think we would be more effective if we, use the weapon, or not necessarily whip out the weapon approach. I don't know. I don't know.
They
You
say
guys are
don't
doing
whip it out.
well.
we
I'm
can
just
do
saying, not until. I mean, just mute people. You know what I'm saying? If they're like belligerent, mute them. But like, find out.
I'm
Hey,
just messing
so
with the place. I agree with you.
just like, hey, so that you can speak into their frame of reference or whatever, so so how long you been like thinking about the shape of the earth? Are you into space? Because I used to be a space person. Not really, but I'm just saying that's what you guys say. I used to be a NASA girl or whatever, which I wasn't. But somebody else would probably have that. So you guys, I don't even know. You guys are doing a great job. So like, don't really listen to me. But somebody said hi to me, and so that's it.
Really listen to me.
Yeah, I think
Well, I'm just saying, you guys are
everything you said is valid. Like, why are you why are you invalidating yourself? Like, what for?
Because I'm
You
not really
remember-
in this part.
The meme
It's all that
illustrate.
humility
You
coming
remember
off,
that?
all that humility coming off of you.
Well, you know what? Listen, that is my. Oh man, I would love to learn to be like that because I don't have that down. That's what my aim is. We did a study. I was just telling my friends down below, down in Biblical, last. Are you there? I just got a call.
Yeah.
We did a study last year, and it was about meekness, right? And everybody thinks, oh, humble and all that kind of stuff. Well, really, when it comes down to it, I believe the word meek came from the Greek form of praus, and it came from horses, and they would take wild horses, and if the horses, listened, had all that strength, right, and they would listen, somebody could ride them, and they would just like go right into war, fiery darts or arrows or whatever, and then move on the slightest whim of the rider or whatever. They were called praus because they could keep their strength. The rider could keep the horse's strength under control, so they were labeled praus. They were good for war, and going in and you know what I'm saying. So for me, I would I'm a very aggressive person. I can be sometimes, and it doesn't always work. And that's not who I want to always be. I want to keep my strength, my temper under control, and that's what I'm trying. And I would love to be humble. So thanks, I appreciate that. But that's at some point you go in and out of it. You know what I'm saying?
So do you feel like if your rage is uncontrolled like that, that has some type of a connotation to being meek, or like it's uncontrolled, which just blows up? It's like you're
like
repressing
blows
it?
up, like Messiah. Sorry, really quickly, I'm not going to change the subject. Messiah, they labeled him as meek, right? Well, I mean, he wasn't a wimp, So when you look into it, that really correlates with how he was. He had a lot of strength. So anyways, I don't want to talk about that part because I don't want to get biblical on you guys.
Okay. So that means he got spicy sometimes? Like, is that what that means?
I mean, I would say that he had all that power.
Crank up the spice level. Not so nice,
Well, or he had all that power, and yet he walked very humbly and didn't throw it in people's faces all the time. Is my interpretation. Yeah, he did get upset a couple times, didn't he?
Oh, I'm wondering.
There's
I
a
don't know.
time
I really
for it.
don't. Okay, of course there is. Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's just, you know what, somebody I serve said
Part of life, I think.
You know, I serve said something really, really profound last Friday. He said, you know, of the I serve and OK Cool group, married couple.
Yeah.
He said,
I know who you're talking
you know, how we are in real life doesn't really work sometimes online. And I was like, yeah, you're right. I mean, and sometimes you wouldn't be like so upset with somebody and you know,
100%.
right in the face. But then sometimes you don't need to get like wimp. You know what I'm saying? I was like, wow, that was really, I liked that. Because I'm listening. I need to take my own advice, what I'm saying right now. So there's a reason I'm saying it.
Wait, so which one do you feel like you are? You feel like you're too aggressive online because it's not a confrontational face-to-face thing, or you're less aggressive online?
I think now I'm less aggressive. You know, there's certain topics that trigger us, right?
Challenger in the Bible, bro, and you will understand what is going on. You'll get chewed up pretty quick. I've heard Blaze debate.
I've been
some
down
stuff.
there before.
No, I'm not doing it like that anymore. I'm not.
Oh, she's switching up her strategies, so like whacking people in the head with the Bible's not working as well. Okay.
Okay.
Switching.
Kind of avoiding
strategies
topics.
on us.
Yeah, because it doesn't work. I would rather have love present than be right all the time and hammer down people's throat what I want them to believe. Because there's something to getting related, and then later you can have a nice civil conversation or a civil debate, you know, but respect each other, man. And that's what I'm learning. And I think that comes with growth and, you know, really liking people. I'm a realtor, so I love people.
Well, you have to remember, too, you have to know when to give people your pearls of wisdom, because a lot of times these people aren't really there to learn. They're there to ridicule. So it's like if you cast your pearls of wisdom before the profane swine and the dogs, they'll trample it and trample you.
Right. That's why you get related first, if it's possible.
Yeah.
I love that verse. I use it all the time. I do not cast pearls before swine. It's like, oh no, I know, because they won't get it. It's like that's like okay, so reserve that. Yeah, reserve that.
Exactly.
Reserve, because you're gonna tarnish that pearl with their shit. So it's like just reserve that for yourself until they upgrade themselves. Then perhaps, you know, now it's time.
Yeah, because there has to be some element of self-seeking in there. Like you have to be able to go look up things yourself and think about things for yourself. Like I can't hand you not even some of the stuff. I can't hand you the majority of these topics. I can't hand them to you. I can only like present them to you and have a quick chat. But it's like the thinking part about it, that's on you. Like you either think about it or you don't.
Yeah, you can lead a beast to water, but it's up to them to drink it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You either want to know the truth or you don't.
Yep. Must come from within.
Yep. It's a personal journey.
Yep.
But you know, with all the different events that are happening now, people are waking up and going, wait a second, something's not right.
Yeah.
You know how you were saying
it's like
about like you know how you were saying about if they don't want to know the truth, they won't see it. It's kind of like the same thing with globe Earth and flat Earth. Like these people that are told a certain way, they grew up indoctrinated into a cult, and so they're going to believe what the cult says because the people that are in control of their lives and the ones that they look to for answers believe a certain way. So that's like a doctrine of man, you know. If you can't go out and test all things, and keep all that is good, right? So if you go out there and you test the earth to see if it's a ball and it shows that it's not a ball, well, what does that mean? Does that mean you still believe that it's a ball? Or does that mean you go down the other road and you test things to see how flat things are, right? So it's like one of these things to where, well, Josh, you can't test it. Yeah, you can. You can actually test it. In fact, one of the best tests is go swimming. Submerge yourself, like to where your nose is underwater and look at the water, especially if it's a glass situation on a pond or something, or a lake, you'll be amazed that it's flat. You see no curvature. And when you're at that, the perspective is wide. You know what I mean? Because it's all at eye level. It's amazing. Like, people can't actually go out there and test things for themselves and trust the information that they're receiving from the tests.
Yeah, it's the lack of trust. Because if they thought about it, it's like we just trust our minds enough to say, "Hey, I'm not a dumb kid. I figure things out pretty quickly, and I can trust my ability to reason and use logic." So it's like it's just a lack of trust on their end.
I have a question. This is for the last 2 or 3 years, it really intrigues me, but obviously it hasn't intrigued me enough to do the research because I'm just not understanding it. How does wind work on a spinning globe? All these different ways. I mean, I was into it like 2 or 3 years ago, but like I haven't really gotten that far. But I mean, how does it work? It blows so many different ways.
It shouldn't work. Yeah, it should not.
That's what I'm saying.
It goes like this: the same way of Coriolis, the same way of how everything that is the opposite of our experience. That is this story, right? So the reason that wind goes in all directions is because, first of all, you have to get out of your head that the Earth is not spinning with the atmosphere. So now that we are going to assume that it's spinning with the Earth, technically it's not doing anything from our frame of reference. So that's a calm day. But then
go bigger, bro. Go bigger. Take the orbit around the sun too. It's right. It's multi-complex orbit, like motion. So you can't forget about the orbit around the sun, which is, I'm not sure how fast we're booking, but that's really fast.
They'll say forget all of that.
Yeah.
When it comes to scrutinizing their model, they'll justify why you don't have to think about that because it's too minuscule, and then they'll go to hijacking everything that we do experience, and then just say what we see, and that it works on a globe. That's all.
And hurricanes?
They would explain it the same way we would. Well, it seems like the energy from the sun is like disrupting like the molecules, and then the molecules are moving to low pressure areas, and that's what we call wind and storm. They'll say the same things that we already know, but they'll just attribute it to some bigger macrocosmic,
No, that is the mainstream explanation for it. You're right. That's how, I mean, they don't lie about that. However, when you go to Narnia, when you go to spaces where everything falls apart, it's like, okay, how does the atmosphere still stay on the surface of the Earth? Like, you can't, like, we can't duplicate this. This is harsh. You know what I mean? It falls on its face when you take it to space. But yeah, it's all caused from the sun. So they say, and appears to have decent basis to it, thermodynamically. But that's what we know about it. That's what they say. It's caused from the sun.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's lame.
But if you go in space, if you try to imagine it, how does a ball hold on to this fluid on the outside while it's moving, while spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and moving down the orbit at 300,000 miles an hour or something like that? It's like, what? How does how it should all trail behind the ball, sort of thing, right? If you imagine that, that's how it should be. You should have a trail of gas behind it.
Yeah, but if you think about it, it's just completely nonsensical. Everything that you're being told is all of it. You have to disconnect from your natural God-given senses to believe that, because it doesn't line up. But I think that's part of the whole deception. It's they're pulling you away from your ability to just use your senses. You're just gonna believe and nod your head and do as you're told, and you're gonna be just some automaton, some robot, and that's just gonna be the norm because that's what everybody else does. Most people don't want to think.
Yep. They don't. They don't want to know.
They don't. It's too painful.
So are there any Globies in here? Any people with questions, right? What a shame.
You scared him away, Blaze. See what you did again?
I know. There's nobody that wants to ask any questions. See, that's what I'm saying. We should have more people that want to come back, right?
What about something old, something new, or something old, new? Yeah, something old, new. Is VC verified? They're not speaking, so call them out. They leave.
Something blue.
Well, what I was gonna say was,
What's it? Are you in here?
so I
just looked. Sorry.
what up? What's it if you're in there?
Okay.
He was earlier.
Yeah, I saw his name.
Yeah, his profile's in here. Oh my gosh. I would love to be able to go out and make a difference like what he's doing. Bless his heart. That's not easy.
Yeah.
Not easy at all.
Nope. Nope.
But I was gonna say that I don't think it's okay. Well, it's partly that, but it's also maybe that we're just not marketing as efficiently as we can. Because if we were, like, we would have people coming through. Like, we would probably have people coming through that, might not stay, but they would still be coming,
Yes, but I
Not
think
that
you're
no
thinking
one
about the. Yep. So sorry to interrupt, Elijah. I think you're talking about they're just kind of drumming up new voices and people to come in, and I think Blaze is trying to point out the whole we have a certain cost to acquire a new customer, but like, what are we doing when they actually come in the door? Like, that's actually going to galvanize them to come back next time. And she's saying like, hey, how are we communicating with them? You know what I mean? Is it too much hammer? Is it too much kind of like doing it our way, or should we like kind of just be like more nimble about how we approach them and how we speak to them so that they do come back? Because I think it's like, if our goal is to kind of like wake people up and have them look at this topic from a different perspective, we almost want to give them a chance to come back 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and then just kind of gauge like who's coming back, as opposed to like how many new people we're bringing in, like who's coming back to listen more and ask more questions and think. Because we know this topic takes a while. It's not something you just figure out in one sitting.
Exactly. And it's kind of intimidating, because
oh yeah,
yeah, I mean, then you feel like you're gonna get reamed out or whatever. Like, I don't know, you guys. I just wish there was more people coming back, and there probably is, and I just am not here when they do. Hey, Truth Prevail.
No.
Sorry.
I understand.
Yeah.
Hey, Blaze, have you been, by the way? I've not talked to you in forever.
I know. I just was coming up here just so I could work on my flat ability to be able to
smacking ability.
Yeah, I don't want to be smacking sometimes because it's like, but it is.
Sharpen up your arguments a little bit. Gather any new info that might be floating around. Yeah, it's a good place for that.
Yeah, this is the best place.
Hey, Truth, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Not too bad.
Pretty good.
There's a new person.
Blaze is blessing us with her presence, so everybody's happy.
Yeah, I love having her around. It's when you hear these voices, it kind of like takes you back. Because I remember she used to come in more often, and then there's a few others that I'd like to hear around, more. But I know people have things going on with their life, and sometimes it's hard to make time to focus on something like this, especially within this community. Like, once you step away for a while, if you just hop in every now and then, it's kind of hard to jump in and get back into the flow of things. So I get it.
Of course.
I think we've got a new person inside. Sorry, Pablo, I think it is.
Hey, Pablo, how's the day going?
What about Samd BVU? Hey, welcome.
I tried that person earlier. That Sam BVDU. Yeah. Wasn't a no-go.
Yeah, speak up. You have some smart people here. What about Sin Pale Lake?
He's at work.
Oh, him.
Yeah.
Jeez, I wish somebody was here. So
I wonder if Pablo is a secret NASA guy.
Why do you say that?
The glasses.
Oh, it's that giveaway, right?
Smart math guy.
Probably has perfect. Yeah, probably has perfect 20/20 vision. It's just to perpetuate another lie.
Yeah, probably.
You can't help it. They just lie for a living like that. This is what they do with their days. Churn out lies.
I mean, how else can they make a living if it's just not lies, man?
I heard a big conspiracy theory about Jack Parsons. Supposedly, he sold his soul to the devil so that he could have a real spacecraft that would take him to the stars. And then he invented rocket fuel.
Jack Parsons?
yeah, he's a real,
Anton LaVey's dude.
he was a real piece of work.
Well,
okay.
Interesting. You don't know about Jack Parsons? What?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
Sir Vagabond. You know about NASA? Not Jack.
I knew. What was it?
JPL, man. Jet Propulsion Laboratory. It's not actually called Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Jack Parsons Lab.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Let's look into that guy. He's an interesting fella.
Character.
Yeah.
I see.
He's
Give me like the cliff notes real quick.
Seems pretty
Just
scrawny
look
to
into
me.
him.
Seems very frail.
Yeah.
I think some floorboards were loose and then some screws were loose up inside there. If you get my drift. One of those types.
Okay, Jack Parsons like went crazy. Like,
Oh, I don't think he went crazy at all. He was perfectly sane.
In his own way.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know. See, JPL, bro. This is like who started JPL, so just look into
Soros just opened up his corporation. JPL.
Yeah, that's it.
Join JPL.
Go look at JPL. He's the founder of JPL.
okay,
So
I'll check him out.
he's a cornerstone of like NASA. You know about the Nazis, right? Paperclip. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've heard about the Nazis coming over and like they were foundational to NASA and the whole lie and all that type of stuff. Yeah.
Right.
But have I dove into NASA connections into Nazi connections to NASA? No.
Neither have
it's just
I.
so far I'll go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, but what does L. Ron Hubbard have to do with NASA? Science fiction writer, remember? Scientology.
I don't know. Oh yeah, I know L. Ron Hubbard. Listen, I think it's just like who can craft out more complex lies faster. I guess he was just a whiz at it. He's like, I'm gonna create an entire universe of lies.
Oh, if I can just say something, these people, what I've seen, what I've noticed, is when they try to do something big, they've got people in most places and majority of them have their, I don't know, what's the word, have their price. And leaders of, doesn't matter what it is, whether it's government or this faction, that faction, whatever, ideologies, whatever you want to call it, they divert their attention towards, they point all the people in that direction where they want them to see it. So it doesn't matter what you're interested in or whatnot, you will see what they are actually trying to push. And they've done this throughout, if you just go even recent history, what we know.
Mike.
Sorry?
Yeah, Mike, your mic is working.
Oh, is it me? Is that better?
No, someone was saying mic check in the background.
Oh.
So I was telling that other guy that his mic was fine. You're cool.
What was I saying? Yeah, they always push it towards what they truly want at the start. As soon as they have that achieved, then they spread out. Then they get the people back in, they mess them up in the head, and then they throw, it's kind of, people say, disinformation, misinformation. It's kind of just like make up as much stuff as you want and just throw it against the wall and see how far these people will go towards whatever. A story. While they showed you what they're gonna do, what they did, and then the intentions of them. That doesn't get solved. That's a mess. Everybody else is in shambles, then they'll pick another thing. They'll make everybody's attention go to there. That will happen. They'll show everybody. And then the same thing as I explained before.
I think it's just an attempt to kind of, I think it's an attempt to short people's minds out. Because think about being given the internet. That's a new thing for your brain. So you've got all of these sources of information coming at you all at the same time at the click of a button. Your brain wasn't built to handle that much information, especially not like from so many different sources and so many languages all at the same time. So I think it's like they're just inundating with people with information and basically getting people to the point where like, I don't want to research anything anymore. Like, just tell me what to do, But I think it's like, I think your mind knows there's so much information out there and it wants to collect all of it and collate all of it. Most people's minds aren't structured that way though. So they can't take it all. They just don't study anything, They just stay stupid and just like, all right, this guy's gonna fucking lead me, my fearless leader over here, type of shit. And that's how they get stuck.
That's what's wrong with the globe, right?
You're a bit low. I think it's the largest trying to speak is low.
That's what's wrong with the globe and all of these other various topics. It's a whole bunch of mental junk email, right?
Yeah.
That some people, it's just too overwhelming. They never open that thing. You can't even send them any more mail because it's too full. Mailbox is too full. Try again later. Like it's
voicemail.
But when people ask why do they lie? Why would they lie? It's because they've implemented some kind of system that does this. Because if I'm like, let's say I'm not a skeptic, meaning like I'm not skeptical of everything because it takes too much time to be skeptical of every damn thing that comes against that comes on my desk. How about I think no way about it? How about when something comes across my desk, it come with validation or I just move on? But they didn't teach us to do that. They taught us to do the thing that would short circuit us.
Exactly.
Yep. just from the start, you weren't given the proper tools to do what you're doing now and all the rest of it. It's, like I said before, how they and urologists short circuit your brain. Most people don't know how to use it, so it's kind of overwhelming. But believe it or not, that's
Yeah, and I
why
think
the
the three
computer
things
was
that they mentioned.
designed. It's a backwards engineered brain. If you were taught how to use it correctly, you can process whatever you want, and you can, garbage in, garbage out, facts in, and that's it. But
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead, bro.
Right. No, I was gonna say the three things that I think that they left out on purpose within like all of our educations are just logic, reasoning, and deduction skills. Because if you just use those three with all your thinking processes, everything gets easier. You just logically think through it. Does that make sense? You reason back and forth with the person, let them get their whole point out. You get your whole point out. Ask all the questions you've got that come to mind. Let them ask all their questions. You use your logic again, like, hey, what logically sounds like the right answer here? Non-emotionally, like I'm not concerned about being dumb or wrong. Like I just want to know what the right answer is. And if you have the same spirit or will, we're just trying to figure this out together. We'll always be able to deduce what the right answer is through the back and forth.
Yeah.
But most people don't even go through that process because they never learned.
Yeah. It's the trivium. It's logic, rhetoric, and grammar. Most of those people that are intelligent just by nature have got it, and they just refine it, and the people up at the top get taught it. And
exactly,
those are the
because you'll always be in a position of power if you can reason well.
Yep.
Yeah, because think about if you want to like
logic.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to run a large scale company, right, and really attract a lot of resources to you, all you have to do is be able to communicate with people well, and then you'll be able to reason with all manner of people, and then get things to go your way. If you thought about it in advance, like, wait, what do they need? What am I going to give that's valuable, that they can perceive as valuable? How am I going to make them see the value here? This is like keeping like the masses poor 101. Like if they cannot use those three kind of facets of communication, they'll never be able to sort it out. They'll just stay poor and die.
Exactly. 100%. Well, I say this, some people get upset, but it's sad because I didn't get given this. I was one of those stubborn people that just, when I heard bullcrap, I called it out, and I got punished for it earlier, young, when I was 13, 14. I finished school when I was 16, but it's just one of those things. And then went through some things, and then went through this stuff a long time ago. But it's kind of it's a lonely place, and I'm glad I found this server. Great people on here and everything. It's awesome, and you have to have some empathy. But I think everybody here has the correct manner, and their soul is in the right place to be able to discern, somebody that's coming in just rah, and somebody that's coming in genuinely to ask a question. Even if he doesn't phrase it right, you can tell by the way that he's asking the question that he is sincere.
I agree. And sometimes you can hear in kind of their voice tone too. Like, are they trying to like tell you something, or just like trying to inquire about a topic where they're fine if they know or they don't know the answer, but they're willing to at least challenge. But that's where like what we were saying previously, that kind of like time that you took on your own to think about it, that's where the questions are going to bubble up from when you really couldn't reconcile it in your mind. But if you never thought about it on your own, those questions never pop up. Then you come back and you're trying to assert your position as opposed to having natural questions that would have germinated if you thought about the subject, So it's like there's no way to get you here. It's like you have to literally go home, use your brain, sit down quietly and think for a sec, and then come back when you have a question.
Oh yeah.
It can't be questions, Hey, that's impossible.
If it doesn't wreck your brain and then like sort of rattle you inside, like you know what I'm talking about, rattle you inside, then that means the work hasn't been done. For me anyway. That's the way I operate.
No, I agree.
That's how all people who talk about the immaterial do it. Like they use that kind of wording because it's actually true. The only person that can get you to realizing something that's actually already right there is you. So it's a mental shift. It's a paradigm shift that has to happen with you. You must be the one mentally opening those doors after having discovered them. A lot of people come here and they're like, no, that's not a door. I don't have to actually address that. I want you to address this. And it's like, well, I can, but what are you getting out of that? An aha to a stranger? I'm not trying to aha anyone. I'm saying this is some information I came across. So
yeah, but remember, you probably already had that thought process in your mind of being able to talk to people respectfully and like go back and forth. I suspect those people, they haven't like evolved into the state where it's like they've gotten over the need to be right. You know what I mean? Like I think, I perceive people that are in this type of a space, like I don't mind being right, you know what I mean? But I also don't mind being liked, and I can go either way. Sometimes I want to be right, sometimes I want to be liked. And I'm not like stuck on any side. It's like I'm more concerned about like, well, how does that interaction go between me and you? Can we challenge each other and have a good time? Can we do both? But I think if you just choose one or the other, the conversation always kind of falls apart somehow.
It's crazy when you say, some people need to be right. Like, because I think the exact opposite. I think I need to be wrong. Like when I come across some information, I don't think that I'm smart enough. I'm like, hold up. I'm reading what I'm reading. I've interpreted it this way because I don't understand how to interpret it any other way. Therefore, I must bring it to someone else who is either on my level or higher. Just pretty much anyone that I know can, read. I'm like, yo, what does this say to you? Just to see if they say what I thought. What does this actually say to you? You tell me. So usually I'm searching to be wrong so I can move on with my day. And sometimes it just turns out that what I looked at is just actually what it is, which means I held a prior belief that I had never really investigated further than just believing. And I guess
but you have the courage to go out and then go ask somebody else. Yeah, but remember, it takes courage to like just put what you think and what you feel out in front of other people to judge without saying, hey, I'm going to feel like a complete moron if they lie to me and they all run away. But it's like, I think that courage is what allows you to discover anything and everything in the world. Like just going out and asking questions and like having the ability not to care if you're wrong. But it's like most people are so stuck in their heads.
But it feels different because maybe I can do it because it has nothing to do with me. That's what I'm thinking in my mind. Like if I had to share my feelings, well, I mean, that's the reason I'm not a famous singer, because of how I feel. That's different. But when it comes to this, I don't feel, I initially didn't feel anyway. All I did was go, this is some information that I never saw before. I know how I want to react, So let me share it with someone else and see what their reaction is. Maybe I'm bugging. Maybe I'm on to something. And it's like I'm not emotionally invested. I just discovered something that I'm looking to have someone else either discover or tell me, oh, yeah, I've been down this road. Listen, here's the thing, et cetera, you know? I don't understand how people get emotionally invested when information oftentimes has nothing to actually do with them personally. So I don't get it.
Yeah, and you're just giving them the information. You're not even telling them how to interpret it. You're just saying, this is what it says. Now, does that make sense with that? And then somehow that doesn't get addressed. You just kind of, and it goes somewhere else. And that's part of the faculty that's missing, I think, for some reason. Sorry, bro, go ahead.
I agree. Because that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like what I've been talking. This weird thing that happens when all we wanted to do was talk about information, and then all of a sudden evolved into this. How? Why didn't the information actually ever get addressed? And why are we like what's actually going on here?
Yep.
It's emotional flares. Like people's emotions are flaring up before they actually get to the reconciliation point. And, I honestly believe emotions conflict with intelligence and common sense.
Well, you guys are still on a Flat Earth server. Didn't you know they shut Flat Earth down yesterday and went to space?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see the concave Earth that he was flying above?
Yeah,
Did not.
Earth might be true.
It's concave, not convex. It's concave.
Maybe it breathes in and out. Do you know how long that they floated around?
How long?
4 minutes. They can't even make it up, bro. They floated for 4 minutes. So.
4 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep. But the narrative is still going forward. The Muggles still think he went.
They even admitted they didn't pass the Maginot Line or whatever that imaginary line is. Maginot Line, that like the line in France.
This is what see, this is the insanity of our disposition. Like we'll see something like this and we'll go, yo, this is so fucking funny. There's no way a human being won't see it the way I saw it. And then you'll go to Jim Pandas and then you'll be proven totally wrong.
Dude,
you're laughing yourself into hysteria and madness. Like, there's no fucking way that I saw what you saw, and this is what you're. Now we're arguing. Now it's 2 hours in, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like that's how it goes.
No, but I think it's interesting too, because that shows you like the correlation between what someone believes in their mind and then what they see out of their eyes. Like, I thought it was just objective, like, well, this is what it is. This is what it is, obviously. But it showed me like, wow, people's minds can literally take them down a road where they actually see things a different way. So that's scary. Especially when you think about like how many different like belief systems and divisional scenarios are being like perpetuated on us. Is like, wow, they're creating pure chaos here, and everybody else is just sopping it up with fucking biscuit. I'm like, whoa, slow down, senora. I was like, just let's reason this thing out real quick. But
100%, bro. I was speaking about this before. It's like they went from a fact to an objective truth to a subjective truth, and then they lost everything. They lost the plot. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, they can make anything true nowadays.
I was in there earlier and I was talking to them about that picture of the mountain from 255 miles, right? I was like, yeah, so look, we see the top of this mountain from 255 miles away, and the observer height's 9,100 feet. So the target hidden height on the ball is over 12,000 feet, which means the top of the mountain should be hidden by 7,000 feet. That's over a mile. And dude, they said first they were acting like it wasn't real, none of it's real, you know, and then they said, "What are you saying that mountain is 17,000 feet or 18,000 feet tall?" I'm like, "Bro, are you not listening? The top of the mountain is supposed to be obstructed by over a mile of Earth curvature because there's a total of like 12,000 feet of Earth curvature that's supposed to be there. Like, but you can't even see the bottom of it." I was like, "Are you seriously not understanding what I'm saying right now?" And I'm like, there are mountains in front of the other mountains, so yeah, you can't see the bottom of it. But we're talking about how you're not supposed to see the top of it for a mile. And then they skated once, just like fighting through all that, they breezed right into that infrared picture. Is actually has the mountain refracted up 1 mile. But that a mile over 255 miles is not very much in degrees, so of course it could happen.
These retards do not even know what refraction is.
See what that belief will do?
I just think that puts everything in perspective right there.
What happened when we went in there? What happened when we went in there with Andrew Thomas Young?
Yeah, they argued against Andrew Thomas Young.
Yo, we were like, yo, listen, this isn't what we believe. This is in the paper. Like, the only things we want to know is if you're rolling with it, if you're going to disavow this credited person, like how exactly are you going to deal with the information? And they were just like, you like what's it because you guys are gay.
Oh yeah. Dude, that was like an hour straight. They could not acknowledge it.
Well, yo, I was like blowing a blood vessel. I was like, just read the paper. They're like, what paper? The one that I posted 3 times? What? Like, it's almost like you got to be fucking with me. Or I'm in a simulated world where God is somebody's fucking with me. I don't know who it is, but they're fucking with me. Has to be.
The part that's really crazy is like it's like if I was a globe earther and I saw that video of them going to space yesterday, I would have been like, not very good, right? I've been like, pretty underwhelming. I'm not gonna bring that up. You know, like that's how I would honestly feel from a globe earth perspective. I'm like, well, there's all kinds of cuts that keeps going in and out. Like they don't even claim to go high enough to be in space. I'm gonna leave that one on the back burner. If I was a globe earther somehow, right? But like they don't even do that, man. They run around and beat on their chest and they say things like, "This is a bad day for flat earth. Sad day for flat earth. We've now officially sent people into space commercially. It's dying." You know, and like they will brag about it.
See, that's them pretending that we were looking for anything other than proof of curvature, proof of a measurement. That's them pretending that. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, because they'll sit there and you'll really have an argument with them for 2 hours. And it's like, bro, like, what? I didn't come here to explain shit to you. I don't have a fucking belief. It's as simple as that. Like, where's the curvature? Yeah, well, this proves that it's a globe. Well, sometimes I don't even like. I really don't know how to respond, and I just start. What do you call it when you keep repeating? I get to stuttering and shit because I'm so dumbfounded.
Yeah. I do the same. It's what was it? One guy.
Go ahead.
Go, bro. Okay. No, go. Sorry, bro.
No, you're good. I'm saying like they're not okay. When I bring up the mountains, right? This is why I'm much more comfortable going out into the world. It's a totally different ballgame, bro. Like people haven't heard the info and they have genuine questions. But with these people, you bring up the mountain, and you're like, so are you saying that the top of this mountain has refracted over a mile? And they will say, what I really want to know is, how do we have two poles on a flat Earth? Two celestial poles, right? I'm like, are you serious right now? Well, wait up. We're talking about the mountains. Do you really think the top of this mountain was refracted up over a mile? What I think is funny is Flat Earth doesn't even have a working model. Bro, we're talking about the mountains. It's like they are not even there, bro. They're not even in the realm of trying to have an actual honest conversation, like a dialogue.
I thought you were gonna say room. He said realm. Damn.
Dialogue means like of reason. Like you have a conversation of reason with words. That's what the etymology of dialogue is. They do not in any way intend to have that, right? So those kind of people that aren't going to have a dialogue, I mean, it's just really pretty useless. I only go in there. I think it's funny to have like 5 people with credentials not be able to debate me. Like it's just to hear the best that I think that their side has to offer. Like literally the best they have to offer. Neil deGrasse Tyson's not the best they have to offer, right? He's way behind. They just know they have most of the world way behind, so they can say this nonsense. But the people in the trenches have to throw him under the bus and stuff. So like I just like to occasionally go in there to see what's the best that all these PhDs will be able to bring to the table, and it's bad, bro. It's super bad. Maybe we should waterboard them until they answer the question or something.
That's why they got to get that belief in their veins. You know what I mean? Like that belief in their veins. Once that's there, everything's possible.
Something is happening, guys. Like, I feel like the algorithms are either. We were talking about this point, right? This tipping point that if X amount of people were aware, it'd be over. Flat Earth is going to run away with it, right? So I'm saying that to say all of this censorship, and the most mind-blowing thing to me was when I saw Dave Weiss on Killer Priest's podcast. And you go to Killer Priest's channel on YouTube. As a matter of fact, I'll share it. There's 4,000 comments. And you can scroll for as long as you want. And the only criticisms, well, mostly, like 98% of it, 99 even, the only thing you'll see is criticisms of the host not being open to what Dave was trying to illustrate to him. Or just straight up showing him, because he does a phenomenal job with his projector, with his green screen and all that. And I'm like, all of these people are saying that this guy is basically being a glober. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? This is a normal chat. Like 2 years ago, you'd have just seen a whole bunch of, troll comments. So this is why I'm like so baffled. I'm like, well, what's going on? Because Killer Priest also said something on that podcast. He said, this is the most engagement we've ever had. This is the most people that we've had on a live. And everyone knows that every time you talk about Flat Earth, it blows up. And then Bong was talking about how when you look at the search results on YouTube, Flat Earth is still a major search and it's like, I thought you guys wanted to kill the conversation, but even you guys with your fucking Dave, what the fuck is the guy with the moon? Anyway, doesn't matter. Professor Dave, right? All of these people are talking about it, and it seems like they're adding fuel to the fire when they're supposed to be censoring it. I don't get it. I don't get any of it.
I thought about that too. It does seem like it's being like
it's gonna come out.
Underhandedly promoted, you know?
Yeah, it's coming out. That's still my prediction. They know that flat Earth comes out, so that's my opinion.
Listen, I think it's just like no, I agree. I think it's like a slow rollout of every divisive tactic that is available. Like that might be a new like political, thing to like use. Like, hey, you're a flat earther. And it's like almost anti-patriot, anti-establishment. You know what I mean? Anti-university or like science, anti-science. Like I could just see that just being one more divisive tool to use. Just peg people on this side or the other side and keep this whole machine going further.
I think
You know what makes me think real quick. You know what makes me believe that they are trying to bring us over to the flat Earth, because don't tell me I fucking forgot. Why has that been happening all week? Probably need to drink more water, or I don't know.
You need more eggs, more cholesterol,
less joints,
organic apple juice.
Less weed, man. Less weed.
Less weed, more eggs.
Maybe that's it.
More cholesterol, yep.
You're thinking too fast, Elijah. You kind of slow down, when you're talking, because you lose your thought. It happened to me all the time, bro. I had to write shit down.
1,000 all the time.
I had to take notes.
What were you saying about you were saying?
I was saying I think that they're in like a tricky situation. Like I
meant the other time when you were like they're getting it out there, but they're priming people for the next deception, and people are gonna fall for it. They're gonna think, "Oh, I'm a flat earther." So, I think what I was gonna say now that I remember is so not that important, or maybe it was leading up to the thing, and I just anyway. So I was thinking when they finally do say, "Yeah," I remember now. Yes. So when they do say, "Hey, it's flat," the "I told you so" is going to be so short lived. It's not.